And here it is. We go again. Here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you're there. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that is done exactly round about this time, being done exactly at this time. So if you are available round about now, then avail yourself of the session. It's going to be a wild roller coaster ride. That much I can assure you. You know what we do, and you know why we do it, and you know where we do it. We're doing it right now. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving fast, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey,
And there it is right there. Holy, holy, the songs of defiance from the East. So, holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Doubt over APC ticket as Adamu says no decision yet on zoning. So the received wisdom within the APC sport, of course, is that the presidency had been zoned to the southern regions. And to solidify that widely held belief, they put all the administrations of the party in the north. So it's never the tradition in Nigerian politics, of course, to have a party which administration is of a particular region, and then to have the primary candidates and the premier candidates, especially in the presidential space, from that region as well. So it's usually an indication where they're going to zone a presidential ticket to, when you know where the chairman comes from. So a dyed in the wool, hard as you like, extreme to the core, Fulani man, of course, the leader of the party. So that then rests your mind that the presidency is going to be zoned to the south. And you are not just resting it on that assumption, you are also resting it on the pronouncements of the party. All the senior voices, El Rufai, etc., all of them have said the party are zoning their ticket to the south, which is where the clamor is, and it is the tradition in Nigeria as well. So that was the received wisdom. And to that wisdom, all of the people are thrusting forward to be candidates for the presidency. They are largely entirely southern, with the interlopers, a little soupçon, elements like Yaya Bello, who is not really that much of anything, but the thrust of the politics is southern, to the point that the IGBOs are even emboldened, are coming out in their droves to say they want to be president, because they see this now as a golden opportunity, because they feel this so narrow now that it's a straight fight between them and the Yorubas. So all of that was the presumed received wisdom within the APC space, but all that no more. Doubt over APC ticket, as Adamu says no decision yet on zoning. So there it is right there, the double dutch, the takiya of the Northerners, still very much potent and alive. And to back it up, of course, the troops are lying behind Adamu. 2023, Northern elders reject zoning, say Nigerians should vote for competence. So competence over tribe is now what the politics of Nigeria is. Unfortunately, it wasn't the politics of Nigeria in 2014, when the totality and entirety was about tribe and religion. But now, if you look at, let me just share the screen so you can see just how deep this thing cuts. It's all of the relevance in the north that are saying this. So let me share you this screen just so you can see how deep this cuts. So this cuts deep, as you can see right there. If you see where I am pointing my cursor, that is the Sultan of Sokoto right there. And he essentially the north. If you are thinking of the north, all enraptured in one singularity, that there he is right there. The character that I'm circling my cursor around, the Sultan of Sokoto, that is the north right there. And he is saying you can whistle on in the south. So there it is right there. So the battle commences now. 2023, Northern elders reject zoning, say Nigerians should vote for competence. So either competence or zoning, I'm not quite sure which of them qualifies the Fulani man to be president of Nigeria. But of course, guns and killings, that is their usual calling card. So that is what always and often, as always, and probably for the future, we qualify them to be president of Nigeria. Guns and killings, nothing else. But we'll see if the guns can be silenced this time around. From that to this, our PDP screening committee clears 15 presidential aspirants, disqualifies 2. So now, earlier on today, I saw the headlines that they were screening them in batches, and I was wondering if that screening exercise was just a charade, that they're just passing them through, because I had no concept that they were going to reject anybody, because they often instances don't. especially when somebody has gone through the expense of buying the nomination form. So that's 40 million naira down already. So now it looks as though two have fallen at the first hurdle in the PDP process. But who are those two? Well, you have to wait for us to get to the readings. But to tease you with the headline again, PDP screening committee clears 15 presidential aspirants, disqualifies 2. So who are those 2? We'll find out just shortly. Let's say, what else do we have on the menu? So somebody that's almost certain not to be disqualified, at least at the screening stage. Tinubu picks up APC 2023 presidential nomination form. So that's just an administrative formality. But then, of course, we are acknowledging it to just note that this guy's press for that space, it remains still potent and as strong as ever. He's not giving up anything for anybody. Tinubu picks up APC 2023 presidential nomination form. So we'll find out what that is all about. And he's not the only one picking up nomination forms, of course, because every man and his brother wants to be the president of Nigeria. So he picks up the ticket the forms alongside this element. Ex-Senate President Ken Nnamani declares for president. So another name to conjure with, every man and his dog wants to be president of Nigeria. I wonder if half the country have not already declared for that position. So alluring it is. And they're saying Nigeria is collapsing and the economy is in shambles. But I don't think these people got the memo because everybody wants to be in the driver's seat. Ex-Senate President Ken Nnamani declares for president. So quite what inspires that, almost certainly the IGBO narrative, but we find out what is in play there. So I think we've already covered this in a previous headline, so I will probably not be reading this. PDP screens articles, Saraki, etc. So I'll leave this one out because I think it's been covered in a different headline. But this really for reasons of amusement only. Like I said, every man and his dog wants to be president, and suddenly, is this one a man or a dog? You can make that decision. Fayose, I will appoint Minister of Stomach Infrastructure if elected. So this is the sort of president that we need. He cuts through the bullshit and cuts straight to the point. A hungry man is an angry man. So this is an Ishe-Bushe sort of presidency that Fayose is offering the Nigerian people. Here it is right there. Peter the Rock himself. Fayose, I'll appoint Minister of Stomach Infrastructure if elected. So Comedy Central also rock then if this guy ever gets into that space. So OKOROCHA, of course, another Comedy Central, but it looks as though the joke is wearing thin in the East as matters are getting serious. Presidency, pressure mounts on OKOROCHA, Umahi orders to drop ambition for Nwa-Juiba. So I had to pause on that name because it's not a name that I'm especially familiar with. So why then they will tell all these senior and popular names to drop their ambition for this new chap? We'll find out just shortly. But that is the narrative in the East as they try to coalesce behind one voice so that they can be a more potent force. Our presidency, pressure mounts on OKOROCHA Umahi orders to drop ambition for Nwa-Juiba. So who Nwa-Juiba is and why the seniors are being asked to step down for him, we'll find out shortly. So plenty to find out shortly. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, you know, all of that. But before you do any of those, click on the like button, of course, because that propels us on the YouTube algorithm. So please do that. And then click on the subscribe button as well if you have not done that already. Haven't then done all the clickings, lean back then into it as we ease into the session via the East and another Python dance.
Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Maryland, Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, na python dance pray. Una bogi meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi bụ onye du aimo. O meri wone n'izu mbiro ya. Abakare mamanda ora. Una bogi meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una bogi meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una bogi meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una bogi meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una bogi meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una bogi meri Nnamdi.
And there it is right there. Nnamdi wins the war. The voices of defiance from the East. So Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Doubt over APC ticket as Adamu says no decision yet on zoning. So this is a turn up for the books, a turnaround in popularly held conception. Despite the opening of sale of nomination forms and aspirants purchasing them, the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, has said that no decision has been reached on the zone to produce its presidential candidate for the 2023 election, raising new doubts on the zoning position of the party. This comes as the Northern Elders Forum NEF, led by Professor Ango Abdullahi, has begun fresh moves to pressure the major political parties to throw their presidential tickets open to all sections of the country, saying that the power shift arrangement is already dead and buried. Speaking to correspondents at the presidential villa Abuja on Friday after presenting the Ekiti APC gubernatorial candidate Abiodun Oyebanji to President Muhammad Buhari, the APC national chairman noted that the decision on which part of the country should produce the ruling party's candidate was beyond him. Whilst stating that the APC was yet to decide, he maintained, "I am today privileged to be the chairman of the party. The party is greater than me. The party has not made a decision, and I cannot preempt what the party will decide." Recall that the ruling party had swapped its national offices between the North and South, leading to the emergence of Adamu from the North Central as the national chairman. Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State had said just before the last national convention of the party that even though the APC had not decided on zoning the presidential ticket, the swapping of national offices was an indication of where its presidential candidate would come from. Adamu also said that the party does not regret the high cost of nomination forms for candidates seeking elective positions under the party. He asserted that the APC was keen on discouraging parties that have no chance of winning elections to sponsor individuals to play the role of spoilers. According to him, the cost also had to be exorbitant because of the need to raise sufficient funds to successfully prosecute coming elections. Whilst receiving the Ekiti candidate in the gubernatorial election scheduled for June the 18th, 2022, President Buhari noted that Oyebanji had served in many capacities, including as Chief of Staff, Commissioner, and Secretary to the state government. He said being governor would just be continuity of service and wished him the best of luck. Apart from the APC boss, the candidate was accompanied to the presidential villa by the National Secretary, Senator Eyola Omishore, and Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State. So there it is right there. The zoning is no longer zoned, and there it is right there. So the South can roll it in a pipe and smoke it Roll it to the pipe and smoke it. 2023 Northern Elders reject zoning, say Nigerians should vote for competence. The Northern Elders Forum NEF on Friday condemned the zoning of the 2023 presidency, noting that it contradicts the standard norms of democracy. This was made known by the NEF convener, Professor Ango Abdullahi, during a meeting with the Coalition of Northern Groups in Zaria, Kaduna State. Ango affirmed that political parties should allow their members freely vote for candidates of their choice. He noted that the power-sharing deal between the north and southern regions of Nigeria was dead and buried. Candidates should be allowed to contest elections on the basis of merit and their competence. Merit should be the yardstick to get the country's next president. The position should be open to standard forms of democratic processes, he said. Ango explained that he presided over the selection of the Northern Presidential Consensus aspirant, which involved former Senate President Bukola Saraki and Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State in his personal capacity and not on behalf of the Northern Elders Forum. So that Northern Elders Forum, somewhat a two-test bulldog. I remember, what is it called? Femi Adesina calling them one man and his dog not that long ago. One man and his dog, but then there it is. So from that to this, still all matters politics, still all matters pardon me, still all matters politics, still all matters are presidential. PDP screening committee clears 15 presidential aspirants, disqualifies 2. Senator David Mark led People's Democratic Party PDP presidential screening committee on Friday, disqualified 2 out of 17 aspirants who were screened. Chairman of the panel, Senator David Mark, announced this after the exercise held at the PDP Legacy House. He told reporters, "We screened 17 aspirants. 15 were cleared, 2 were not. They have the right to appeal. All aspirants are qualified to become candidates of the party." Mark, however, declined to name those affected or why they were disqualified. It was, however, gathered that aside from the curriculum vitae A and documents submitted by aspirants, the panel will be considering party loyalty, track record, financial standing, as well as national appeal in making a recommendation. It was also gathered that the panel, conscious of the fact that its decision will be subject to appeal, will ensure that no loose ends were left, an insider said. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, a former President of the Senate Bukola Saraki, Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike, former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose, Akwa Ibom State Governor Udom Emmanuel were amongst the first set to be screened. Most of the aspirants who spoke to reporters after the exercise expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the committee. They were, however, non-committal on the subject of zoning. So zoning is still a thorn in the flesh. It'll be very, I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but it will be very difficult if that power is not zoned to the south to see then how politics plays out in Nigeria. So that is then the south conceding that it's a conquered space if they are not, if they take that just rolling over. So we see how that plays out. Tinubu picks up APC 2023 presidential nomination form. So this is just really to mark the record, really. So we're reading this to mark the records. Former governor of Lagos State, Bola Tinubu, has paid for the All Progressive Congress APC 2023 presidential nomination and expression of interest forms. Correspondents report that the forms were picked up today at the party's national headquarters by some loyalists to the APC national leader. Recall that Tinubu jetted out of the country days ago for lesser Hajj in Saudi Arabia. The politician had announced his intention to run for the office of president, when he visited President Muhammad Buhari at the Aso Rock Villa in January this year. The 2023 presidential nomination and interest forms were reportedly picked up on his behalf by associates, including House of Representative members from Ikeja Federal Constituency, James Faleke, members representing Agege Federal Constituency in the Green Chambers, Babatunde Adejare, and a former secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal. So that's the name to note. So that's the one joker. That guy has been loyal to Tinubu all the way through. So we find out if his politics plays out. He being a Christian, of course. So if you have ever wondered, a senior northerner of name recognition that is Christian and is acceptable is the grass cutter in that ilk is the thing. So he picks up Tinubu's nomination form. Meanwhile, the national chairman of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, has disclosed that the party is yet to take a decision on the zone that will produce its 2023 presidential candidate. Adamu made the disclosure on Friday at the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, shortly after presenting the party's candidate for the 2022 Ekiti governorship election, Biodun Oyebanji, to President Muhammad Buhari. Addressing State House correspondents, the APC chairman said he can't preempt the region that the presidential ticket will be zoned to. He added that only the party can make that decision and urged people to be patient. I am today privileged to be, by the way, we've read this already, but it's just I'll have to follow through. I am today privileged to be chairman of the party. The party is greater than me. The party has not made a decision, and I cannot preempt what the party decision will be, he said. There had been speculations that the APC would zone its presidential tickets to the south after the national chairman position was zoned to the north, leading to the emergence of Adamu as the party chairman. There have been several agitations from certain political stakeholders for the 2023 presidency to be zoned to the south in the spirit of fairness and justice. However, some other stakeholders have also submitted that zoning is not constitutional and what Nigeria needs this time is a competent leader. So quite who a competent leader of our northern ilk is really a bigger topic. Ex-Senate President Ken Nnamani declares for president. Former President of the Senate Ken Nnamani has officially declared his intention to run for the office of president in the 2023 election on the platform of the All Progressive Congress, APC. The former Senate President made the declaration in a press conference held in Abuja on Friday, whilst promising to purchase the nomination form in a matter of days. Mr. Nnamani said his decision to run is an indication that our democracy is growing to the point of significant inclusivity and democratic freedom. He said, the bedrock of democracy is that right of citizens to aspire to political offices and offer themselves to other citizens to evaluate and elect them to make decisions for the rest of the society. Mr. Nnamani said he would be consulting and communicating with his party delegates who have the responsibility to choose the best to fly the flag of their party in a few days. Looking at the array of aspirants to replace President Buhari in 2023 under the platform of the APC, I believe that I am very suited for the job of President of the Republic at this period in the history of Nigeria, he said. Mr. Nnamani boasted that his pedigree as the President of the Senate and Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Constitutional and Electoral Reform shows beyond doubt that he is the right man for the job. Different period requires a different kind of leadership. In 2015, we needed a Buhari to take Nigeria away from the misdirection of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The former PDP, sorry, it's just so funny. The people that are castigating and lampooning PDP now, They were PDP man and boy up till 2015. Rotimi Amechi, this element, all of them, they were all staunch, dyed-in-the-wool PDPs. Different period requires a different kind of leadership. In 2015, we needed a Buhari to take Nigeria away from the misdirection of the People's Democratic Party, the former PDP lawmaker declared. In 2023, we need a Ken Nnamani to help unite Nigeria, deepen democracy, and rebuild the social and economic infrastructure of sustainable development based on production and fair distribution. So the usual gobbledygook, yam yam and blah blah, but the totality of it, I want to be president, Ken Nnamani. So another one in the ring. So another one in the ring, and this one also in the ring. So this now the second to the last readout. So after this, one more. This is a dodgy website though, so I can't promise that I'll be able to read it to the end. It just loops into, it's a PM News. It loops into just some adverts then that you have to then start clicking and clicking. But hopefully it doesn't do that in the course of this readout. Fayose, I will appoint Minister of Stomach Infrastructure if elected. Peter the Rock, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, has said he will appoint a Minister of Stomach Infrastructure if he emerges president of Nigeria. Fayose stated this while speaking with newsmen shortly after his appearance before the People's Democratic Party PDP Presidential Screening Committee in Abuja on Friday. When the committee asked him about his stomach infrastructure policy, he made it clear that it would be part of his policies if he emerged president. I made it clear that I will have a minister for stomach infrastructure and welfare of the people, he stated. However, he added that as much as tarring roads and providing other infrastructure was good, that would not be sufficient for hungry people. So for me, stomach infrastructure is part of being supportive of the ordinary Nigerian. Stomach infrastructure under my watch as president of Nigeria will be a major theme. No one is saying here that you will not do the needful in terms of developing the country. Part of development is the welfare and well-being of the people. Stating his position on zoning, Fayose said that for posterity's sake, PDP must zone its presidential ticket in order not to confuse in the future. According to him, even if the party wants everyone to contest, it should officially make a pronouncement and zone it to the southern part of Nigeria. He recalled that in 1999, the presidential ticket was zoned to the south when former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Olufalaye were in the race, but Abubakar Rimi still contested within the ambit of the constitution. But the party must remember that whatever we do today will speak for us and stand against us tomorrow. The system is not functioning in our country. The institutions are not functioning. That is why we have all these problems. We must be courageous enough to say this. We must be courageous enough to say this is going to the south. And if you want to contest, the Nigerian constitution still gives you the leverage, the opportunity to do so. I support zoning this time to southern Nigeria. Fayose said that with the incumbent president from the north, it was only logical for the south to produce the next president, saying this was not about the party, but about Nigeria's best interest and stability. So there it is right there, Peter the Rock. So this is now the last readout. And then we'll see who is available. Sorry. For some of you who may have been with the platform for a while, you may have noticed I've been dipping in and out of these sessions for over the last 2 weeks or so. I've been carrying this sort of fluish type of symptom with just ebbs and flows. I think if that left me, then it comes back and so I don't know. I think it's round the house and we're just passing it around each other. This is what is going on. But we soldier on, and we soldier on to this last readout. Our presidency, pressure mounts on OKOROCHA, Umahi, others to drop ambition for Nwajuiba. So whoever this character is, let's find out who he is. The senator representing Imo North Senatorial District at the National Assembly, Senator Frank Ebezim, has pleaded with presidential aspirants from the Southeast to shelve their ambitions and anoint the Minister of State for, okay, so that's who he is. So the Minister of State for Education, Chukwuemeka Nwajuiba, as the consensus aspirant for the zone. Former Imo State Governor Rochas Okorocha, Governor Dave Umahi of Ebonyi, amongst others, have declared interest to contest the presidential election. But in a statement he personally signed on Friday in Abuja, the senator appealed that since Nwajuiba has the competence, youthfulness, likability, and closeness to President Muhammad Buhari, the zone should not throw away the golden opportunity. The senator said for the fact that Nwajuiba is the first aspirant from the Southeast to pick nomination forms, which shows seriousness, capacity, and commitment to lead the party to victory, he deserves the complete and total support of all progressive party man and woman, especially the Southeasterners. The purchase of form and acceptance to contest the presidential ticket of the APC by Honorable Chukwuemeka Nwajuiba, HCN, the Minister of State Education, is a thoroughly remarkable development. In this context, being the first person to have secured these nomination forms to contest and from the Southeast shows seriousness, capacity, and commitment to lead the party to victory. He deserves the complete and total support of all progressive party man and woman, especially Southeasterners. For long, we have clamored to be given the opportunity to provide leadership of this country at the highest level. The time has come, and Honorable Nwajuiba is that person who has the competence, youthfulness, likability, and closeness to the president and other key stakeholders of the party, he noted. Hitting the gavel on his suggestion, the senator pleaded that, given these facts, I want to call on other Southeastern politicians nursing similar ambition and who have not purchased the form to put a halt. This is the time for unity. This is not a contest we want to go into scattered, bruised, and fighting ourselves. Nwajuiba, from every indication, is the key to the APC presidential ticket. Let us rally around him. Let us not give those who mock the IGBOs that they are never united the room to do so. With Nwajuiba already in the ring, let us rally round him. Let us not throw away this golden opportunity. This is the time to speak with one voice. I call on Igbo leaders to rally together to enable us get to this destination. So I never even knew that there was a human being called Nwajuiba just a minute ago, but there he is right there, Nwajuiba. Well, I'm sure Obina knows who Nwajuiba is. I'm sure DOG knows who Nwajuiba is. Adale Koko knows who everybody is. Thomas knows probably who Nwajuiba is. I'm sure he does. Prof, certainly a deep. So I'm trying to mute you, Prof, before I bring you on. Yeah, there it is. So Prof should know, and Asheni Shere completes the lineup. So good to have your gentlemen. So to it then. Let's go to Obina first, if he's ready. Obina, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
If you're not ready, I can go to someone else.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Good day. Good day.
So good to have you. So I'm taking my last pound on me that you know who Nwajuiba is. So who is this character, Nwajuiba?
I'm not sure who Nwajuiba is.
Oh, right. It's apparently it's the Minister of State for Education, Chukwuemeka Nwajuiba.
Yeah, so really, I don't really. So the fact is, yes, I've heard of him, but not that I know him. All of a sudden, I didn't even. I thought it was. I thought it was the Hausa man that was Minister of Education. I don't understand.
No. He's the Minister of State.
Of State. That was
Minister of State. Yeah. Not
he replaced Wike as Minister of State, right?
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden he's out running for election, and all of a sudden he has 100 million. Although I heard he's a well-to-do man even before he became minister.
You know, a lot of people are calling for his arrest when he bought that ticket.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of people, even the bigger, the bigger fishes, haven't even bought the ticket. And then all of a sudden, this is the first guy to buy the ticket. I think there's protests within the APC about the exorbitant prices for that ticket. They're not happy with the ticket, with the pricing that they've allocated to those tickets. So that's why I think the background, maybe they're trying to do something about it. That's why you're not seeing many of them come out to buy the ticket. But
if they've bought it already, if some have bought it already, I don't think they can then change it. Otherwise, they have to issue refunds.
This is the opportunity to make money. This is the opportunity for the parties to make money. Even I saw SDP's form is 40 million. I'm like, why? What is SDP selling form for 40 million?
Who is going
for
to
presidency?
SDP to go and buy?
Yes. So this is the opportunity because they know that people who lose in either PDP or APC will run to SDP. So they are all using it to milk and make money. This is the opportunity.
So you're not familiar with this guy's name? I have never heard of him in life.
I don't understand.
But they are inviting people like OKOROCHA to step down for him. Why
who is inviting OKOROCHA to step down for him?
I think it's only one lone ranger, really. Some senator from curiously enough, a senator from Imo. The senator representing Imo North Senatorial District, Senator Frank Ibezim, yes. So that's his name.
Yeah, I don't understand all these multiple people coming out to run for office. Ben Ayade, all of them, they're all coming out. But I don't understand how someone whom nobody has known of would want to be president. I don't think even the person who is coming out is fair on himself to feel like you can come out and because your party is in power, then all of a sudden you can be the presidential candidate and the president. You should have maybe not necessarily served, but you should have done something to merit the office. To like it could be in form of anything, maybe service, some kind of service, philanthropy, or maybe you're helping with one thing or the other. Like this lady, for instance, that is the Enough is Enough director, for instance. You don't necessarily have to occupy an office.
Is that Madam Ngozi?
No. There's another woman. There's a very slim woman like that. That is the director general of Enough is Enough. For instance, if she comes out, what the point I try to make is you don't have to be in an office to occupy one office or the other, but you have to be known for something. Nobody knows his stand on anything. Nobody knows him. I saw on TV or something that this guy is coming out, the board form, people gathered and everything. But before now, I didn't even hear his name. So I don't understand how you want to run for the highest office in the land and then you just come out from nowhere that you want to be president. You have to have shown working. That's what I'm just saying. Maybe somehow help with something. You're even in the ministry that requires a lot of help. Ministry of Education will have problems. ASU, what has kept the agreement? Every time you say there was an agreement, 2009 agreement, that by the time people came into office, there is a reason you're in office. Is it so? Any agreement that was signed before is no longer valid. You have to address those issues. If you have to start from that time to address those issues. 2009 is a long time. They were asking for salary increment at that time. You've not even helped. You've not even resolved that, and the inflation is going on now. So we need to resolve. And the issues, a lot of the issues that they're asking for, they are not unrealistic. So we need to fix the educational sector. You need to have shown working that you fixed it. Him and Ngige, both of them, I don't understand why they are running for president when they have an opportunity to show us what they would do if they become president, but they didn't.
But the wider point, Obina, that this senator from Imo North is making, that because his argument is that this guy has moved quickly to put his hand in his own pocket or into the pocket of his ministry, more likely the case, to pay that 100 million and buy the forms. So if you haven't bought the form already, he has shown seriousness and capacity. So why don't you rally behind him rather than making all this noise and dividing the space? So,
but using people's money is not showing seriousness. It didn't touch him now. If it's somebody's money, if it's not his money, to me, it's just another. It's just another way, or he has just put more hand where he's going to put hand to run a campaign if they make him the candidate. I mean, that to me, buying the form doesn't show any seriousness.
Obina, my brother, ASU are still in strike.
They're still on strike. They're still on strike. That 100, can't you, that 100 billion, before, let's say he even wants to make a political statement, since you're a big man, bring out 100 million. Say, okay, I'm donating 100 million to ASU. Let me donate all 100 million to ASU first before I buy the form. Then people will listen to you. You have opportunity to resolve. ASU has been on strike. Our children have been in and out of school. You go for a 5-year course, come out 6-7 years, and then you're coming out telling me, and there's nothing you've done. You've just been sitting down there telling me that 2009, the agreement was reached before we came into office. And so what were you in the office for? To be listening to them, or just to be, dancing jamboree up and down every day?
It's just so amazing, people who have publicly and spectacularly failed at their portfolios, they are vaunting their credentials.
Bold enough to run. Yes.
He says he wants to tackle insecurity in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
That's exactly the point I was raising in one of your yes, like you said you want to be president. I know some people were saying, no, that is not his job. It's not his job. Okay, it's not your job. It's not your job. But you want to be president. Now, something happened within your domain. It's not your job. It's not your job. You will show that you're coordinating the security agencies. We don't have access to those people. You are the one that have access to them. Then your what do they call it? Executive Council meeting. There is a Minister of Interior. There is a National Security Advisor. You have all access to all the resources. Gather them and say we need to resolve this thing, or reach out to the families. To the bandits and get those people out of captivity. The people that are doing it, are they presidents? Are they ministers? I've forgotten the person who was mentioning, no, it's not his job. It's not his job. The people that go and negotiate for government, is it their job? You want to be president? Show us that there is something else you can do. We're not looking for an administrator. We're looking for somebody who would go outside of his comfort zone to help. That's why people love the Alamesia. Alamesia will go to the creeks. No matter how you call him corrupt or whatever, they still loved him because he will go out and talk to those people. That's the kind of person we need at this point. Somebody who will go out and reach out to these people and get families out of captivity, resolve problems, show that you're resolving problems. It's at that time that we will now know, okay, you're serious. Can't be telling me it's not your responsibility. That's when you become president, that's what you will say. Or if you become president.
I'm not really sure what recommends a lot of these people. I'm not sure what recommends Yemi Oshibanjo to have the audacity to say he wants to be president after he sat in the driver's seat co-driving these last 7 years. The audacity of Rotimi Amechi, the audacity of this new character, the audacity of all of them. Wike I can forgive, and not I like Wike, but at least he's an opposition man. What can he do? Atiku I will even tolerate, but not any of this.
Not anybody who is occupying position now should even be working extra hard like right now, yes, like somebody who, yes, you will be working extra hard to prove him, show himself. The office you have today, what have you done with it? That's you can't be coming out. I don't know why it's the people that are so pretending over failed ministries are the ones that are the one bold enough to coming out that they want to be president, so that
It's
they will
because
continue
Obina,
failure.
why they are all coming out, those incompetent people, why they are all coming is because there is nobody even in that space that they can't challenge. They are all incompetent, all of them, everybody. There is, you can't really see a viable person like, oh, this is the person that when other people even look at him, they think, oh, we don't have a chance with this guy. That's why everybody thinks they can come out. Look at people like Yaya Bello who wants to be Nigerian
Just
president.
imagine with
You know,
boldness,
so if
It
you look
started
at
as
those
a joke.
names,
Oh,
it's just
yeah,
I
crazy.
thought it was just joking when it
with
started.
so
It
much
was not
boldness.
joking, you see. Same here, you know. So for me, with the way they are all going and everybody's coming out and all these parties are coming up with, oh, no more zoning, I think this might even probably lead us into that everybody going their separate ways with the way
Yes.
they are good, because it's quite funny, and you can see that Fulani agenda with what Buhari and whoever chairman that he has put for the chairman for APC now, what their plan is. Because now, if you are coming to tell me, I still understand, even if I didn't totally understand the part of PDP not wanting to zone. For APC, you can't tell me, oh, you can't go by zoning. Everybody can come and it's open to everybody. So there is
Yeah.
more to it, and it's just going
They were
so
just
crazy
waiting.
every day, you
They were
know.
just waiting. They were waiting for PDP to take decision, then they would do it and see how it would work out before they do it. They didn't want to zone that into the south.
Yeah, because
Yeah. So to that space, then, Obin, this now
Yeah.
bombshell that Adamu is saying that no decision has actually been made on zoning. That's against what the popular perception is, that the presidency has been zoned to the south. Even El
Yeah.
Rufai
So
as much as said so, but now what are you making then of what the new chairman is
so
now?
these people, I think these people are crafty. But I think when they took the decision, I don't know whether it was in their previous neck that they said that they're going to switch positions. So all the positions that Southerners occupied will switch to the north, and all the ones that occupied by the Northerners will switch to the south. But I'm suspecting that they will say that only applied to party position. That's what I'm suspecting. That so they might, but for the presidency, they might remove that from they might just be saying it only applies to party position, but not to
So
political position.
who is a viable northern presidential candidate in APC? Give us a list
Maybe
of three.
right now, right now, I've not seen any. But the thing is, there's no time frame as to when they will close sales of form. So the means is still open for
Well,
a joker.
there's somewhat of a time frame because INEC wants
Yes,
the names submitted, so they have to, I think, by early June. They
by
should,
June. Yes,
yeah,
by the 3rd of
by
June, I think.
by the
Yes,
first week of June.
yes, yes. So there's no apart from Yahaya Bello, there's no other Northerner
What
that
about
is
El
been pushing.
Rufai? El Rufai for president?
No, man, no, that will not fly. But
Mm,
I know he's positioning himself to be a vice, maybe
mm.
probably under Amechi or somebody, I don't know. But I've not seen any. You never know if it's maybe might not even be an existing governor, an existing political player, might be someone who is head of one parastatal, maybe an NPC or one of those. You never know. Maybe they're just gauging the mood or something. But
Because it's almost like they
but
misled the South, because if it was an open field, I'm not sure that people like Oshibanjo, etc., they will be coming out because they want a more solid southern thrust. But because everybody feels it's a southern turn, they are there now to dilute. So it's now more personal than regional ambition. But if it was
yeah,
do you understand what I mean now, Bina?
well, the thing is,
Have
if
we
it's
been
a,
played? Have they played us?
yeah, woman, I think I agree with you if we look at
Mhm.
that direction too, because I think this guy is now looking at what the situation is. Oshibanja is out, so they will split all these delegates. They are now throwing it open. Maybe there will be a chance for it to go back to the north, because obviously, you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes, so, because this guy made mention of something. You know, Adebanjo.
Yeah.
He said that the reason that all these guys they call the Osinbajo, all of them, is to divide the South so that they will continue. And now it looks like that's what is playing out. So
sorry as I interject, the South will not be divided. The politics is already been playing. Even when they throw the ticket open of the APC, I don't think that guy has done anything wrong. Even if they've gone outside what they told the Nigerian people. The reason be that when you throw a ticket open in a party, simply means you want everyone to get involved. So I don't fault the guy for doing anything of such. But what Nigeria must understand that if Osinbajo did not get that ticket from that APC, no Northerner can beat any Southerner in this election. They should be ready not to rig the election, whether you like it or not. If they refuse to give Osinbajo this APC ticket and use it as a game, if this man didn't get the PDP support to come and lead them with the presidential ticket, he is going to step down. No Northerner will win this election. No Northerner will win this election. Put this thing down and write it down. Nigerians are not fools today. Regardless of anything, from the core north to the creek of the Niger Delta, everybody is watching. Not even the North Central, they understand the politics that are playing for today. The North Central want the power to remain in the South for the now. So there is no way you can manipulate it. You can say anything, bring any perception outside, let anybody think what they want to think. The next president of this country must come from the South. And it must be that pastor, that vice president. He is speaking with authority. He owes no allegiance to anyone. He should tell his party's members to give him the ticket with authority also, and he should move forward.
He should talk like Wike. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give me power. Give me power. I will take it. I will take it.
South is divided already. South is divided already.
Give me the ticket. I'm the only one that can win it for your party.
South is divided already, isn't it?
No, they are not. They are not. You might see it like that for now.
Let me finish. Let me finish, my brother.
But they are not. You think the South will divide and throw the president to the north? Watch it and see. Let's see what happens.
Let me finish.
Divide the South and put the leadership in the north. Let us say we are in this country together.
Let me finish my statement, my brother. Tinubu is out there. Osinbajo is out there. At least we can say these are the two main big fish. So if two of them can't come together and choose one out of them, and you are telling me South are not divided. South is divided.
They are not divided. You don't even know if it is Tinubu that is sponsoring Osinbajo. They are not divided.
Really?
No, really? It is politics. Everybody can come and say what you want.
You can only say the South are divided.
Everybody can come. I can say what?
No, I was going to say to what Thomas was saying, you can only say the South are divided if it was an open field. If it's zoned to the South, then it's down to individual ambitions to fight it out.
Okay.
But one man, don't South supposed to be talking of consensus by now? Like pushing somebody forward.
Yes, they should. Because I think that's what they are doing in the Southeast.
What you see the problem in South running, especially in this time, is that the Southwest have been president, now in this dispensation, vice president, speaker. So I don't think if you're doing by zoning, that is fair for any of the Southwesterners to be coming out to contest, in as much as I believe that everybody is free to contest. But it's on the basis of that I believe even the North is also coming out to run.
You see, on the screen, it's on the
all
screen
the South should be coming together now. for
Yes,
a
but they are
consensus.
not. They are not. They are not. Is what Obina is
Yes,
saying.
but they are not. And the
Obina,
Southwest does not
yeah,
normally go with the South.
yeah.
That's the fact.
You see what you just said, Obina, is the
Yes.
reason why it's unlikely to have it's unlikely for us to have a southern consensus candidate, because you rightly said that the Southwest have had the presidency 8 terms. If you add Obasanjo's military administration, you actually say that just as one single individual, a southerner has ruled that country the longest, because Obasanjo,
Yes.
both military and civilian, he has ruled Nigeria more than any living or dead individual ever in history. So to add on to that, you have Yemi Osinbajo now adding an additional 8 years onto Obasanjo's however 9-10 years. So they cannot in the Southwest claim marginalization. So to have a consensus, you would
And
have
then they
to
still have a
concede.
Southwest as speaker. That's like that. So you have number 2 and have number 4 position.
Yes. So to have a consensus, it really, by fairness and equity, has to go to the Southeast. But you know that the Southwest are not really going to concede it. The majority of the mass may want to concede it, but the political elites who feel that they have fought hard to position themselves, they will never concede it, and it is the politicians that have to concede it amongst themselves. So that's why we may struggle, Obina, I think, for a southern candidate. Obina.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so...
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so if we're going, I mean, if it's open to all the South, then it can as well just be open to everybody to contest. Because as it stands now, even if they zone it to the South, or in the APC especially, the Southwest is in a position to pick it up. Because the strongest contenders are from that region.
Exactly my point.
Yes.
Obina, if we even look at it, we are even just looking at APC. Even if we look at PDP, who is the northerner in PDP, apart from maybe Atiku, that you can really say can challenge and win election as at present?
Oh, but Saraki can win an election, no doubt about that.
But that guy is in between, man. So
no, Saraki couldn't win his. You know that Saraki lost his position as for Senate. So I mean, it's difficult to argue that if you can't win just your senatorial district, then how much more a federal election? In as much as maybe some mago must have happened. I think people like
us, we know him quite well. So I don't think Nigerians that are in Nigeria, not everybody really reckon with him.
Saraki.
Yeah.
Reckon with him or know him?
Or know him, that kind of thing, yeah.
I think they know him more. The Saraki name is as old as Nigeria itself.
But that's the fact that him as a person, what influence does he have? So it's just the name, and that was the name that took him to where he is today. But him himself, they chase him away, isn't it? So that's why I'm thinking he's not even strong enough. So if you look at it, so I don't even really see any northerner. So at the long run, if we even have to now have a northern president again, we are in soup, because I don't even really see anybody. And in the honest truth is, I don't even know why somebody like Atiku is still coming out to contest.
No, because there is no talent. We've had this conversation many times, and people keep
exactly. That's what I'm
saying.
saying. That's the point I'm driving at, you know? So everybody there now, they are just go ahead.
Not just in the north, but right across the whole political space. And if you take Peter Obi, who people go to, I cannot think of any other talented politician. If you really want to be ethnic, you probably add Yemi Osinbajo, but I want to add him. If you take Peter Obi, if you take Kingsley Moghalu as well, who is very too intellectual really to be a politician, but there's nobody that I can think of. Or can you think of anybody that is young, promising?
Nah, that's what I'm saying. So that's why these yam heads are all coming out now to say, oh, they want to contest, and it's just a shame when I look at the list of the people that wants to be the president again after Buhari. after the mess we are in. Even people like Obina was saying, people like all these Amechi guy, I don't know what they are thinking of. But I believe people like Amechi are being pushed by some internal power in the APC to go for it. And to be honest, as long as I don't have anything against Oshibanjo trying to contest, this is where I think it brings more problem to the South. Him throwing his hat to say he wants to contest and not backing Tinubu up. Because now the North has seen this as a weak point and already is showing. The chairman has said now, the APC was not talking about, they already know, they've already almost made up their mind that it's going to be South. So why all of a sudden now is open? I don't believe they are looking at. I don't believe they are looking at PDP moves. I believe PDP is the one looking at their moves. But I just think them still want the power to stay in the North. You know,
so GOG, maybe because of the 100 million, they want to gather more.
No. I think they can see that Tinubu is winning, and we can all see that Tinubu is winning both mentally and physically. And Tinubu is the strongest force coming from the south, that is the southwest. So, and they see that Oshibanjo is really weak because Oshibanjo really depends on northern endorsement. Tinubu doesn't depend on anybody's endorsement. He just doesn't want them to be in his way. So they see Tinubu is winning. They know that Oshibanjo is weak, and they cannot see anybody else in Yoruba land, which is where they see their main threat is, because they don't have an IGBO strength in APC. So they say, okay, if they are all weak in the south, then why would we even give it to them? We'll just keep it, you know.
And what you even said just now, maybe that was part of even the reason they are trying to bring good luck himself to just counter Ahmed Tinubu. And that is why I think is the only person that could actually deal with these people when he gets that power. He can actually deal with them because I think the North has too much grip, and this is why this twist. And I said it one time on the platform. I think whoever becomes the president now will actually be the one to open up the space for the Easterners to be able to be president. And I think somebody like Tinubu can open that door and pave that way for them. But people will say, Tinubu is a
but an Easterner cannot succeed the Tinubu presidency, though.
That's why not immediately, but at least the way it will reconstruct and readjust and amend the constitution and cut the strength of the North. And now that the Igbos are coming in play, trying to contest and struggle, I believe they keep up that pace. They will stay in that space. People like Peter Obi, maybe in the next 12 years time, he might be able to get the ticket and win an election, and the power will go to the east too.
DOG, if Tinubu become president, 8 years, he will go back to the North. Take it or leave it.
It won't go back to the North like that, my friend.
Really?
Tinubu would have caught their power. I think Tinubu will, because I think the North has a kind of grip, which I don't even know how managed they have that grip on that space. Because why the Igbos have been calling for Igbo president, why all of a sudden, once the Northerners say something, there is more attention. But once the Igbos say, we want to be president, people don't really look at it like he's...
No, it's only because they are in power. It's because
you understand?
That's why.
Apart from they are in power, even when they are not in power, I think they just believe they have the numbers on election and all that. And that is why I'm saying if somebody like Tinubu or the next president, whoever the president is, like even when they do census, let's do census and let's know the age category. Don't just come and tell me that it's 30 million people in Kano. So when you bring election votes, there are almost 2.8 million people, 800 people voting, whereas there is age range for elect to be able to vote. So if you've done, let's know the age range. 1.5 million people are from the 18 level to voting age. Let's know all those things. Don't just come and give us just figures. Those are all those things that I think they are using, because I know there are numbers. A lot of people have, even people in the House of Assembly have like 30 kids and all that, but they are not voting age. Most of those guys are not. And if you go to the north during election, underage votes there, and these are the things they are using. And I think anybody that comes to power now can really cut that strength down. Everybody knows their level, which really open up the space for whoever, even the IGBOs can be president, because everybody will now know what is on ground. Is even, it will be even, it will be made even. So we really, I don't know. I don't know. But if you say
Can I
Tinubu,
interject 1 minute?
Yes,
all
sir.
right. Let's hear from Ajale Koko, and then let's get back to Obina, who had the floor. I think Obina is back with us now. Yeah, Ajale Koko, to you.
You see, APC have no other choice than to zone the presidency to the north, to the south, because already now they have the chairman of the party from the north, and the president is from the north as well now. So they will shoot themselves in the foot if they don't let that presidency go to the south.
Sir, Ajane Koko, before being can I ask you a quick question? Sorry, one man.
All right.
So I understand what you said, and of that view too. But what would now make the APC chairman come out and say such a thing?
Well, I think I wouldn't say he's saying it. I wouldn't say he's saying it on behalf of the party. Maybe he's saying it in his own capacity, and not in the. It's not the party position, because if you may recall, before they went for convention, Rufai was telling us that they have agreed to zone the presidency to the south, and the chairman is going to the north. He said it was very categorical statement. He made that categorical statement, openly on the national TV. So for them to reverse it or play game to retain it in the north, it's going to be a disaster for their party. And I believe they know that well. They know the game. They know the way the game is played. Though the party constitution, APC party constitution, does not approve the rotational presidency as it is enshrined in the constitution of PDP. But at the same time, they have a zoning, they believe in zoning arrangement.
Who does?
APC.
Well, they don't have a zoning arrangement, but they are going with it in the spirit of the country's understanding that is what obtains. It's not their constitution.
No. What I mean by zoning arrangement in other position within the party, executive position of the party, they believe in zoning arrangement, and what they have done so far with the national executive and national working committee of the party. Everything was perfected on, the zoning arrangement. It was in line with the zoning arrangement rather. So, but on the presidency, It's not specified. They don't have it in their constitution that presidency should be zoned between the north and south. But the zoning arrangement will give them the guideline on where the power should switch to after when a particular side of the country has been in the position of presidency for a maximum period of 8 years. And more importantly, when they have the chairman of the party from the north. So remember when we had the chairman of the party, by the time Buhari became the president in 2014, Baba Yegun was the chairman of the party from the what do you call it? From the south. And that was what they practiced throughout the time that Buhari was there. After Oyegun to Oshiomhole, they retained it in the south until when the party was heading towards one direction, they feel, okay, let us change the executive and usher in a new one. That was when they, fired everybody and brought in a new Mayabana Buni as a temporary chairman of the party. So, but as it is now, I don't see them trying to play any game. They might be doing their permutation, among all our people that have shown their interest in the South. But to say that they're going to do it, retain it in the North, it's not going to be possible. That will kill the party. That's going to be the end of that APC. I know that for guaranteed, because the politician like, what do you call it? Tinubu, particularly, I don't want to talk about those in the southeast and south, but I know Tinubu and his empire from the southwest. They know how to play the game well too. So and they won't try it. I know that for sure. They try it, that's the end of the party. And PDP is watching them, and they're both watching each other. So any mistake by APC, we give PDP that a hedge and a roadmap.
You see, all this permutation is all well and good, and all this permutation, it fills me as a person, as a southerner, as an Oyo man. It fills me with a sense of foreboding, because all these permutations are permutating towards a northern presidency, and that we have to establish that first as a no, and then the politics cascades after that. We cannot permutate we cannot now have another 8 years
Who have you seen from the north within APC that is showing interest?
Well, there's Yahya Bello, but then El Rufai has never not been interested. The forms are still, it only needs a purchase, and then
we have to see, we have to wait for them. Yahya Bello, forget about that one. That
one's a joker.
So we have not seen. Look, let me tell you, if the North are really interested within the PDP, you'll have seen some big weight from the North jump into the race, but you don't see them. So because it's going to be very, very unfair, and they know that the danger is a big risk for them to say, okay, they want to they want to let it go to the North, or the North retain it again. No, that's going to be the end of the party. You don't see any big weight from the North jumping into the race, because I believe they already considered it to the South. But who is that person from the South that they can trust? Who is that person from the South that will not disorganize what they have on the ground? Who is that person from the South that will not probe them? Who is that person from the South that will remain loyal to the core? and will not ask questions.
You say Ajahn Lekoko. I don't see anybody within the APC probing this administration. But what is likely?
You can never trust people.
Because how can they probe when they all look? Oshibanjo, he was handing out 250 to everybody. He looted. Tinubu looted now. The bullion van and they looted together now. So how are they going to probe each other? The only concern that I feel that they have is that whoever comes in will block them from the excesses that they are already used to, and it will not be flowing as much as it could. And Nigeria is due another wave. I'm going to do a video over the next 2 days. I'm still gathering the materials. There's a real push for Nigerian gas by all of Europe, a real push. So there's another second wave of stupendous wealth coming in Nigeria's direction. And these people are positioned, all these contracts already been signed by this administration. So there's a lot still in play, and they want to be part of that piece. And they don't want somebody that will come in and then cut them off at the same. So I think that's more their fear than being probed or anything.
No, I want to agree with you that they are no one of them will probe anything. But
the only person that will probe them would be a PDP government.
Yeah, that's for sure. I agree with you on that. So they're not going to probe each other, but somebody could change, could disorganize what is on the ground. The corrupt practices can reorganize the structure within the government that will take out some people that are really benefiting, or some people that the strategic position that the Fulanis occupied in within the governmental position, most powerful governmental position in the country now. Somebody can reorganize it in such a way that they will not be in a prominent, they won't have a giant share among that all those strategic positions. So that could be their fear, and that is why I believe they're still looking at all of our southern people to see who is that person that will keep the status quo and allow their what is it? The way the status quo is structured, we let it continue like that. So that could be their fear. Who is that person? Is it Ojibajo or Tinubu or Ngige? Who is that person among them? That is the person I think they are working on. So, but to say the power will go to the north, no, it's not going to go. They're not going to do it. They know the way the politician, they understand them. They understand each other, and they know they can shoot each other. They can stab each other at the back in a matter of minutes or seconds. They know. So I don't think the power within APC, I don't see them retaining the power in the north. I think they will let it go to the south. But who is that person that will not destructure what they have now, that will not take out some Fulani out of strategic position, in Nigeria? That is their fear, I think. And they might make mistake, and that will help PDP in give a PDP an easy ride to power. But let's keep watching.
All right, thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So let's get back to Obinna, who had the floor. So Obinna, I'm not quite sure if you know where your thought still is on the topic, but back to you.
Yes.
Are you driving?
Yes, but that's fine. I'm on Bluetooth.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
Yeah. So the anyway, let's see how it plays out. I think PDP is likely to do their own convention, before the APC. The thing is that they can actually, it doesn't matter where the president comes, it doesn't matter where the chairman is from. The way that these people have done it is when the president emerges, and the chairman of the party, even the PDP, for instance, the national chairman has even said he will resign if a Northerner becomes the president. You know, that's if, of course, from the PDP side. So, and if of course, if they don't resign, they have ways of dissolving the ESCO. Like they can, the NEC controls everything, and the NEC is made up of governors, and that one is not even an issue. The issue is they are still doing the permutation, and I think APC is doing a last-minute game that they are playing. PDP, the same thing. So I don't see PDP. PDP is going to most likely going into that election with about 17 candidates on the ticket. I don't see anybody stepping down for anybody. But it's better that way. Let them go and contest. Then whoever wins, everybody will be able to support the person. You know.
Oh, all right, thank you. So let me now take you to where you just landed yourself, Obina. So you said PDP, they are doing their screening, which is right. So they screened 17 candidates, but curiously, only 15 are scaled through. 2 were disqualified. We are still to ascertain the 2 that were disqualified, but they screened everybody and asked them a lot of probing questions. Even as we speak now, I'm still trying to find out who the 2 that were disqualified were. So 17 are 15, but the 2 that were disqualified, they have the right to appeal, and they did say that everybody was qualified, but they disqualified. Everybody was credible, but they disqualified 2. So maybe on the technicality, and they will scale through on appeal. So the 2 that were disqualified, yes, but one of the people screened, Albina, I don't know if I thought it was a joke, but it looks as though it's a joke that keeps carrying on. It's Peter the Rock again, he's back, Ayodele Fayose. So one of the questions they were asking him about his policies, and he's telling us then that he will appoint a minister of stomach infrastructure if elected. So Fayose politics style, stomach infrastructure ministry. So would you like to be the minister then, Obina, of stomach infrastructure?
So the thing is, these guys, I'm not sure who they disqualified and why they disqualified them and on what basis. But what I know PDP for, not APC, because APC, they are very reckless when it comes to this kind of thing. For PDP is very careful because they know that if, let's say, they win the election, they could lose the office if the person they disqualified was on the basis, wasn't on any, like on the basis of what is not in the constitution, because it's very dicey to disqualify. Like, no, I don't think any organ, yes, they have the ability to disqualify, but it's very dicey as to, by the time it gets to the court, it might be, nullified. So it depends on what they were disqualified for, and if they agree and they are not going to court to pursue it, then PDP will be on the right track. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem in the future. Then, in terms of stomach infrastructure, I understand that Fayose, he has that has been his mantra, as governor. The throwing money at the problem and everything, and I think that's the problem I have with all these guys. That someone like Wike, for instance, yeah, someone like Wike, even Fayose. As much as they mean well for the people, but they are doing what they call misguided development. You just build infrastructure just because you feel like if you build it, people will be happy, not because there's any economic plan as to what the benefits will be like. So that's the issue we have with those kind of people. You need to, and that's why someone like Wike came and said, let's say you're calling numbers and doing this, that that there's nothing like he kind of disparaged what Obi does. You need to have a plan, especially in this kind of situation. It's not all about building bridges, building roads, building this. You need to have a plan. Okay, when you build this road, how is it going to be of economical benefit to your state and to the people who are living in your state? It's not about just build, but there has to be a plan.
They call it multiplier effect, don't they, Obina?
Yeah. Yeah, but see, you let's say you borrowed money. If you borrow money for your business, you want to the plan is that you're going to service the loan, then you're going to pay back the money. So that means you're borrowing money to do something that would yield money so that you can have money to pay back. Now, when you borrow money and build road, of what financial benefits? Yes, the infrastructure needs to be there, but what is the plan as to how are you going to get that money back? So the kind of infrastructure you're supposed to be building is a type that it's not all about government. Like, for instance, what's his name? Umahi. They said they complained about it, like where the private individuals had said, come, let us put our money, you put some, but don't spend all of it. Then we will make money from the road and pay back. But no, the man wanted to do everything by himself. Government is not in the business of doing business. Government should provide opportunities for people to do business. So that's the problem. So when government now runs the business as if they're running a capitalist government, where they are giving everybody maybe free, or they would subsidize the services, then you employ more people than is needed because it's government. So that's the problem. So you can't just be doing all that carelessly. You need to have a plan. And that's the problem we have with people like that don't have a plan and don't even recognize the importance of people like
Bina, the person that is going to set the template of how it should be done, we're hoping is going to be Soludo. So, but we're expecting him to create exactly how a state should, because the only state that seems to run somewhat at the moment is Lagos. They seem to have a plan. If it's over budgeted and it's corruption laden, it's a different thing. But they seem to have, but nobody else seems to have a. I think Kaduna State has a bit of a plan as well. But all these oil-rich states, like River State, they have no reason not to be up River or Akwa Ibom. It should be mini London.
You should just have administrators who will come in and go out without achieving anything. You need to have, and that's why there's something you cannot, as much as maybe they might not like Tinubu, but you can't fault Tinubu on creating a plan that has been sustainable in Lagos State. That's what Nigeria needs. That's the benefit that you get from a Tinubu presidency if he's given the opportunity, is a plan. Now you need, even if it's long, okay, Obi had a plan, even in Anambra State. You know what Obi did? Obi, instead of even creating his plan, he followed the Millennium Goals. He was one governor that followed the United Nations Millennium Goals. So even if you don't have your plan, carry another person's global plan and tailor it to your own state or to your country. Then have a long-term plan. Everybody agrees to this plan. Then new people come, they will follow that plan. If everybody is part of that plan, somehow the person that will take over will be among the people that sat in that meeting where people agreed on this plan. Just so that's the thing. We need to have plan. We need to have a strategy. Then, okay, from this time to this time, this is where we're going to focus on. From this time to this time, this is where we're going to focus on. We'll be focusing on this. Then this is our resources. Then this is what we'll get from here. Then when we get from here, we'll service loan. Then we're able to even service the next plan. You need to have a strategic plan. It can't just be you go here, you build road, you build bridge, you build airport. What is the benefit of the airport? You've huge resources now, but of what benefit is it? Okay, the airport was built in Anambra, for instance. As a governor, I don't think that was so necessary because there's already an airport in Enugu, which is close to Anambra. So yes, in the long run, you will have a plan for the airport, but you don't need, it's not an urgent, it's not you just want something in your name. There has to be an economic plan. Akwa Ibom also has an airport. There are a lot of airports in that eastern region now, south, southeast. Those can be leveraged. You know, you need to have a plan, long-term plan, and you have to be strategic about it. It's not throwing money. Okay, now you want to do stomach infrastructure, you give money. Tomorrow again, you give money. What about enabling these people so that you don't need to be giving them money? What about giving them the right tools that they need so that they can make their own money and sustain themselves? As a parent, you don't want to be giving your children money all the time. You want a situation where later they will fend for themselves and even help you take care of other responsibilities. That is how the plan that we should have, not always giving out money and taking that to solve the problem.
All right. Thank you, Obina. So thank you, Obina. So I'll come in and out with you, Obina, but let me go from you to Baba Akure, who are hopefully still with us. But before I go to Baba Akure, let me acknowledge Jake's super chat. It says, power go to IGBO. Other regions have failed Nigeria. So thank you, Jake, but really you should be, no, don't be using your money to super chat. You should spend your money on girls. Let the grown up do the super chatting instead. But thank you, Charlie boy. But let's go to Baba Kure or Achenishere in this instance. See if he's still with us. Baba Kure, are you there? No, I didn't think it was. So let's go on then from him to, let's go to Ajanle Koko. So let's go to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is with us. Ajanle Koko, are you there? All right, let's go to DOG. DOG, you must be there surely. Can anyone even hear? All right, brilliant. So let's go with you then, DOG, and take you to that then screening space of the APC because it intrigues somewhat. So they've all been screened, but two have been found wanting. So a lot of the usual names, of course, some names that you wonder, because it's 40 million naira a pop to buy this ticket, so it's not chicken change. So what then is people like what then are people like what's it called, Dele Momodu buying any ticket, or some guy called Cosmos Undukwe? So what are people like what is Dele Momodu doing buying any ticket? There's a pharmacist called Sam Ohabanwa. So all these people, there's even a female, Olivia Tariala. Olivia Tariala. So I might well look her up but I think the females get the half price. So PDP, they screened 17, 15 passed through. A woman amongst the people screened, Dele Mahmoudou on the list as well. So what are you then making of the screening exercise of the PDP?
Yeah, they are just screening them, and I think, like I've said once or several times, most of these guys that are buying this ticket to want to contest as the president are not really looking at the possibility, but the opportunity it could bring to them if they get into power. Because obviously, they will be, even people like Yaya Bello, I think he knows he can't win, but they are doing all this thing in case if APC gets power, most of them have a say. So if it's a logic, like I saw a lot of people commenting, like they are just using it to gather money for the party and all that. If that is the logic, that means people like that will give them more chance to have a say when they get power. So that's the way I see all this money. But my own issue with this whole money is much of the people in government at the moment, like the governors and all that, throwing all this money around. A lot of them, there is a lot of things going on in their state that is not right, and it's just even about money. And all this money could solve part of the problem. So they have the money to come and buy a ticket and do all these things, but they don't have the money to fix things while they were in power. So I don't get it. So, and for me, I just even think the money they each pay for all these things are too much. You can't expect somebody to have spent billions of naira trying to be president and get there and not want to embezzle money. And I think that's part of our problem too. And that is why most people that are even competent, sound, they probably don't have the money, or they are not that interested to that extent to even come and put that kind of cash in getting a ticket that they are not guaranteed, because we don't even have a law in that country that guides anybody. So I think there are a lot of brains in Nigeria that are smart. They probably don't have the money to fight and contest for the presidency, but they will probably
do you think a list of 17 is too much? And do you think they should have used the screening exercise to prune it? They shouldn't have more than 5 people or 7 at the most.
Even 5 is too much.
Yes.
That's what tells us that.
What's the purpose of the screening if you just let them all through?
Of course, this is what even tells us that all these guys don't have plan for us. They all have plan for themselves.
Imagine how rowdy the primaries would be. Just 17 people jostling and hustling.
You know, so some
with their
people won't
whole
even
team.
get any primary vote at all. Some will get 2, and you've paid loads of money that could have actually make sense if you put it into other things. And most of you are in government. Like yesterday, people were calling Yayade like, your state is stinking. You are going to be president. That's what I'm saying. A lot of incompetent people are vying for this position, which is even giving some people courage to even think they should come out and say they want to contest too. Because you just look at them. Wọ́n ní wọ́n pe ẹranko tó níwò, ìgbín náà yọjú.
Look at that.
So it's sad, and the money they throw around is just not really.
Sorry, woman. How do you see Dele Momodu? I somewhat like that guy. He has the brain, but I don't think they can look onto it, because that guy, I like him.
Why do you think he has the brain? Why does it?
We have the same question.
No. One man, calm down. Anytime you have someone.
I'm asking
Can't
you.
You see we ask the same question at the same time? Not like we are together.
What's led you to the thought that Dele Momodu has a brain?
One man. Why do you say this? Why do you say
it's a question now?
You said he has a brain, so why do you think that?
But when he analyzes what he wants to do, I think I can fish out some.
You too, Seth. Talk is cheap. Anybody can analyze anything for you. When they get there, they can't do shit. I'm telling you fact. All these guys will come out and analyze. And if you look at all of them, all their ideology is almost similar. And it is what we want to hear. Security, everything. The only person that is sounding so great that you can think, okay, he is putting more that of his own beat to it is Peter Obi. Everybody is saying the same thing. I'm telling you, if Babelero listen to these guys very well, he can come out and tell us exactly the same thing that we want to hear. They are all telling us what we want to hear. That's what I'm saying.
I can present you a manifesto right here. I will, if I'm elected Nigeria's president, I will diversify the economy. I will tackle insecurity by empowering the military administration. I will provide light and security so that the youth can thrive. These are just anyway. These are the
one man for president.
No, but that's the manifesto now. You know? So that's what they will all say.
And that's what people want to hear.
What else is there to say about?
Well, that doesn't mean the person has brain because he has said that.
And
that's why I supported one man the other day when we say we need to scrutinize anybody, be you or Shibanjo, be you pastor, be you anybody. We don't care. We need to scrutinize. We can't just give this to anybody because that's what we've been doing. Because this Buhari guy, that thing is just as if we gifted him that position. Honestly.
Bad market.
On a platter of gold. What?
Buhari bad market.
I'm telling you.
There is no debate. Buhari can face anybody. But what is a bad market? I don't know.
Somebody that if they even give him write-up, he will still be reading rubbish. You know, so I think we need to scrutinize anybody. It's now beyond what you are telling us because people can tell you what you want to hear. This thing is more like when you want to get a girl,
but
regardless of your plan for the girl. Yeah,
don't we need a law that anybody that wants to vie for office, he has to come out and debate? Everybody so. We should hear from them. Like what now?
That's the funny thing. Things like that can't be in the law. If you volunteer to do it, if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. But that should be the standard. But if you are talking about law, does Nigeria even follow any law? President release people that embezzled money that are in prison. He left people that are just agitating, he left them in prison. You see? Attorney General of the country, a president signed amendment constitution. He went and took a court judgment from somewhere that nobody knows. He uttered it. Nobody is saying anything. Is that where you want law to now prevail? There is no law in Nigeria. There is nothing like that. These guys are just ruling and doing whatever they want. They don't care. That is why all these military people too would treat. There is no human right, nothing. There was a video I saw. One girl was going on the bike. I don't know what group was those people. They stopped the girl because she tinted her hair and they cut her hair.
No, that was a hunters association. I saw
Imagine.
that. But their director or whoever, their commander has been arrested.
Yeah, they arrested all of them, like 3 of them. Yeah. So that's the country we are in. The country where policeman has gun, because he has the gun, he will shoot 4 shots and tell you to sit down on the floor. You must sit down on the floor, because you've heard different story of them killing people. So there is nothing working. So it's hard to see it in that manner. So you can't force anybody.
It's unbelievable though, because it was the something hunters association that actually relates that girl and then took a scissors to her head and started to chop it up.
And so that's not the first one.
They don't even have any authority under any
do.
legal framework.
The governor denied them.
Yes.
And I'm surprised.
So essentially, they are attackers. They should be jailed.
Exactly. And this happened everywhere in Nigeria.
Impunity.
People will be going with dreadlocks. You will stop them, cut their hair. Somebody that left his house with dreadlocks because somebody pierced hair is a criminal.
This is part of the Islamification agenda.
Yeah, of course.
Because if they stop you from having a funky hairstyle, then that stops, and then they'll stop the women from, because there was a girl that was assaulted, I think in Ondo, for wearing a skirt that I think it was actually a Motekun. They thought the skirt was too short, and then she was assaulted and traumatized. So they determine your hairstyle, they determine what you wear, and very soon they'll put the women into puda and turn
and
the whole of Yoruba eleha,
And that is my fear, because all of a sudden Buhari brought this guy in as the chairman of the party. All of a sudden, because things are looking tricky, he now came out and say, I don't think even if they want people to come and pay for the form and make money from the form and raise money, I don't think he has to come out and make such statement if there is not much to it. Why would you be thinking when already the guy there now is a northerner, and in the space for how many years now everybody has known he's going to the south, which is almost agreed. All of a sudden now, because everybody's coming out, you now threw it into the space again, like, oh, he's open. So I think they have more plans trying to retain the power for the north. And if you look at even in PDP, rightfully they know, because this present president is from the north, rightfully it should look for somebody that is from the south to balance the book. But they too are trying to throw it to the north. And a lot of northerners have gone on live TV to say as if they want to rule the country for years, they can rule the country for years. And that is what really annoys me. Like, how do they even have that grip on that country that much, that gives them that audacity and say things like that into the space? And I think it's tricky. And like I said earlier, as much as
what do you think their grip on the country is? What do you think their grip on the country is?
I think they've just used that those sensor to the numbers. Because for me, I understand, those are peoples, but there are age range. So why didn't it be a space where you said it's 3 million population that now categorize them into their age groups? And in the north is not even news to anybody. A 8-year-old votes in the north. And that is why most of them are even trying to go against this electoral voting process and all that, because those are the things they use. And I think as long as, if they can just cut them off on that population thing, letting them know that these are the numbers of age group that could vote, and this is their numbers, they are not more than anybody from the south, or they can have the space, the land mass, but I don't think they have that number like they think. But in their head, I think some people of them that has like 40 kids sit down in their house and think, oh, we are plenty. But those kids can't vote. They are not the voting age. So those are the things. So they use that. And obviously, they are scared to go their separate ways, and that is why people like Buhari or any Northerner would try to lock up anybody that wants to split the country, because once you split, they will suffer more. They will suffer more. And with the way they are
You know,
going,
I don't. It continues to puzzle me. You know, there's a lack of fight in the DNA of the southern space of Nigeria. There's a lack of fight, and I think these people know it. They don't outnumber us. They are not superior to us intellectually, but they continue to govern us. So why have they continued to govern us? But have they continued to? You know, Nigeria is a very complex space, because people will say, "Oh, these people have been ruling you, and they have been ruling you." But if you look at the expanse of their rulership, if you take the military out of it, how long has the North actually ruled Nigeria? If you take the military out of it,
that's done not twice.
well, you had Shagari for 4 years.
4 years, yeah.
Then they had Ahmedu Bello for what, 2 years?
2 years, okay.
And then
so
they had and then they had Yadua for 2 years.
So that's 4.
Yes. So and then they have this guy now. So for 16 years.
And oh man, do you even know, if we even look at the military regime period too, is more of the Northerners too.
No, but what I'm saying is their strength is the military, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but obviously now we are that's what I'm saying. Now that we are in democracy, if you have somebody that comes in, because there are a lot of, I just think like when they get into power, they promote their people, recruit more of their people, and the sad part is most of the people that have been coming back to rule us are people that have ruled in the military regime. So they understand that military logic. So they know how to quickly go about it and fine-tune it. And I think those are the things I blame somebody like Obasanjo for. Because if you look at now, with the way military is, I even think all these Boko Haram bandits, some of them they have military background.
Yeah,
they are not just people that just came from Niger. There are some military probably training them, proper military person training them, and they have connects with them. And this is part of why it's easy for them to even go and attack a military base, because they know the in toto, they know everything about the place. So I believe there is much more going on, which is why it's a bit tricky for me, and I'm scared when this guy now came out and say, oh, it can be go to North. The only thing that I'm just looking at, okay, who is even in the party from the North that can really even win any election anyway? But why would you say that? So that shows you the Northerners have more in plan than we see. And our own people should now wake up and come together.
GOG, he didn't say it's going to the North. He said they throw it open. So
yeah, why would they throw it open when it should be going to the North? He opened the space for the North, isn't it? That's what he did. So why is he opening the space for the North when the door should be closed on the North at this moment in time? That's my point, you see. So that is where I'm now worried about what our own people. Yeah.
DOG, I think it's the monetary aspect. They are trying to gather more money. That is my suspicion. Maybe they want to gather more money.
How many people have come out from the North? Everybody coming out to say they want to contest from the South. Even people we don't even expect.
Who is a presidential material in APC from the North?
None that I can point figure to at this present time. I don't know. I can't see anybody.
You can say El Rufai. But,
yeah, maybe El Rufai, but he is not really acting like he won the position.
Yes, but outside of El Rufai, Yahya Bello is not a candidate. What is his name? Abubakar Malami, he's not even a politician. You know, it's not it's just a political appointee.
Of
He has
course.
never run for he's never even been a
Honestly,
councillor.
I don't even think he
Mhm.
can win that gubernatorial election. He's trying to go
And
for.
that is why he doesn't want to resign. That is why he doesn't want to resign, as the law stipulates, because he wants to use his office to rig it.
Mm-hmm. You know, so these are my own problem with all this. When you come out as a party leader and say things like that, and you're from the north, and we have a northern president already, and you people have actually even put the country in a deep mess already, and you are still trying to take it back. For what? What is really the problem? Why can't you people release the power? I have several people from the north come on live TV say, oh, the north can decide to rule Nigeria forever.
Well,
What is giving,
they can't.
you
They
know,
can't.
what
You
is
know,
giving you, what is giving you that audacity and that courage to say such a thing, where you know it's not only the northerners that are in the country, there are Igbo people, there are Yoruba people, a lot of loads of other tribes, and you come out and say things like that. So that shows you the north, they just want to finish that country. They will just finish it. They don't have any plan. They just want to keep the grab on that power and do what they want. And what is they leading us to? Is leading us to nowhere. Even them, their own state, as much as they are embezzling the money, doing everything, is not even having any effect. It's not there. They don't have any other. They don't have any way that they use it to even make changes in their own states, in all the northern states. Only few states, maybe their governors, they have good roads, and that is it. Nobody is thinking in the north how to implement anything, how to generate money or make use of something and do something. They just want to keep embezzling that money, the money that is coming from other part of Nigeria. And that is why they don't want us to separate. So if you know that you are gaining from the country, when it's not your turn, accept it's not your turn. But you now come in, and that's why I want somebody that can come into that government as the president and cause their feathers. So everybody
Okay.
can, yeah.
Would you have this guy, DOG? So this is Peter Obi testing his popularity in Lagos. So let me line it up for you. So you know, we've always queried that what exactly is this guy's potency. So he's now gone to test that his potency, and it's gone to Lagos now. And so then you tell me then what you are making of the reception that he got in Lagos. So this is Peter Obi testing his popularity in Lagos. This is Peter Obi. So that was Peter Obi. And that was in Computer Village. Yeah, so it might as well be Abakaliki.
How many people can you count them? How many people are there?
Even aside from the numbers, it went to the midst of his own people.
Yes, now that's why I said it might as well be Abakaliki now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It went to the midst of his own people.
Go to Ajegunle. That's where you no man's land. Yeah.
I think I've said it once. As Peter Obi sounds bright and brilliant, he doesn't look like that president, like somebody that is solid enough to be the president of Nigeria. Maybe when I don't know.
Is it not of the new age? Is it not the foremost in terms of real politics? So let's look at the political landscape in Nigeria. So there's the traditional mainstays, Atiku, Tinubu. So those ones are dying out, and the future belongs to the younger set of people. But who stands above Obi in the new generation politician?
As of now, there is none. And that's why I said, if you remember, I said earlier, like somebody
Does
like
it
Peter
stand
Obi.
above? Does it stand above Oshibanjo, Peter Obi?
Yeah, I think so, because
I think so too.
Because Oshibanjo came into this space because he's just the vice president.
He
Not
has
like
never won an election, Oshibanjo.
Yeah, and he's apart from not like we have anything. It's just eloquent, and that is all we could really say about him. But somebody like Peter Obi, you can they don't even need
Does
to
it stand
tell
above Showore? Does Peter Obi stand above?
100%. 100%.
Does it
Even
stand above Saraki?
Oshibanjo stand above Showore.
Yeah, no, we know Showore. But does it stand above? Does it stand above Saraki?
Peter Obi?
Yes.
Yeah, I would take him over Saraki because I think Saraki has just used the hide under the umbrella of the father's name.
Yeah, no, he has built a name for himself. He's ruled Kwara State twice.
I'm not disputing that, but what got him into there and he built the name was just the name of the father.
But
we don't know who Peter Obi's father is.
Yes.
So I when it's politics, I use that a lot because it's just like the Lamadeshino family too. I know lots of politicians and I know their kids and all that. Most of them, it's only few of them that you can say, oh, this guy is a solid guy, he built himself. Most of them is just always hiding under that umbrella of their father's name to get their self.
DOG.
Yeah.
DOG, do you know that, Paul? You know that Paul hide under his father.
Aṣọ tí àwọn Dàpọ̀ àtàwọn Láàmú wọ̀ fún swearing in but that's wọ́n jẹ governor àwa lára fún wọn.
I think we are in Ibadan together that time.
Àwa lára fún wọn washing machine tàwọn kọ́ ló ń lé wọn àwa lára fún wọn.
We did that poor. They are not that poor now. Why are you showing off?
Who tell you they are not that poor? Láàmú really kò rí jájẹ.
Are you Davido? He wants to be Davido. Are you Obio?
I know what I'm saying now. Oh man. See, Felele, of course. I know that one now.
No, I'm from Felele. I'm from Felele layout.
Really? Oh, layout in Ibadan.
Yeah.
Oh, I live in Felele.
With their 504. Yeah. That one with their 504 and 2G.
DOG.
Yeah.
If you're saying Peter Obi is not a good president, who's a good president? If you say Peter Obi is not a good president,
I'm not saying Peter Obi is not a good person. I say he's a good person, but I don't think he has that what to use now. The personality to rule that country with the state it is now. Maybe if there is no security issue, everything is just normal. Like when Goodluck took over, I would say somebody like Peter Obi can make things happen. He can, but with all the security issues, there is a lot of tribal issues, a lot of religious issues.
DOG, just in that space that you are, a lot of the accolades that people give to Peter Obi, and that his competence is only workable in a civilized country or in a country that is somewhat stable, not in Nigeria now, because he has all these economic razzmatazz that we all admire, but then he has to deal with ethnicity, he has to deal with tribe and religion. They will attack him with Boko Haram, they will throw insurgents at him, they will kill him and invite him to, not him, but they will kill and invite him to come and solve it. They will. Does he have all of that?
No.
On top of the economic
jams? And I think that's where most people don't understand sometimes when I lean towards Tinubu a bit, because you factor all these things in and look at how far the North has dealt with us. Who else can come there and can have a say, put his feet to the ground and do what he wants to do, regardless of whoever you are, who won't care? I think people like Peter Obi or Shibanjo will still even if as president, they will still be bending and carrying back for some people.
But dude, you can, the past president have felt it. Why are Nigerians in America? Why are Nigerians all around the world? You see, that's where you ask yourself. The past president, the way we try have not worked. It have failed us. So we must try a new way. I'm saying we must try a new way of things.
Yeah, everybody, that's just the key to it. You must, if you are doing something the same way and it's not working, you have to try something new. But like I said earlier, with what is happening in that country right now, honestly, Peter Obi can come out. How can you even implement things where there is insecurity? Where Boko Haram will go and blow things?
Do you think Nigeria is not ready for a Peter Obi? Because we still need a crossover between a civilized person and an IGBO. We need a lunatic, but with a brain. But Peter Obi has a brain, but it's not a lunatic. But we need a lunatic with a brain.
It needs like a plus a wiki in him.
Yes, it needs a wiki. If you mix the two of them together, I'm voting immediately. You know,
and you see, I even think the problem now is we don't have somebody like that. I think if we have somebody like that, the name is quite in the space. People know this person has a brain and he has that kind of.
We have it in Tinubu, but it's a busted flush. It's too debilitated.
Yeah, everybody. Then people, all these issues people have with him about Lagos and all that is affecting, because that's the only thing that is affecting that man. But if you look at all of them and the state that country is right now and trying to get ourselves, get these guys off our back, the Fulanis off our back, I think he's the only person. And it's just glaring how things are running in the party that they are scared of him. So why are you scared of somebody that gets you people there? Somebody that has never complained for one thing you've been doing wrong is just kept quiet and looking at coming in there. And I'm sure it can't be, like you said, it can't be like they are worried because it's probably going to probe them or sue them. He won't do that. Somebody like Tinubu won't do that. But they are just scared of what he can do, how he can cut them off, all of them off. How he can reduce that strength of the not thinking.
If Tinubu is the president of Nigeria, Nigeria will never ever have a Fulani problem again, ever.
It's not possible, you see. But most people don't think that far and factor those things in.
And the Fulani lives, it will be better. Their lives, it will just give them,
money.
It will just civilize them now. It will give them industry, teach them better ways to do things.
Exactly.
All this rolling around with cows. Look, put the cows here.
One man, can I interject for a sec? Can I interject for a sec? One man, you see, all these people that is declaring left, right, and center. It's amazing, the way they are declaring at this crucial time. It will shock you. Anybody can be the president. Even you, one man, you can be the president of Nigeria if they want. You know that. Even a dummy. The last one we had was
let me land.
I say even a dummy. I'm not saying you are a dummy.
Oh no.
Let me land. The last one we had was a professor. He has a PhD. Yes, good luck, Jonathan. He's a doctor. He has a doctorate. This one he has a NEPA B. He doesn't have anything.
NEPA B.
So at the end of the day, Buhari will have his favorite. Now you just said it, which all of us know. They are throwing it open now because they have a plan, a game plan.
Thank you.
They are still,
I don't say like they just want to raise money.
At the end of the day, because like I always say in this show, the electorate only have 30% on that voting day, while the other 70% is from the north and the elites. And that 70% is the one that brings the person to power. So it's going to be a shocker. So fingers crossed. Thank you.
All right. Yes, it's going to be the most intriguing part of this. Even as close as we are to it, it's still unpredictable, and every day a new dynamic.
That's what I was going to say. That tomorrow we will wake up to another story that is now fine-tuning and making everything interwoven again.
Yes, for the length of time we have been doing these things, we should be in a position by now where we should be able to say this is likely and this is never going to happen. But you cannot say this is never going to happen You know, the one you can
because
say
these guys
Daily
themselves,
Momodu is not going to be president
these
of
guys
Fayose,
themselves, they
but
don't even understand what they are doing themselves. That's why. And there's a lot of selfish and personal interest. Because if they are running it like they should be running it, all of them should have a direction by now. Like PDP now, you
what do you
can't
think
tell
we're
me
witnessing? Is it clever politics that we're seeing, or desperate politics in Nigeria? Is it clever politics that?
it's desperate politics, and it can actually lead us to nowhere. And that is where I think some people looking at the angle like, oh, the election might not hold. Because let's look it from this angle. Let's say somebody like Bola Tinubu does not get the ticket. He probably will take his people off. I even read somewhere, I don't know how true it is, that PDP is asking Tinubu to come and
GOG, APC was scattered.
exactly.
If he didn't get
So what is left? And I even say if one place, maybe PDP is asking Tinubu to come and get tickets from PDP or something.
No, it was actually Bala Mohammed that said that. He said if Tinubu had been in PDP, that they would have just given him the ticket. But then, of course, it's easy to say that because Tinubu is not in
course,
PDP. So
it's just like you are using it to eat a dig at people other side, you know. Mm-hmm. So it's the whole thing is not as much as even as we try to permutate and find a balance to it. By the time you put it you place it somewhere. By the time you wake up, you come with another news that will just make everything entangled again, and we start trying to figure things out again and start permutating again. So for me, I think there is more, and I think why the both parties are even struggling is still even because of the northerners. Because let it go to the north. Because let's say PDP is not looking at if Atiku was not in the space now, if he doesn't have a chance to say as a northerner he can contest, it's just the southern people. I think they would have probably agree on somebody. They probably have done their convention and primaries already, and same goes to APC too, because the present government are from the north. They are Fulani, and they've done a lot of rubbish in that government, and they've put all the Fulanis in position. Everybody is selfish. People like Malami, everything. That is what is actually even affecting APC as a party itself. And I don't see anybody to blame. I blame people like Tinubu, because at the time these guys start running the government, they were happy sitting where they were sitting. The money are coming in. They are not playing that party politics how they should be playing it. They ignored everything. They are in power now, and he believes they have gentleman agreement. So it's just leaving the guy to do what he wants to do. But obviously, Awolowo said it. African leaders, once they get power, they don't want to live there again. So if Buhari is going to leave, he probably wants to put somebody he wants there, or he wants a northerner to still be there. And that's the same thing. I think that is what is destabilizing. Is the north that is destabilizing both parties as at present. Because as of now, there is nothing that say, okay, we have 3 candidates that's going into the primaries already. For 8 years, PDP want to tell me they didn't figure all this out already, and you want to win election. You don't win election like that from a present power. You can't go as a non-ruling party to take power without plans. So that means you don't even have a plan. So how would you come up with a plan in the space of 6 months if you are still all dragging between yourself at this point in time? That's why I see this power still going back to APC. But who is going to get the ticket?
We'll see. A lot of the candidates will determine it. But I want to hear from Igbo. Igbo, are you there? Because this news that we are making great currency out of, this Adamo thing that they've not zoned the ticket to any part of the country, is it making the news in Lagos? Igbo, are you there? Okay, we don't have Igbo. After all that build up, this guy. I think he's driving. To be fair to him, so no.
One more, can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
GOG. That is what I said earlier. Don't you think that we should be having a consensus in the south, in the whole south now, so that we can fight this northerner oligarch? Because if Tinubu is there doing his thing, Oshibajo is there doing his thing, Amechi is doing his thing, everyone is doing their thing.
Because everybody is
Government is
desperate, like
scattered.
one man said, do we have desperate politicians? They are all desperate. That is why they can't agree on one thing. And obviously, the Northern agenda too is playing a part in both parties. So it's hard for them to land and agree on one thing. Like now, if there is no Northern agenda and they can quickly go to consensus or go to primaries or do whatever they want to do, maybe they will all come together. They are still in the same party. Okay, you get the ticket now. We will support you. Let's start this. Let's start that. But they keep postponing. That things are not going well. You understand? So that is how I see it. I think there's a Northern agenda. Then people too everybody's desperate. Most of the people is desperation. Even people like somebody like Oshiban Joseph is desperation. He has just looked at it and think, this is an opportunity for me. If I leave this position now, there is no chance I'll probably have this opportunity anymore. That is why, and he has some people pushing him. And I think somebody like Obasanjo is part of the people pushing Oshibanjo. Because they are
who do you think Obasanjo is for? Who do you think is for?
Oshibanjo, of course.
Really?
They've been having some seminars, all those things. Yeah?
Both of them are from Ogun State.
That's what I'm saying. And recently,
but Obasanjo traditionally hates people from Ogun State now. He didn't back Awolowo.
But the man is old now. Obasanjo is thinking differently now. He's not the same Obasanjo anymore. The way he thinks now is different. And that's why I said I think it's about age. When people start thinking correctly, it's not about how long they've ruled or how long they've been in power. They get to a certain age. I think Obasanjo is in that age now that he's just trying to do things right. And even before Sibanjo declared, they have been seeing them together in seminars and all that. Everybody's laughing. They are doing. So when it came out, I think those are the people that will say, don't worry, go. Be Bola, ne? Ticket, you see.
Did you see Lagos Ogun State governor endorsing Oshibajo?
He doesn't have a choice.
No, but he doesn't have son of the soil now.
Son of the soil now.
That's his governor now. That's his governor.
I mean, what else can he do?
It's just like he didn't see, like I was saying yesterday, he didn't see what Sanwo-Olu said to Amechi. The Amechi was just looking the ground. He was just looking at the floor all through. When Sanwo-Olu started talking, you already know Sanwo-Olu support. So who has the support for Tinubu? He commended him. It's a good thing you are going but our support is for Tinubu. It's normal.
DOG, I don't even know who advised Amishi
that
to
guy.
Go
Yeah, he's a very wrong move.
Do you think he was wrong? He had no choice now. Did he have a choice?
That's a dumb movement. very funny movement.
Honestly, one man.
Okay, so sorry, DOG. But this really to Ejiro, if he's campaigning to be president and is going round to canvass for delegates, and Lagos have a large number of delegates, he knows that they are for Tinubu, but surely he must go there. Even Oshibanjo, at some point, we have to go to Lagos.
You know why I said so. One man, let me quickly say this. Let me put this out. The reason I said so was because look at what is transpiring in Lagos now. The fight already. They're already calling somebody Judas, right? Lagos space is already toxic. And that same person is your vice president. Two of you are in Aso Rock there. You know, you should have allowed the dust to settle down first. You just quickly ran to Lagos. Obviously, this the man, the puppet in Lagos is not going to support you. When one Judas has already hit the Baba,
No be saying one show saying get hurt. One show say get hurt now. Is that not part of it? I think that's part
one
of
chance.
You can do a wrong show off.
Wrong chance. One chance in Lagos. That's where he entered.
All right.
I felt for him though.
No,
because the way he was looking.
He always has a sheepish look, doesn't he?
He was looking morose.
Yes. All right. Let me put this to Ejiro just to bring him into the conversation. Pressure mounts on Okorocha, Umahi, others to drop their ambition for Nwa Juiba. So this Nwajuiba is a name that is new to a lot of people. Chukwuemeka Nwajuiba. He's the Minister of State for Education. And the reason why people are clamoring for people to drop ambitions for him is because he's the first from the Southeast to purchase the APC presidential interest form and whatever forms. So he's the first to sign his 1 million naira check. So what are you making of this new guy that's come onto the scene that they're asking senior politicians to drop their ambition for?
How many million naira check you said, one man? How many million you just said, man?
No, he was the one. You know the APC ticket now is a 100 million naira.
Yeah, so, now you corrected yourself. That's why I was laughing. You said 1 million naira.
No. Well, if only was what we will all buy it now. Yeah, say okay, I want to be president. Yeah.
Actually, that name for me doesn't ring a bell. I don't really know that man. When I saw the news, I was just asking myself, this man safe. So Nigeria's story is very funny. If they are saying that they should hit the space for that man, what pedigree has he? Like, is that guy really fit for purpose? Because just like the way I don't know him, I bet many of us in this platform don't even know the guy. So
I didn't know he existed as a human being until today.
What is his body work? Like I always say in this platform, right? The time to redefine our relationship and coexistence is now. No region has monopoly of rulership. I've said this over and over before. Rulership over other regions. If you cannot trust the Southeast with power to rule Nigeria, then there is no reason. There is no reason to refuse them exit from Nigeria. Even what's his name again? Adebanjo. Ayo Adebanjo said it. He said it that if we are to follow through equity, justice, and fairness, we should hit that space for them. But for you, one man, you always say here that power is not given.
Yeah, but which of those arguments do you accept? Which of those arguments do you accept? That
I accept your argument. Yes. Actually, I accept your own argument. Power is not given, yeah. But at this time, considering what is happening, I would want to hit to Adebanjo's.
But what one man says power is not given to is like when we talk about the Easterners getting the ticket and being the president. You can't just be doing kwe up and down like Amechi and believe you will just get to that position as president when you have gorillas and chimpanzees, Fulanis holding grip of the power, and you have the Southwest people with the strength and everything they've got to battle the ground. You can't just sit down. That's why one man always say that. But Papa Adebanjo is saying in a normal sense of it, and those are the people that has value. They have value. They know the right thing. All these guys there, they are useless. It's just about themselves and their family and their friend and what they want to get from the space. They don't care about nobody. They don't care about anybody.
But DOG, what Joe just said, I think the truth what you just said. But he said what you said is the truth. Where you make up. If you're saying the Niger Delta and Eastern which should be in Nigeria, if you don't get president, then why should be in Nigeria? You make a good point. You just make a good point. Nigeria must figure out the truth. Do you want this people to say or not? You must choose. Do you want the East and the Delta region to say Nigeria or not? You must choose now. You must choose.
You see the problem. You see the problem of the East, Jake, Charles. Charles, you see the problem of the East. Problem of the East is when they trade to the South, and with the South there is Southwest, those and which are the people who have major strength in the political arena of Nigeria. By the time you mention Tinubu, Oshibanjo, and if you mention how many people's name you want to mention in the East, like the guy that we keep mentioning his name on this platform, Peter Obi, is because we know he has the brain. That's why we keep mentioning his name. If not, no way we'll be talking about Peter Obisef.
But
You
you get where
understand?
I'm
So
coming from.
that's why I said this is an opportunity for them to get themselves into the space and keep up with that pace. Because this is what the Igbos they've not been doing this before. They just sit down and let the North and Southwest dictate for them. Now they are coming into this trying to fight for it, which is what one man is always saying. You can't
No,
just
but
sit down.
I sorry, D. I think they are really learning fast and moving swift because what you are hearing and you see it playing out in public as well. The Southeast are now trying to coalesce under one voice, so they are having all this series of meetings with all of the important players in that space. That we have to speak with one single voice to this space because this space does not want to hear a multiplicity of voices from the Southeast. So they're having all these meetings, even inviting outsiders into their meeting. We saw Pa Debanjo at one. So these are the sort of things that we've been talking about for a long time, that they cannot be ethnic in politics, but national in want, you know? So, but is it sufficient for 2023 is the question. Are
No.
they because we'll see.
I don't see it happening. That's why I said they can use it as the stepping stone to put themselves in that space and tap into the advantage of it and have that grip going forward. So at least when it comes, they will know, okay, these guys are not joking. But so far so good in the politics of Nigeria until now. The Igbos have just been a joke, honestly. I'm sorry to say.
Oh man.
I don't mean it as an insult, if you get what I'm trying to say. They
I
don't play
wouldn't
that
go as far
part.
as to say a joke, but I think there's always been a distrust. I think there's
It's
a
not
distrust.
I
Yeah,
don't even think it's about I just think it's the way they play politics.
right.
It's the way they play politics. They don't understand it, the totality of it. You can't just sit down and say, "Oh, we did this. We are in PDP party, or we are in APC. Okay, you make them win election." You have to come into the space. You must dabaru everywhere, scatter
But
everything at some
but
point.
but the
Let them know you have your own strength too. But people don't look at them like I don't know. And it's the way you play politics. Some people don't leave their house, they get millions of phone calls sitting down in their house from top people because of how they play politics. But some people will go to meeting, go to this, nobody called them. It is the envelope they share in meeting, the pocket. But some people don't even go to those meetings and they are the one controlling the party. So it's how you play your politics.
yeah, but
And
you
they
know
are learning, like you said. I think they've actually make a giant step in this particular 2023, but I don't see them having the chance. But this is they should use this as a starting point to going forward. Honestly, I don't mind having an Igbo president. I don't even mind having an Hausa president. But with what Buhari has done right now, and it looks like there is a Fulani agenda, that is why I don't want a northerner.
You
We
know,
just want somebody
it would be great to have an Igbo president just to end all this noise making once and for all. Okay, just have
exactly.
it for 8 years. Then we know that everybody has had it. So nobody can claim, then we can all come together and say, okay, now everybody, we've had a go.
It's now there's not a
No,
balance to
no,
it.
just to shut that narrative down. I'm happy to have an Igbo president. Just to just
You
this
know,
endless belly aching.
you know,
All over the place.
which
You
is
know.
if we are talking about the morality, but if we want to face the reality presently, the way the political space is, there is no. I don't see a chance. Maybe they might get a VP position, but you can't see them getting there right now in 2023. If it's only if we want to start deceiving ourselves. And which is why I keep saying they should just keep it up like that. Because if they don't want to go back and now relax after the election, you must now put yourself in that position. Let them know you have value. Let them see your value. Let them see what you can do. Let them see what you can come together as one. You see, that is
but
when, I think the space will open. If we are in a very civilized world where things are working, obviously I won't be saying Igbos can't get there in 2023. But if we face the reality of the country that we
No,
are talking
but they can't, can they? So,
But
you
on
know.
the issue of this trust, it goes the other way around. You know what I'm saying? It goes the way the Igbos and the Delta don't trust the North and Yorubas. It goes the other
It
way around.
doesn't matter.
Do you know why
No,
I
you
say
see,
that?
that is the problem.
Oh, God.
It goes the other way
You see,
around.
you people look at it as if it's Yoruba. The Yorubas don't go to the Hausas in the name of, because we are Yorubas, we want to come to you as the Hausas because you people. They are just playing politics. But you people, the Igbos, look at the political space. But now I think it's changing with the way them Peter Obi, they've mingled with all these guys. So I think they've learned some things too. And that is why they are. Siamechina is getting Emir. The Emir is giving him chieftaincy title and all that. That is how to. That is what they are talking about. That is how to play the politics. But if you sit down in the East and you think, those Yoruba
The
people,
sort of politics that we want from the East is that Peter Obi sort of politics.
Exactly.
So we don't want. You can keep your Hopus or Dema. You can keep. If let him not. Anywhere outside the East. We don't want him anywhere outside. Keep him there. Hopus or Dema. This sort of Dave Umahi or keep all of those. But we'll have Peter Obi. Keep Rotimi Amechi. So
exactly.
if you can make your politics around the sort of politics of Peter Obi, then that is the sort of politics that we can relate with, not the thing that you do.
Which is and what you are laughing. What woman just said now is why most people are now looking as if they are segregating the Igbos, because that is why people are not trusting them, thinking these ones you can't trust them. You don't know what they will do with the way they talk and reason.
But we have seen what Yoruba have done in presidency. If you think Yoruba, why hasn't Yoruba fixed the Niger Delta with pollution going on? Why hasn't it fixed that? See, that's the issue. That's the choice happening. If you think Yoruba, why hasn't Yoruba fixed the Niger Delta with pollution is going on?
Which part of Yoruba land is Buhari from?
Who, Buhari?
Yes, which part of Yoruba land is he from?
Buhari is from the small village in the north.
Right. So why are you asking the Yorubas to fix the Niger Delta?
I'm saying, if you want Yoruba, for 2 years, why are the Yoruba people?
What of all of the people? The president is a Fulani man. The Niger Delta, they get more money than anybody from oil derivatives. So why are the Yorubas the ones having to fix Niger Delta?
Do you know why? Because Niger Delta, where the Niger Delta, Nigeria will not be an economy.
But why is it a Yoruba problem?
Because Niger Delta provides the economy of Nigeria. That's a fact.
Yes, we know that. But why do the Yorubas have to fix it?
Because we provide oil for you guys.
As you do for the rest of the country.
Yes. So that's why I'm saying the North and West should fix the pollution.
Yes, the North or the president really, or the Nigerian state, more to it, but not the Yorubas. It's nothing to do with the Yorubas, and by the way, the Niger Delta, they could fix that by themselves. They could tax the oil companies and fix it by themselves. They should go to law, and have the oil companies fix it. But no, I disagree with what is going on in the Niger Delta. We lost Ken Saro-Wiwa to that space. I don't know. Well, you would not know who Ken Saro-Wiwa is, Jake. No, you wouldn't know.
Oh, I don't know.
It was an important Nigerian, a scholar and an author, who is from the Creeks, a very pacifistic man, a man of poetry. But
that's
he couldn't
another story, man.
And then they just butchered him, because he said, clean up my land now. You are taking so much from me, from it, and they just butchered him.
What happened to oil gone Nigeria? What Nigeria do next? You haven't
that would be the biggest blessing that Nigeria would ever get if that oil disappears. If the world goes off oil, then we suffer it and then come out on the other side. Everybody goes. Is that oil not a cause?
It's a cause.
Absolutely, it is. It's supposed to be a blessing, but in disguise, now it's a cause to us.
Honestly,
the Nigerian citizen has not felt the impact of that oil. But they have felt the disaster of it because they are killing people to control the oil, but the people have not enjoyed anything from that oil. It's just
it's crazy.
Yes, it's a
And it's
real blow.
actually totally distract them from other resources. They are not even just using their brain. They are just taking the crude oil, selling it, getting the money, selling it, getting the money. And when this oil have not been discovered, and that is why I think all these guys don't have any plan for the country. They just want to come there for their selfish interest, and that is why most of them are all desperate for that position and make the money they can make, get loans they can get, and embezzle them. Because you look at the days of the Maulawo, cocoa money alone did a lot. Just cocoa. Not to not talk of now that the world it's been so globalized that there are several things we could tap into, and we have everything ready there in abundance. But no, they focus on crude oil. This crude oil itself, you have refinery that is not functioning. You now have to still we have problem, honestly.
Yeah, how is that even a possibility? Nigeria is the top 7 or all. You know, Nigeria is listed in the. If you go to the United Nations building, I think in New York, wherever, Nigeria is listed as one of the top 5-7 oil producing in the world, right in chiseled or marble letterings, and that's been the case for what 40 years, and you still cannot refine the oil. How is that possible? How is it possible?
One man, you see the reason why Fayose said we cannot continue like this. I know you don't want to hear that.
No, we cannot continue like this, but Fayose is not the solution, unfortunately. You know. Yeah.
He's a yam head, isn't it? That's what you want to say.
No, I do like the guy. If Fayose was if he was a musician, he would probably be somebody, because I like his funky style, whatnot. But he's not a politician. No, he's not a president. He's not.
So how are we going to reset? How are we going to reset Nigeria, one man? Because he is saying we cannot continue like this. You agree with him, but you say Fayose is not the man for the job. So how are we going to reset? Because we have to reset. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on. No.
We have to reset Nigeria for Nigeria to hit the ground working again. So we saying every 4 years, let's go back to the poll. The poll is not going to help us, because number one, that restructuring, they don't want to talk about it, and that's the biggest problem. The South say they want to talk about it. The Southwest say they want to talk about it. The Southeast want to talk about it. Middle Belt want to talk about it. But the North are saying no. So it will be very difficult for us to forge ahead. You know, that's our major problem, that constitution. And without pulling down that constitution, we cannot restructure the country. And if you don't restructure, even Fayose said it in one of his interviews. He said, if he ever becomes the president, I'm going to quote him verbatim now. He said, if he ever becomes the president of Nigeria, he gets there and is unable to push reform, to push laws, like to make laws, or to push any of policy. If the Senate, the red chamber, is frustrating him, he's going to resign, because he needs the numbers in the red chamber, in the Senate, to push those policy, those reforms. Veto power will not really be enough, because the veto power, like we all know, is just 90 days. It's a temporary kind of power, you know. So Nigeria needs to be reset. For us to reset Nigeria, we have to go back to the table, talk about that constitution, because the military said, we the people of Nigeria. There's no people there. They did not consult anybody. They did not consult the Southwest, the South, or the Southeast before throwing out that constitution to us, to our face. So we have to talk about it. We have to fix that constitution so that we can get strong institution, because without those institutions, Nigeria is doomed. No country works perfectly without good institution. And that constitution has spoiled all our institutions. So the big question here is, who is going to help us reset Nigeria?
You see, what I think we need, I think the Constitution is a red herring. A lot of people go to the Constitution that, oh, the Constitution is, I think that's a red herring. I think, you know, Nigeria is not a country. It's an amalgamation of ethnic nations. That is what Nigeria is. It is not a country. Because in most countries that have worked, you always find a commonality of culture and really language as well. There's always a predominant language and a predominant culture as well. In instances, you see what is going on in the Ukraine now when they've tried to form a country out of ethnic subgroups. So it doesn't work. For it to, it's an amalgamation of ethnic nations. So if we acknowledge that we're not really a country, but we want to be a country, then Nigeria can only work as a confederation. It's about restructuring. This is it. It's about restructuring and having, sub-ethnic nations within a greater Nigerian space and devolving of power. All of that, not really some constitution that are, what is it called? Abdul Salam or something. Where's Abdul Salam who wrote you a constitution? Yeah, it's a reconfiguration. It's an acknowledgement that Nigeria is well, we can say it's a country, but it's an amalgamation of ethnic nations. And to acknowledge those ethnicities, you have to vest power in them, their locality, so that they can, through their practice, evolve their own at their own pace, but then paying some sort of a subsidy or loyalty or royalty to the central space. So Nigeria, man, it's just the best thing is just to break it up, really, if everybody's being honest,
Yeah, we have to gradually wind Nigeria down. It's time to gradually wind, because believe it or not, Nigeria is not going to last in the next 20 years. 20 years is even far. 2 decades from now, it's even far. Let's just say 10 years. Because people are not happy. People are not happy. Everybody wants to go their separate ways. Yoruba nation now is saying their own. Biafra is saying their own. The Midwest are saying their own. So we just have to. The tension is too much. The house is tense,
and this tension will not go away if you restructure. I mean, if you write a brand new constitution, because the constitution is always going to be weighted with bias, because there's vested interest just all over the Nigerian space. You will never get a constitution in Nigeria in its present being that will ever be in favor of the people, because that constitution will allow people to have weight to carry the power. And the power is everything in Nigeria. What Nigeria has to do, if they mean business, which we all know they don't, what Nigeria has to do is to restructure. It's as simple as that. Go back to the template that started us off. Maybe if we don't want to go to the 3 regions as we had them, then we've already had so many confabs, and there are ethnic nations that just by virtue of language and culture, and geographical location as well, they form quite nicely into an ethnic grouping. So if you can have those groupings and then agree that those groupings are then part of a greater Nigeria, so that maybe they can even change the name of the country to a greater Nigeria to move it away from this mess that we're in. But if you carry on to say who has the biggest guns, who can kill the most, who can intimidate, because it's a politics of intimidation that we play in Nigeria now. It's bullying stuff now. It's guns and roses. It's blood for money. This is what we play in Nigeria. So it's all bullshit. Sorry, did I go on a rant? Sorry. Oh, yeah, all right. So there it is. I think I've lost everyone. But okay, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat then. I think all the voices are gone. Can anybody hear me? So Alexander super chat to say, he says Shore can and would never be let me read it from here. Shore can and would never be the president of Nigeria. So Shore cannot, I think he missed out the T there. So Shore cannot and would never be the president of Nigeria. So yes, there's absolutely no chance on earth of that ever being the case. So can anyone hear me? I can't hear anyone. Am I offline?
I can hear you. I can.
All right. So every voice just went silent, and oh yeah, no, you don't stop pinching that child now, D. Are you pinching?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you? Look at this guy. Did you take her sweets? Look at this guy. You are stealing from babies. Look at this guy, a lunatic, man.
She just woke up for a milk.
Oh, all right. Okay. So is that yes? Do you change the nappy automatically, or you just check it for wetness and see if it's still?
I just changed it.
Oh, all right. Well
Just
done.
change it.
Do you do the pull-up ones or the strap-on ones?
The strap-on ones.
Oh, yes. Look at this guy. This is it. All right. Thank you, dude. So let me go on from you, D. Let's go to who are we going to? We have Obina back. I'm not sure if Obina is now parked and
maybe it's back. It's back. Yeah.
It was jostling between driving and trying to accommodate us. Are you still driving, Obina?
Yes, sir, but I'm back now.
Are you on a long stretch? Are you going interstate?
Yeah.
Wait, are you UK, aren't you?
No, in US.
Oh, right. Oh, I was going to say you sound so British in your tonality. Yeah, somewhat. There's a reservedness to the way the English speak. Huh?
Yes, I colonized Nigeria.
No, but you have there's a. It's not an accent thing. It's a tonality thing. So there's somewhat a reservedness.
My accent is very strong.
Yeah.
If my Nigerian accent is strong, they complain about it.
You know, did you have to make I got fed up with having to repeat myself, so I just had to, be a bit more RP in the way that, and then I couldn't speak any other way anymore. I never really had a thick set accent, but then when I spoke, they were saying, "Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit deaf in one ear, and that is Oyibo people for you. Rather than to tell you that, what nonsense are you saying? So I'm a bit deaf in one ear. No, you're not deaf in one ear now.
If they want to hear you, don't mind them. If they want to hear you, they will hear you. If they need something from you, they will make moves to understand you, because they understand the Chinese, they understand the Indians.
Yeah, they want to pronounce that you are foreign is what they want to do. That no, you come here and try to be speaking English.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Good evening, bro. It's been a long time. I've not seen your face, bro. I'm just coming in now. God bless you.
Same to you.
Yeah, I you see what you just said about this donation is this. I say when I went to Yugoslavia 1992/93.
Wow.
One of us, some of our people, I was a participant in Umprofora.
DOG wasn't even born then, but carry on.
When was this?
1982 or something.
Make it.
1992. No, 1992/93. It's a when there was
one man. Sorry, Vin. One man.
Yeah.
One man. Can you guess my age? You have my
I don't want to. I always find it quite rude to. Yeah, so I'm not going to do that. But I carry on. Yeah.
It's a one man to support what you are saying. When we went there, the British guys, they were there as member contingents, participants in that United Nations Peace Protection Force in Yugoslavia. Most of our people, that doesn't know, judging from where, most of our and how we were recruited and so on and so forth into the Nigerian army. They went to take because the UK was into logistics. They were in charge of logistics in Yugoslavia as at that time. So some of our people went there. Oh man, good afternoon. I want to take fuel. Fuel. Then the British man said, "What do you mean? Please, can you just tell me exactly what you are looking for? Do you mean fuel?" You see,
there are certain words. For me, I don't know for everyone else, but this may well be the experience with some people as well. You know the word that I struggle with still. It's not a really word. I'll spell it for you, and then you tell me how you would pronounce it. CRISPS. How do you pronounce that? CRISPS.
Crips.
Yes, you see, it's the PS at the end that always trips my tongue. I just don't bother pronouncing that word.
It's just like when you are pronouncing Ricks,
Yes.
RISKS, Ricks. It's
It's a crisp, crisp. It is
yeah.
crisp. It is crisp. Can I have some crisp? But I want because I'm such an OCD sort of a person. I want to ensure that S, because in language there are sorry, I'm digressing. In language there are words that they call consonant clusters. So you have consonant, consonant, and then vowel. So you usually lead with the first consonant to roll into like Leicester Square. People will come into this country and be saying Leicester Square. It's Leicester Square now. But I don't know why they don't spell it Leicester Square so people can pronounce it. But then the British, of course, you know how they like to feel superior to anyway.
They will pronounce it Leicester.
This is going back years and years and years ago before when I was still a guy about town. I was dating this Canadian girl, and then we went to Leicester Square, and she was arguing with me that it's Leicester Square. I said, look here, I just told you what the place is called. It's Leicester Square. Don't do that now. I just told you. But he got into a thing. He had to storm out of a restaurant. But this is the thing. It's not our language. I want to say the Englishman that
do you know one guy made that make that mistake in there was this football match between Leicester City and some people. Then he said Leicester.
Is it a Nigerian commentator?
It's like a pundit. I don't know where he was from. Then he went like Leicester, and I'm thinking, it's Leicester. Leicester Square. Leicester versus Liverpool game. I'm thinking, what's this guy saying?
So from the villages.
A lot of people say that, and it's funny. And when you get people saying that, it's when they talk about Leicester Square. Most times.
My brother. You see, one thing when that guy said fuel, in fact, the British man did not even understood what he meant. He was asking him, "Can you please come again? What did you say?" He said, "Fuel." He said, "Do you really mean fuel?" You see, so all of us were just laughing. He said, "Yes, that is how they speak in England. That is fuel, not fuel."
And the other thing, the English, they are at their most English when they are abroad. Do you see? Because they know that people, they admire the British accent and somewhat intimidated by it as well, especially Americans. An American, when they hear a British accent, they automatically confer superiority on you because they just automatically feel you are better than them just by virtue of speaking with a British tonality. So when the British go to America, they over-enunciate the accent in order to intimidate the Americans. So these are the tricks they play, but there it is, right there. Alexander Gomez will tell you when he went to Britain, when he first got to America, and this was chancing them with their British accent. But there it is, right there. Let's get back to this is what we do. We digress, and then but then the chatting sometimes even more fun than all this endless food and fearing that we do on these platforms. So I
think we get tired of it. That's why we digress.
Yes, the fear of Fulani is the beginning of wisdom. This is it. This is the narrative in Nigeria now. So let's take this to Obina, and then we take the next one to world peace. Let's take this to Obina. Ex-Senate President Ken Nnamani declares for president. So he has his 100 million to the ready, but is he of any? Because I'm aware loosely that he was a former Senate president, but is he of any standing in the East or by extension Nigerian politics? I know it's a name, but is he a name enough to be buying nomination forms? Not that I can afford it or not, But is it just, you know, I'm here too? Is it just doing I'm here too?
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling, because so as much as yes, they have the right to aspire to any position of their choice. They have the right, they have the will, and he has occupied the number 3 position. So it's only natural that he would want to, you know, occupy a higher position. So, but the thing is, I think that most of these guys are I'm here too, and people that in that category of I'm here too, him, Ngige as well. Maybe Ngige is coming because Obi is coming, because he has once compared himself as governor when Tinubu was governor. But you can't talk here. Not number one. Tinubu was governor between 1999 and 2007. You were governor between 2003, and since then he has not been able to, you know, return to government house. So they keep on comparing themselves that because they were this at this time they are the same. No, the effects that you had on people's lives are different. So the people like Peter Obi, they were still governors in his class in the same level, but he has a different effect than any other person. You know, so you can't compare. You can't be because this person is running, you're running. When you were in that position, how did you affect people's lives? What were you? How did people know you? What did they know you for? You know, that it's not just coming out. I was this. What did you do when you were in that position? What are you going to sell now that you did? You know, so that's the problem. All of them are just coming out. Everybody is coming out. It's just a free for all. And APC will just be harvesting the proceeds. They will just be harvesting the proceeds, 100 million. Anyone that comes out, welcome, they will cut the money. But at the end of the day, it's only one person they will choose. I don't understand why these people can't come together and just decide on somebody rather than just, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. And this is what complain about is that, you know, everybody will come out. They're not ready to, you know, yield to anybody. You know that this person is at advantage.
I know been at the screening exercise in the PDP. They screened 17, let through 15. They said 2 not really were disqualified. They were not qualified. They said they didn't meet the requirement, is more the exact words. But what was the purpose of the screening exercise then? Because I would say a field of 15 for a presidential ticket is just too large. They shouldn't, at the end of that exercise, there shouldn't be more than 3 people. I would like to. What was the purpose of the screening when they just pretty much gave everybody a pass?
Yeah, so the purpose of the screening is really not to trim down the number of people who contest. No, the purpose of screening is mostly to look at the documents and everything. Like a lot of things come into play. I think security, some like now. I don't know if APC is trying to incorporate drug tests, but there are a lot of things coming that they are supposed to. So what the parties are supposed to do is to decide.
Do you think Yahaya Bello will pass a drug test? Yahaya Bello.
Yes. So the parties, what they're supposed to do is look at the candidate's profile, look at the documents they submitted, and based on the constitution, do they meet the requirements? So the party requirement, but the party requirement cannot override the constitutional requirement. So you look at those and say, okay, your document doesn't look. Maybe they try to verify the document or something is not. They can't verify, or then they can disqualify on that basis. Then at that point, even if they go to the court, it still stands. But the idea of the screening is not to eliminate candidates, but it's to just see if they meet the requirement. Then when they are now ready to go to the field, at that point now, everybody is, yes, I'm screened. Then now they can the elimination of candidates is based on like consensus in the sense of, okay, let's talk. Okay, you can't go, but I need you, or you can go, or look, we need you, just drop and support me, then this is what you will get. It's now conversation. You now know that, okay, I'm not dropping because you screen me out. I could contest, but I'm now dropping because I want to be part of your government if you get there. So they are at a better position. So that kind of elimination is done at a friendship kind of level where they're just, okay, if you do this, give me your support, I win the primaries, then this is the position you get, those kind of things. So those are the screening. The other one is I think it's in line. Even if 17 comes out,
In fact, then it's still good. It means that they meet the requirement. But because if APC did the proper job for the Bayelsa stuff, they won't have that issue where the governor-elect, then Lion, had to be stripped of that position a night to his swearing in. So if they looked at the document and saw that, it was faulty, they would have screened the deputy governor out, and then he would have had a chance to choose another person to replace that guy. But they didn't. So this is what the kind of job the screening committee is supposed to do, is to make sure that their party is strong and will not lose the position if they win it. Like, it's to make sure that whoever they're projecting meets all the requirements and will represent their party well. That's the idea of the screening exercise.
Okay. Obina, shall I tell I'll show you first, and then you can tell me then. So here is one of the lucky few that actually scaled through the screening exercise. So here is a candidate to conjure with. So tell me if you recognize this candidate and the office that is vying for. So this candidate then and the office that is vying for. Can you see him?
Okay. Is this not? Does it look like Fayose, or is it Kachiku?
No, it's more handsome than Fayose now. Okay, no, you would never guess. I'm only pulling your leg. So that's Alexander Gomez's older brother who scaled through his screening to be a Lagos State senator for the Dollar constituency of Lagos State, the Victoria Island representative.
Has he gotten the approval of the Jabadan?
No, it's PDP. It's PDP. He was actually meant to get the governorship ticket, but a big name crossed into PDP. So they had to, lubricate him. You know what lubricate means? They lubricated him to step down. With some bag full of of niceties, the bag full. So that's why I'm waiting for Alexander Gomez. So as soon as your share comes in, Alexander, you have my bank details. So
he's a PDP member in Lagos State.
Yes.
Yeah, he said Victoria.
I'm going for Senate, right?
Yes.
He has a long road to go. He has a long way.
No, he doesn't have a long way to go because this guy was
from Lagos State. He has a long road. I know what I'm saying because of the Lagos Baba landlord there, Jagaban.
Well, these names are bigger than Jagaban in Lagos. These are Lagosians. You know that Jagaban is from Ogun. We don't even know. Who even knows if it's a Nigerian? That's an Ogun.
Jagaban has Lagos State.
Jagaban is the paramount. Jagaban is the paramount ruler of. That one they cannot dethrone that one.
Exactly.
There was an expose that came out that his father is actually from Borno, Kebbi. It's a Malam, Tinubu. No. This is historical. No. He's.
How factual is that, one man? How factual is that?
The story was structured by a historian. His mother, the Tinubu name, she apparently could not bear children, but she had a lot of wealth. So this man that used to trade from Borno in between, so he eventually ended up marrying her, even with the understanding that she couldn't bear him children. But then he then took a second wife to bear those children, but they all fell under that Tinubu banner. And that was how he got the name. So that's that narrative that was painted by that historian. So Tinubu actually, and Aboki.
Awama.
Yes. Yes, I can hear you. Well, peace. Good to have you.
This is the first time I heard this narrative.
Well, go and look it up. You see,
okay,
this is
good.
it.
But and there's again, they say Tinubu is an orphan raised by one mother, Tinubu in Oshun.
Yeah, no, that's what makes him, because the Tinubu name that he carries is not his name. it's not a paternal name. It's a
Yeah, I understand
maternal
that.
name.
But they
But
said
it's
that
not even his mother's name. It's an homestead name. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. But they said that Tinubu is a kind of woman that was raising. It was like half orphanage home. That Tinubu is
Yes.
an orphan.
No, it wasn't an orphan. No,
Because Tinubu does not have a brother.
It was like a stepson. Yeah,
It does not have it does not have a brother. It does not have a sister. None.
And that's a single child, not an orphan. What are you?
That is an orphan. Only orphan fall from heaven. He does not have a brother. Does not have a sister. Does not have any relative. Anyway, carry on.
Obina, sorry guys. Now that Obina is back, I was gonna say something. Something just crossed my mind at some point before you left, but you left. I'm just looking at when we keep talking about this IGBO candidacy. Like now, likes of Peter Obi, them Wike and co, everybody. I'm just looking, why, if they really meant it, like they have an opportunity in PDP, why won't all of them just talk and just support maybe Peter Obi? Because if you come together, you are stronger to fight that battle, to go with one person than different people coming out. Like all these guys that are coming out, they just all come out and say, we support Peter Obi. I will just mention one name in this place, and everybody keeps...
No, it doesn't.
You understand? I think it will have more momentum and it will have more effect.
It doesn't matter.
The same way I felt. The same way I felt.
Sorry, let Obina go first, and then you chime in after.
The same way that I felt. Yeah, the same way I felt Yoruba people coming out in APC is the same way as I felt Wike coming out in PDP. If you say that the South is marginalized, your zone just had it. So leave it for the Southeast. Don't be coming out and saying, take it, I'll give it to me, I'll wait, you're not the only one in the party, So they should come together, and if it's a rallying point, then bring everybody together and support if you say you really want it to the South, then it's not a matter of to the South, you have to connect it for yourself. It's all these people are moving for selfish interest. They're not moving for any collective Southern interest. It's all argument for their basic selfish interest. So if all of you are saying bring it to the South so that you will run by yourself, then just leave it open for everybody to run. That's just my own mistake.
Obina, I think a lot of the sorry. So let me just insert this, and then we hear from Vin, and then you go. So, but I just want to insert quickly that I think a lot of the Eastern politicians within the PDP, ultimately they will all cascade behind Peter Obi, but Wike would not yield. So ultimately, that space.
To say that because we saw how they all had that what is it called? Is it Solidarity or whatever meeting they had? All those Southeastern.
Some yellow guy meeting. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and they also even had the support of this governor of Delta State and all that. But the thing is, I think most of the support we are looking, we're anticipating will come after this their primaries. But for Wike, we already know his antics, and I don't think we are, it will matter.
But in CBD, if you say
it's
it comes
enough,
after,
though, he doesn't have to step down his ambition for anybody. But it's fair enough.
But the problem is he might not fully work for whoever wins.
Exactly, because by now to affect them in primaries.
Bring it to Potako for
I think he will, though. I think Wike is a party man now. A party man.
No, exactly. It's first self. Let me tell you, when Wike bring it to Potako, they brought it to Potako. I think we still beat him in Potako and Istanbul. But I don't think Wike that that is passionate about something. Did you see that passion around Atiku? I didn't see it.
Exactly.
Do you understand?
I think that is why I even raised that point, Obina, because I'm thinking the Eastern people in that party could actually liquefy the strength of that Atiku in that party, because that is what is even slowing them down in PDP, is the Atiku narrative that
No, they
because it's
can't.
from
Oh,
the
they can't. They can't.
the
Let's say from
Atiku has gone
no
to
no no.
APC and come back too.
But
Let's say from
look at
Vin.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry,
sorry,
before.
Obina. Yeah, go on, Obina. Yeah.
Okay, yes,
Go
I
on.
wanted to say
Yeah.
there is a way if you say with Atiku's this thing, there's a way you would do it and you will still lose. You need to do it in such a way, like whatever you're doing, you still need Atiku. Even if Atiku is not running, you need his wealth of structures. You get what I mean? To still
Yeah.
And it
you
goes
can't just
beyond.
want them to support you.
It goes beyond just party. It's like having that structure, or, the northern space is like holding down that place, and that's what many of us are not putting into consideration.
But what I'm saying is, if they
just
all
looking at
come out,
APC and PDP, and you're forgetting that this guy, at the end of the day, the northern structure is there, and they don't care which party, as long as it's their
but
man.
how will they get the ticket if they are not all together? They can only get the ticket against Atiku, and if they get the ticket, Atiku will still support them because they are in the same party. But how will they get the ticket over Atiku if they are all trying to get the ticket and not supporting one person? I think they will be more stronger together in the party, trying to focus and support one person, and most of the other people in the party will say, these people's voice are one, and they will want to go with them. So even if Atiku lose the ticket to one of them,
do you know how we work? Hold on. Actually, let's hear from Vin, who wanted to come in earlier. So, here in Ghana, Vin, here in Ghana.
Yeah, thank you, one man. You see, I don't buy the narrative of ODG. You see, in APC, Osibanjo is also gunning for the presidency. Tinubu is also gunning for the presidency. When you they are all from the southwest. So if you say, in your narrative, it could have been better for maybe either Osibanjo, step down for Tinubu, or Tinubu steps down for Osibanjo. But they are also gunning for the same position. When you go to the southeast, if Nigeria is a place where they don't practice politics of convenience, it is in the south. Then where is the south that has never entered into that very place? Is the southeast. So let all of them there, whether they are 40, let them gather themselves and slug it out in there. The best for me, if I really want Nigeria to be one Nigeria, but for me, my position, one man, I would have loved Peter Obi to be there, because Pete Obi is the person that is going to, make Nigeria what it takes to be. We might be surprised what that man would do for Nigeria, but Nigeria is not a country where merit works. If Nigeria is a country where meritocracy, prevails, my brother, there is no other better candidate, eloquent, with solid, developmental policies and so on and so forth, than Peter Obi. So that is why I am. So I would not fault, the Southern Eastern president, going in there to go and fight. Zone it to them, let them slug it out, then the best will emerge. As simple as that. That is what I have to say there.
Yes, Vin, Peter Obi cannot get the ticket in the PDP unless it is concessions to him, unless the concession is to him, because the southeast, which is his core region, they are just a small number in the, it's a delegate system, and the delegates are done pretty much around local government areas, etc. And in the entirety of Nigeria, the smallest portions are in the southeast. So they will have smaller numbers of delegates compared to other people's numbers of delegates. And if we go by the Nigerian template, which they vote along ethnic lines, even if the totality of the southeast, if they vote for Peter Obi, they cannot get him the ticket. So he has to be able to, unless somebody wants to come in, if they can capture the Yoruba space, or at least cut, he can't capture the whole of the north, or cut into the middle belt. So he has to do a lot of politicking to get that ticket.
Yes, one man. One man, he has a lot of work to do. He has a lot of work to do. If let's say the PDP, carry out their consensus and says, oh, okay, we are presenting P2B, they will fall behind, they will file behind P2B, and they will also P2B will emerge. So this is what I'm telling you. If Nigeria is a place, because when I look at the structure and the political system of Nigeria, I find it funny that in Nigeria that said, oh, democracy, and you agreed on something which most of us has have their own opinion about in this platform and elsewhere. You see, some people will tell you, oh, it's not politics, president is not giving, this is not giving, you fight for it. Of course, you fight for it, but there is a standing order, like we call it in the army, that is existing. These people have, though you have to, why are they now pursuing it
Do,
from
do, do, you, do,
all?
you, do you think that language, this language that you are using, but I'm not speaking to it as you are using it, because it's a subsisting language within politics, do you think it will serve the East to jettison it, that if and if not, because the reality of it is actually the politics of it. Whether Peter Obi is the best candidate, whether the time is right for the Eastern space, whether this and whether that, and if this and if that, the reality of the politics of it is that Peter Obi is very much an underdog, just in terms of the permutations of numbers within the numbers that matter, So he really has,
Very correct.
he has to cut in deep with the Yorubas. He has to, and is in Lagos by the way,
Absolutely.
doing that, and he has to cut in really, really deep with the Northerners, and he has to break the North up into sub-regions. So he will go to the Middle Belt, who are closer to him in thinking and culture, and then he will cut as far into the North as he can. So there's work for him to do. It's not just fine boy.
Vin,
It's not fine boy that
Vin,
we get to.
one second, Vin.
You
Vin,
can't fine
1
boy
minute.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, one man, let me ask you, is there any single region in Nigeria that can win the primary or the delegates on their own?
No, there are certain regions though that don't need as much work as other regions would.
No, you're talking about the connections.
No, I'm talking about numbers. Let's for the purposes of the conversation say that there are 100 delegates, so there are 20 for the southeast. There are about 23 for the southwest, and then there are about 40 for the north, and then there are about the mix then in between. So the north would not, with 40 delegates already banked, need the push that the southeast would need with 20 delegates. Do you see? So nobody can win it, but some people will need to work a lot harder. Which is the thing for the southeast.
You are right, one man. But
I'm always right. When am I never ever right? The only time I'm not right. The only time I'm not right is when I'm wrong. That's the only time I'm not right.
What I'm saying is this.
You don't get that. You don't get my joke.
In the north, as it stands right now, with the way APC has taken over most of that space, are you saying that their delegates, they have the highest number of delegates in the whole country in PDP?
If the delegates are done by constituencies, and they have the most constituencies.
No, I'm talking about PDP.
When we speak
talking about
sometimes,
the primaries,
of realities
this
and
PDP
facts.
primary. I'm not talking about in terms of the general election.
Today in Nigeria,
what are you
we
saying
all know
now?
that Peter Obi will not have the ticket.
Wait, you don't just talk anyhow.
We all know.
We
are talking about PDP here.
We are talking about PDP primaries. So what are you saying? I'm asking, like right now, as it is.
I will tell you the reason why.
That. Wait now, do you even know the question? Now, if you're saying that the North has constituency, I'm talking about in PDP primaries right now, because that's where Peter Obi is, isn't it? I'm saying
it's CBD. It's CBD.
More delegates, and they can. And if you're going by that, the North has. Okay, stop. Let me not.
Yeah, in CBD, you see, what one man is saying,
I know
boils
what is.
down. Yeah, it boils down to the fraudulent,
You're right,
political.
though. You are right, but yes,
Yes,
yeah.
it boils down to the political system of Nigeria and how the numbering system of Nigeria, where you have the imbalance in all if everybody has equal number of representative. Look, there was a time when I was speaking here, one man, I said it is diabolic for Kanu to have 44 local governments and they have 44 constituencies and representatives, but Lagos State has only 22. There is an imbalance there, and this is
And
what.
Lagos is larger in population.
Oh, good.
And how many states are PDP states in the north? Because I would like to know that.
No, you see, in CBD, what we are trying to find out that is the reality and facts. If the number of constituencies in the state, let's say that represent PDP, will appear on that day for the primaries, P2B will not have a chance. P2B will not have a chance because the number.
I just want to get some facts straight, and I'm asking, like now, how many
the fact is, in CBD, see,
in the north?
Let's say Abia State has, I think, only 18. Is it 18 local governments? Abia State has only 18 local governments.
I'm not arguing about the southeast. I'm asking.
No, I'm coming. No.
Okay,
Sorry.
Let me quickly give Nsibidi the data that is after. Zamfara, Taraba, if you count that as north, Sokoto, and then Benue, if you count that as north, Bauchi,
that's
Adamawa,
PDP, right?
Yes, PDP. So Adamawa, Bauchi, Benue, Sokoto, Taraba, and Zamfara. So I think that's about 6 or 7, isn't it? So that's what they have.
So yeah, but I think Benue,
and that is the number. But one man, if you will be gracious enough to give us the constituencies in this local government, and let's compare it with those one that we feel that is going to back Peter Obi in the primaries.
I couldn't give you that because that would be a long list. But let me give you the state. PDP has PDP has 16 states. So PDP has 16 states: Abia, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom. So you can just as I read through, think which ones Peter Obi would take and which ones he might not be able to take, but cut into. So I think we can assume that he will take Abia.
That's what I'm asking for. I just need that fact, because we are talking about this, and let's not forget that this is PDP primaries we are talking about, not general election.
Yes.
And you know that
but in CBD, the constituency, the delegates that you are going to have in the primaries will be, drawn from the states, and the number of those
and the governors control those states.
Good.
And Ipaso has been running around with Wike, so it's most likely to go to Wike, not even to Peter Obi.
You see, this is the problem here. This is the problem.
V, 1 minute. V, 1 minute. I like that sequence one man was going. One man, you said Abia, we take Abia. Yes, go ahead.
But will he, though, with the Obina's insertion that a lot of these people, they've been romanced heavily by Wike, by the way, with dollars. So Abia, let's say Abia, for reasons of home, blood is thicker than water. But Adamawa State is going nowhere other than Atiku Abubakar.
Exactly,
Akwa Ibom, it will be a fight between Wike and Peter Obi. Bauchi State
Emmanuel is already there. Remember, he's running for president too.
Oh, right. So there he is. So
he
that
declared,
one.
he declared. Udo man already declared, yes. 2 days ago.
But we cannot just put it like that as between, you see, if we're going that way, then you're trying to say that all these other Atiku is not the only candidate from the north. So that means you can't also count all the northern states for Atiku. So
no, but Atiku is from Adamawa, so I think we can.
yeah, but I'm saying if
Yeah.
we go this dimension of Peter Obi versus, it's not that plain. That's what I'm trying to say. So
No, in
all this,
CBD, when it comes to push, who push the push? The North will speak in one voice. That's one thing our people has not, is yet to understand. When it comes to push, the North will speak in one voice. I give it to them. I was there with them. I spent many years there. When it comes to Atiku, the North will speak in one voice, while our people are disintegrated and speaking in different voices.
Yeah, and however they do it, the votes Atiku will get, if you add all the votes of the rest, it will not add up to Atiku's vote. Just watch what will happen.
I don't kind of understand the audacity of this Saraki. Just looking through, he couldn't even deliver any of these two states that were his states, neither Kogi nor Kwara, but he wants to be president. He couldn't deliver his home state. He couldn't deliver the state that was cut out of his home state, but he wants to be president. He wants the PDP ticket. How is that?
He stands no chance. He stands no chance at all. He stands no chance. Bukola Saraki stands no chance as far as I'm concerned. We will sit here and speak about it in times to come. When the chips are down, then we will come back here and speak. Bola Saraki will not. But if he could not deliver his own state, I don't think it is not now that he's going to do it one man.
He don't even deliver his senatorial district. That's his own senatorial.
Which he lost.
And then the same thing for Tambuwa. Tambuwa won his governorship election.
Yeah. Yes, no. That's just my own. That's the permutation, really. That the south, the southeast, because
southeast, south. Let's say that way because we already know southwest. Obviously, probably Tinubu or Osibanjo.
No. We're talking about the PDP primaries.
The PDP.
Yeah.
PDP primaries. Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you the question. You and then Obina can take it on as well. In a choice between Wike and Peter Obi, who would the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde vote for? Who will he place his state with?
Let me answer now. I think Seyi Makinde has shown. I think Seyi Makinde have shown that he can be a deep thinker sometimes. I don't want to just say that because Wike is making a lot of noise and talking. It's good. It's not a bad thing what he's doing because you need that energy and that that network. But you also need to understand that these people also they are politicians. They will agree with you when you're shouting, but what they want to do, they know. And Seyi Makinde, is he not the same one that was that exposed that conversation he had with one guy from the north talking about how Igbos they won't allow Igbos to be. So for someone like Seyi Makinde, I think from my own opinion, I think he will agree with Wike in his presence, but he will support Peter Obi.
but I don't think so. I think
I don't think so as well.
Yes, I think Wike is more in the character.
They don't like Wike in the southwest. I don't think so. If you ask me, from my own observation, it's not as like. Look at Peter Obi that went to.
But they like Peter Obi more, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, they look at the crowd. I know most of the crowd probably they are from the south or they are Igbo guys, but still they are.
You mean when they went to Computer Village?
There are also other ethnicities there that I saw, even traders jumping around and people carrying things on their head. Yeah,
where did they go to? Where did they go to in CBD?
See, that is Ikeja now.
Where in Ikeja
good
is a big place.
question.
I know. Is Computer Village? Is it not? Is it not?
So that's the thing. Now, who is?
Are you saying that it's only Igbo people that are in?
No, it's Yoruba people that is in.
No, you can't say it's only. That's why I acknowledge that those are mostly Igbo guys because that's in Computer Village. But that's Lagos State, and it's not just, you find every other person from every other ethnicity there. And clearly, even from the way people are talking, even from the, I read like the video I watched, I was looking a little bit at the comments, and I'm seeing that many of the people supporting Peter Obi or commenting positive things there are people from Southwest and South and everywhere, you know. So personally, I think that
yeah, let me share a clip of what you're saying as
please.
you're talking. Yeah, carry on. This is what Insibidi is talking about. Oh, carry on.
No, me, I didn't
let's
watch
see
it.
first.
I watched it, I think, on Twitter also.
Yeah, carry on.
A lot of crowd. Insibidi, unfortunately, what you're saying, unfortunately, it won't happen like that in politics. It's not by crowd or comment. First of all, Wike have.
No, but that was what one man asked. He was asking that, who do I think that if we are going about likability and everything, I'm telling you that if you're politicians, obviously I'm not counting them. Most of them can go for Wike because of all this money is throwing around and
yeah, money is involved. But
well, I'm
Wike have
talking
a lot.
about the masses. I'm looking at it
have
from
a
the
very
people
strong
perspective.
structure. Wait, hold on. Wike have a very strong structure in PDP. In 2014, the last person that hold that structure was Nnamani. When Nnamani died, 2018, and Wike moved into that space. Then after, when I took a campaign 2019 and he lost, he went to Dubai, and that space completely fell on Wike lap. Wike control most of the delegates in PDP. That is a big problem for Atiku and anybody that is coming in.
But even with that, who is Tambuwal the votes? Do you understand?
What?
He was Wike will not. You see, when you come, if push comes to push, I don't think Wike will not have an overriding, powers over P2B in this particular. You see,
No. Wait, let me tell you something. Hold on, Mr. Vin. Mr. Vin.
6 hours in
election. So, sorry, one at a time. Yeah.
Mr. Vin, hold on, please.
Let Vin land that point, and then you counter it. World Peace. Land that point.
My brother, 6 hours to election or these primaries is a great time in any electioneering, situation. That is what I would like to tell you. You will never know what will happen because the Nigerian system is such a system that you cannot predict. You can't predict.
And you guys hear what the PDP chairman said?
Mr. Vin.
Hold on, Insibidi. Yeah. Sorry.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something now. PDP structure is different from APC structure. Unfortunately, what you guys are saying is okay, but it's not so in politics, and mostly in Nigerian politics. Everything is on the public domain. We can say it. We can control a lot. I didn't say all the structure. It control a lot of structure in PDP as we speak right now. The only person that can even compete with him a little bit is Atiku. Atiku have lost it after 2019. We're going to play a very serious politics right now. Don't forget, this is delegate. This is not good. This is delegate. So, as you say, 24 hours is a very big hour in politics. But
so you are breaking up a bit, but carry on.
But Peter Obi doesn't stand a chance. You are saying what you guys are saying is on emotion and statistics. Those don't really count in delegate.
No, it's not emotion. It's not emotion. We are speaking, what I do. It's my opinion that I'm speaking. Not by emotion or sentiments,
But Peter Obi,
but don't forget that the PDP chairman has hinted that this possibility of I'm not saying he said that
consensus. Yes.
He didn't rule out the possibility of consensus. He said that everything will be done publicly, whether it's going to be consensus or by.
Wike is not even looking for consensus. Wike wants everybody to go to the poll. Because if everybody goes to the poll, wait now, it's not the old party I'm saying. I said most. The new chairman that is there is Wike doing. Most of the state chairman is Wike doing. So Wike is very powerful in this big. He knows what he has. That's why he's speaking. That's why he's making demand. Except Peter Obi and the Eastern leaders goes to him privately and make serious politics with him, like talk and get to an agreement with him, all this we are
That is
saying,
what,
it will not,
yeah.
it will not go anywhere. Let's say the truth. We can control that structure. There's a problem in Benin because of Wiki. Obaseki is decamping soon to Labour Party. The structure is very strong. Labour Party have gone around everybody.
Labour Party.
That's you can't go back to APC. Where can he go? It's not going to be on the ballot.
Now. What's
No,
stopping?
it's not going to
No,
be
one man is true. It's true. One man is Labour actually. Yeah,
that's
news is
Labour.
out.
It's not going
Is that what they are speculating?
No, it's
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you,
He's
there. He's going to Labour.
Wike is giving him serious heat. Serious heat.
He has gone to the chairman, the national chairman, to the last person. Nothing is Wike say. Even Atiku, don't you notice Atiku is silent this period? He's doing underground politics with Wike. Wike control that space seriously. Peter B is not even in the ticket in the primaries. I said the Eastern leaders go to Wike. Not what we are saying here, crowd we are saying. At the end of the day, let me quickly put this. At the end of the day, I believe this presidential ticket race will end up South-South. Maybe Wike and Tinubu or Wike and Jonathan. But it's going to be South-South because the North are playing this politics because they're in control, they have the chips, and they're using it very well. People should go right to that. I might be wrong, but that's how I say it. So
the PDP ticket will go to the South-South is your conclusion?
PDP ticket will go to South-South and APC. No, the North is playing one politics. They are playing both sides, the saint and the villain. They have the chief right now to control their political space. They have the numbers. Don't forget, every political year is a certain region that decides the next president. And this year, unfortunately, is the North. And they know that. And they don't want to appear like the villain or the open. They want to appear as the saint. So they are controlling APC, clearly. They might bring out Jonathan. And if PDP bring out Wike, now, where will everybody go? The North, to beg for a vote. If they give Atiku, or they give, they won't want to give Atiku to divide the North, because they don't want to be in one voice. If they give Tinubu and Wike, where will all the South people go? The North. They call the shot. And they're calling the shot. So,
and Tinubu will fry Wike very well.
Doesn't matter.
It's not by making
it's not by winning. Yeah. It's not by winning. It's then controlling that power, that structure forever again for the next 8 years.
Okay. So some all comes up with this, which is something. Just last week, not even last week, a couple of days ago, Tambuwal was in a very public meeting with our Buhari in Aso Rock. So I was speculating as to why he was, I think we may have even addressed it briefly on this platform. But what Sam is now speculating is, he says, at one man, Tambuwal is perfecting plans to go back to APC. The last senator from Sokoto, who is a PDP member, has just decamped to APC. So he's going to lose out completely if he doesn't decamp. So that means he's stripped bare in Sokoto State. Everybody in politics in Sokoto is APC apart from him, and he was in that meeting with Buhari just a few days ago. But then off the back of that,
Tambuwal is a sitting governor. Yeah, he's a sitting governor, so he has official responsibility. So, and that official responsibility would also include, like, interfacing with the president as well. So. It might not necessarily
No. That was what I filed it under. First, when I say these things, I first go to conspiracy theory and then I walk my way back to reality. So I went from conspiracy theory and then I landed to where you just sensibly pointed out that he's a sitting governor, security, whatever, money, whatever. So it could be 1001. But this guy now has fed into my conspiracy again with this thing that he's saying that, but then with them also opening the space that anybody can run, it's just so many.
They're most likely, yes, you're right. When we talk of where would the Northerners that would run an APC come from, okay, then it might likely be PDP.
Yes, because they don't have Southerners in PDP. At least they don't have Yoruba people in PDP, but then they don't have serious northern politicians in APC, apart from El Rufai. You remove El Rufai, nobody else, It's quite odd. But there's no single Yoruba man in PDP, which is alarming, isn't it?
Yeah, so
No, there
Is
is.
it Dele Momodu? Is Dele Momodu?
Olabode George is a Yoruba man.
Yeah,
There are a
but he's
lot.
an elder statesman now. I mean,
this
somebody that is relevant.
the politics of next year has been so
And where
tribal,
did Dele
which is not
Momodu
good.
get 40 million naira to be buying from? Where did he get money?
There was Ovation magazine. Remember Ovation?
Yeah, and Ovation now, school magazine, A4. You know,
No, he made a lot of money from restaurant business and Ovation magazine in Ghana here now.
Yes. You know, but and how did he scale through the screening exercise? How did somebody like Dele Momodu and more to it, Fayose, scale through the screening exercise?
Come on, one man. Why
and
would
I will
Dele
feed them.
Momodu pay through one man? Come on.
No.
How do you see Dele Momodu anyway? Are you looking at him though? Are you looking at him like some kind of
no, because
the
I
thing
read.
that I'm wondering is that lady. I actually felt sorry for her when Rufai really attacked her on Arise. I don't think it's attacked, but those questions she was not prepared for it. You know that woman that is
Is it Ruben Abati? Yeah, I think it's the way Ruben talked to her. So,
Rufai was asking that woman.
Was it the female presidential aspirant?
Yes. I don't think Ruben was fair to her myself.
Yeah, Ruben, but especially Rufai. Hey, I was even.
Do you find it somewhat rude?
It is their duty. It is the journalist's duty to ask you questions.
No,
Questions you don't like.
It was almost starting to feel like he wanted to intentionally just because
I feel like
he was bringing those questions back to back. Because
I feel like for a lady, I mean
as a considerate journalist, you ask one, then if you notice that she's not steady on her feet, you just kind of bring a lighter question to make her balance. But
somebody that wants to be president, somebody that wants to be president of a country.
Yeah, somebody that wants to be president. No, she
has CBD. Rufai is not considerate. Even when Uzo Kalu went for that interview, remember they interviewed him. Arise. That was how Rufai bashed him with a question right front and center, you know. So he's not considerate.
No, if it's for Rufai, yeah, that's why I didn't mention Rufai. Rufai doesn't play. Even, anytime things come to his attention, he will scatter the thing.
Do you know why I like Arise TV more than any other TV station in Nigeria? Is the precision of questions they ask and how precision they are. If you want to vie for the president of a nation, master, you have to be careful. You have to be prepared and ready to take the punches from these guys. And Arise TV journalists give it out the way it is, and I love it. I watch them every day here in Ghana. I love how I love what they do, especially Rufai.
Do people consider that Ruben Abati somewhat rude? Is he rude?
He's a rude guy. For me, he's very, very rude, inconsistent, and biased.
Yeah, but you have to don't forget he's also a politician, and apart from that, I think he chooses who
to attack
to be rude to.
Yeah,
there are some people that and generally, as much as Arise is better than most of these people, to be honest with you, I feel like they are a little bit careful when they are interviewing some of these political people from the north, if I'm being honest. But they don't sound too.
They are not as aggressive. They don't push them as hard.
Yes.
We are all intimidated by the north. We all fear Malams. Do you not fear Mala? Do you not fear Mala?
CBD, answer the question. Do you not fear Malam, CBD?
No, I don't fear Malam.
No, you see, my brother. One man, you see, if you listen when if you listen when Rufai was interrogating Rufai based on the going to find the bandits and paying them, he was not fearless. In fact, he asked the question the way it should be. He never feared anybody. That is why I like that guy. That guy.
Do you not find him somewhat of a dullard? I've always seen him. Is he a dullard? That's Rufai.
No.
He's very, very
Dollar.
intelligent.
No way.
Oh,
Very, very intelligent.
so many
You
ideas
mean
have come out of
aggressive? No,
Rufai.
really.
No, Rufai has a lot of ideas. A lot. You listen to him well. He will give you suggestions.
One man, he can ask you one question.
Anytime that he
three ways.
somebody,
in three ways, he can ask you one question.
Okay. So sorry. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it this way, and then we just do it as a fun little thing. We can do it as a round robin, but I want Obina to lead it. But it's a snapshot of it. So we're doing brain hierarchy, and we're doing the Arise panel. So the names we're conjuring with Ojiope, Tudun Abiola, Rufai, and Ruben Abati. So in terms of brain hierarchy, how would you chart that? Those four names. So Obina, start.
I will start with Ruf. Okay, in terms of I'll start with Rufai. Then I will go to Ruben Abati. Then I will go to Tunde Abiola, and then Oji. Okay.
But I think it's not fair to put Ojiope in the list because she's just an entertainment
She
woman.
just moderates. Yeah.
No, but I like to have her there because she's my favorite in that. I don't. But
how many of them there? I don't know 4 or 5 of them.
Why is it not fair to put Ojiope there? Why? Why is it not fair?
She's not a. Well, she doesn't.
How can you call her an entertainer? What are you even saying?
I said she.
Entertainer to who?
The broadcaster. An entertainer.
Entertain who?
I said she's
more into your answer.
I bet one more tell me the names there. Geruba Bati.
Yes. Who is that? Who is that Edo princess? There's one.
Yeah, 4 of them there. This one.
No, there's one Edo. Adeswa. Okay,
she's not in the morning show now. I thought you were talking about that.
Okay, no. Let's substitute Ojiope with the Adeswa because I too feel that it's a bit unfair. So that's the list now. Adeswa, Dr. Abati, Tundu Abiola, and Rufai. So a brain hierarchy in CBD, and then world peace, and then vein.
I should. Okay.
So in CBD first, then you, then vein.
Yeah, I think if you ask me, I think. I will still go with Ruben Abati, then Rufai, then Tundu, then Adeswa. Because Adeswa, she's very good in reporting in my own whatever, but I don't think she
sits on the panel sometimes. She sits on the panel.
But I don't think she expresses or she points out or goes into the depth and the dynamics of whatever she's reporting. She just gives the news as she's getting it. She's very good with the presentation, but not with the analysis like Ruben and
okay. Do a beauty hierarchy then, and then I'll go on to world peace. So Adesua, Tudun, and Ojiope, do a beauty hierarchy.
They say beauty from my own.
One man, take it easy. Platform to a different story.
You started again.
Don't worry.
You are turning our platform.
Don't worry. The people want to know. I am listening to the voice.
You already know where you already know the one you like.
Already know the one you like. Is it not the same one that we all like? Is it different from the one you like? We all know we all like the same thing now. Yeah, give it to us.
From my own preference, say beauty is in the eyes of the beholder,
Beholder, yeah.
From my own, I prefer a lady with the kind of, how do you call it? Is it the aura or is it the? I just like her
beauty, not personality.
The beauty and everything, and I just prefer Ojiope as number one. Then
of course,
yeah. There we go.
She's tall. I like tall ladies. She's tall.
How can you like tall? You are only 5'2". Look at this guy. What is it with short people like you?
Have you seen him before?
I can tell from his voice that he's 5'2".
They are listening to you. They are listening to you, one man.
Don't worry. DM me. I would love to have her on the platform. Imagine that, That would just boost our ratings big time.
I think with that kind of a lady, you won't have tension at home. You know, she gives you that.
We're not
both
talking.
of, I think the
She
both
gives
of
you
them
that.
are
Wait
better.
now, she gives you that peaceful vibe. You know, I don't think she's the kind of lady that will give you stress. Those are the kind of
No.
vibes
It'll be a
you want to work
light-hearted
for.
interaction now. It'll be a light-hearted. You know, I can do
Yeah,
light-hearted depending on you know.
I
But
think
SBD,
like
yeah, let's go to world peace. Yeah, world
SBD
peace.
is okay. For me, for the rice people, that guy is it Rufai his name? That guy that gave it the way it is. Is it Rufai?
Yes.
Yes, that guy.
That's Rufai,
I listen to that guy.
Rufai
Yeah, that
Oseni.
guy.
His name is
He
Rufai
tells it the way
Oseni.
it is. Take it to the
No,
bank.
so world peace. I'm not saying who is your favorite, or I'm saying who do you think is the smartest, the brain.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Rufai.
Rufai.
Yeah. Then I don't really follow. I don't really like Ruben Abati. I don't know. I don't really like him the way he presents his stuff. But then this other
You don't need to like him, whether he's smart. You don't really need to like
that's what I
him.
said. I don't really know
You
if
are
he's
talking
smart.
of their
I don't know if he's
brains.
smart.
No,
brains
bro,
are going
that's
to
his opinion. That's the opinion. You can't counter
Let
his
him
opinion.
land.
His
His
opinion.
opinion. Let him land.
I don't think he's smart. I know he's an intelligent person, but I don't know if he's smart. So I listen to them. But that Rufai guy give it to me, and I'll get the understanding. He will break it down, you know. Then depending on the situation, on what they're reporting on. Then when it comes to the other report, like normal report, I'll go for Adesua. Adesua give it to me calmly and nicely, and she's smart. You know, and when it comes to beauty, you cannot just leave. I don't understand why CBC is saying this. Maybe I've stayed abroad for too much. You see a beautiful Edo queen, you are saying Uji Okbe.
Yeah, look, everything is homeboy with you. Everything is homeboy with our world peace. Everything is homeboy.
See me that fully your legs.
You know there's a world. You know there's a world outside of Edo. There are real people though. We exist and we are not even Edo. Look
I
at
won't
this
let to
one.
the public. In that arise, I go with Rufai. The rest people is just an add-on. I cannot really say about the rest. He's the smartest I know there, and he gave it to me the way I like. That's
all right.
The
way you are saying that, I'm not sure.
About emotional intelligence. I think Ruben Abati has it, and more than in my own understanding. I think he has it more than Rufai.
You see, but you had your time now. Other people talk now.
All right. So to Vin, the question you answer, and then to Ejiro, and then I will have a go too. So Vin, the question you answer.
Yeah, woman. My first option there is Rufai Oseni. I listened to them.
Is it Jeremiah Oseni's son?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. He is not.
Okay.
He's not.
Okay. Carry on.
I think he's from. I think Oseni. I think. No, the other one is Useni, Jeremiah Useni, not Oseni. I think this guy, is from either Edo or that area, Middle Bari. So, Rufai is my man. Then if I want to go Adesua, then Tundu and the Oji, Abati is below the bar for me. And when you want to talk of beauty, in my own eyes, I go to Adesua.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
All right. Well, like you said, in the eye of the beholder. So the question you answer, Ejiro.
For me, I will go first with Rufai because that guy is more like a Maradona, you know. If he asks you a question, he knows how to play with his words. He can ask you one question 3 times in different form. You know, if you want to escape here, he will like to tie you again with that same question with another sentence, you know. So he's very good at his work. So I'll go with him first. Then second for me will be Abati. You know, because he's a politician, and most people they bring on stage, more especially this period we are now, they are politicians. So we really know how to like play with them and try to bring the best out of them. So I'll go with him. Then the third for me will be Adesua. Then followed by Oji, yeah. No, Oji.
Oji is smarter than Tudun.
For me, this is my opinion.
okay.
Tudu will be the last for me, you know.
All right. And in the beauty hierarchy, give us the top three.
In the beauty, yeah. Of course, you know I will pick my sister now. This one now.
Oh, you and Edo. Oh God, there's homeboy all the way through. Homeboy all the way through. Oh God. You are allowed to admire. You see, the people that are more clan than anybody else in Nigeria, it's really the Edo people, you know.
Of course, we are proud who we are. If you don't know
if you
don't value your stuff, who will respect it?
Do you know something that happened some time ago that really, I don't know if it amused me or shocked me, but it jarred me somewhat. But Brisky, he went to Edo State to go and do some wedding something or the other with her friend. And then she was, I say he really, but whatever it is, you know, was saying that he was there to take a husband and he was going to take the Oba as the husband. That was there to get, you know, they chased him out of Edo. He didn't attend that wedding.
He was even lucky.
They said if you sleep in this town, you will wake up in another dimension.
Who born now? Who born now?
It was just a joke now.
No, we don't take joke for Oba in Benin. Don't joke with anything monarch in Benin. Not only Oba, every monarch in Benin and don't just joke with them. Don't go there. We don't play with them.
Now because of
why is everybody called a Guavon? Everybody said a Guavon. Everybody is called a Guavon or something like that.
Because of them now, they don't want to give a Nigerian male young men visa to Dubai. Because
of Nigeria in general, not because of
no, they showed that video in particular where those guys went to those courses.
Did you see the Taiwo Aino clip?
Exactly.
I have I agree with you. That court is their Igbo. Do you know what that fight was about? They went to fight with an Igbo guy too in the court, the other frat. Who led it?
Which one is the Igbo again?
Listen, the guy that led is Ifeanyi. The guy that led the black house is Ifeanyi. Calm down. I said it's everybody involved. Don't just put it in like a those states. Was a black house an area problem, and the guy that led
majority.
The first attempt to rob a jewelry shop in Dubai was also from Edo people.
No, Igbo. They went to rob Western Union.
Speak to fact now. Why are we going tribal in everything?
I'm not tribal. I'm Dubai that year.
They are Nigerians. They are Nigerians. Whether they are Yoruba, whether they are Edo, whether they are Igbo, they are Nigerians.
If you want to go that route, I'll break it down to you. Don't just go there. Just say they are Nigerians. I'm not exerting my tribe from it. First robbing that
stopped Nigerian. Giving you instances.
Hold on, instances. I'll give you facts and figures, and you go check it out. The first situation that reduced Nigeria free entrance to Dubai was the robbery they did in Western Union, where about 6 Igbo boys did killed one Megad. In Dubai in 2006, I was in Dubai that year. I transited. I was there for like 4 days.
My brother, you're moving the goalpost. I told you that the current situation of things was caused by that video, that incident.
Everybody, don't be trying.
The one that is there was not where you are going to. The narrative you are putting there is not correct.
You know the one that happened in South Africa.
Which one happened in South Africa?
That they had to seek whatever to carry deport all those guys. All of them, I saw all their faces. They interviewed them. They put their names on the list. I'm telling you, 90% of the names on that list were people from your region, my brother.
No, CBD, bro. Listen. I just want us to be neutral in this thing. You see, let me tell you. There is a video that I saw from a Tanzanian man, and if you like, I can send it to all of us here. The man openly said that when that attack happened, it was not Nigerians. He didn't mention whether Igbo or Yoruba. He said they were Tanzanians. It was a Tanzanian man that was reporting. He said they are Tanzanians. So, but simply because Nigerians are in the majority, they said they are the Nigerians to just get at them. Mind you, there are Ghanaians that are using, the Nigerian documents to go all over. And when they are
first of all, declare Nigerians.
it is a name, please investigate well. If you hear someone answering Igbo name, investigate well. But by the time you arrive at, I was also an interrogator before. By the time you arrive, at a consensus, you find out that they are not Nigerians because they are in the
What's
majority.
the
That is why it is.
interrogation process? It's beating, isn't it? The interrogation
No,
process in the Nigerian.
it's Nigeria or they will beat, or you
Yeah.
won't beat.
No, but he works for the Nigerian army.
They will beat now. Anyway,
I was just
CBD,
trying
sorry.
to
You see,
one
you see,
my brother
for,
here. It's not like I have
All right.
you see, one man,
Yeah,
one man for
go
me.
on, Vin. Yeah. Go on,
You see,
Vin. Yeah.
one man for me. If I arrest someone, there are certain things I will take into consideration. First, your human right. That is what I will take into consideration, and I will have the opportunity. If they will allow me to interrogate you, I will allow them. I would demand that they give you all the necessary, assistance that you need as a culprit that I am going to, interrogate. I will not torture you because by the time you torture someone that one will give you information under duress, and it is not tenable in any court of law. If that person goes there and they find out forensically that he was tortured, there are ways they can find out if someone is tortured. This is what so many people doesn't know. And that this is why most in Nigerian cases, they don't even present those, suspected criminals or, to those forensic, they don't subject them to those forensic, tests to find out if actually they are tortured. See, in fact, I will keep you there, take care of you, relate with you as my own person. By the time you are telling me all these stories, you will not even know. From your own, will, you'll be telling me that if I cannot get you, there are some things that you need to crack. But using torture will not give you any information. I can leave you and introduce another person into that cell and use that person as a proxy to get whatever I want from you. I won't deal with you. These are the acceptable systems all over the world. But people, because of overzealousness or anger of who they might have even affected in their crime, people do go, haywire to just, do a lot of things to those people. But for me,
all right. Thank you, Vin. Vin, well, since you've been coming here, I've been wanting to pin you down one of these days to really have you delight us with your experiences within the Nigerian military space. But one of these days we'll do that. But still with that question we're asking, let's take it to Igbo, who I'm sure has thoughts on that. So, Igbo, do you follow Arise TV? And we're doing a brain hierarchy. And we narrowed the field to Rufai, Tudun, or Abati. So who would you say is the cleverest? And you cascade down to number 3. So Igbo, to you.
Rufai, Tundu, and Abati.
That's your list.
Are you talking about the 4 of them, or you are narrowly?
No, okay. Add Adesua to it. So add Adesua to it. So who is the cleverest, and then go down to the least clever. That's not to say they are stupid, though, but the others are smarter than them. So who's your brain hierarchy?
I think Rufai is brilliant. I also think Abati is brilliant. I think Ogbe and Tundu, they're also very brilliant women. I'll give the 4 of them equal evaluation.
Look at this guy. All right. All right. And you say you're not a politician. Look at that. Ojoro has started 2023.
What I saw, these people have their own level of
Is this what Oshiba and Joe will be doing when he becomes president?
A very intelligent woman. You look at the Okpe, very bright and sharp, intelligent lady. You look at Abati, the former speaker, one kind of genius. You look at Rufai, another genius of his own kind. So I give the 4 of them the same, whatever. That's my position. Okay.
All right. And the beauty hierarchy, Ojo, Tudun, and Adesua. At least you can't say they are
I
equally
think,
fine. Yeah.
I will put Ojiokwe and Tundu at the top, then this one at the bottom.
Oh, all right. Let me do my. Oh, did you want to do the Thomas? Did you want to? Oh, all right.
Yes,
Yeah, go
I'm
on.
here. When we talking about how they are intelligent, Ruben Abat is still the most one, followed by Rufai and followed by Tudun. When we're talking about somebody that push critical question that even Ruben Abati cannot push. Ruben Abati is a politician. There are some questions Ruben Abati don't like to answer, to ask. If you want to give it to, you give it to Rufai. Rufai don't care. He asks a good questions that will nail all those people down every time. But I will still give it to Ruben Abati. He's still is very intelligent. Followed by Rufai, then followed by Tudun.
Oh, all right, thank you.
My list is always OG. OG will take the first anytime, any day. Followed by Tundun and followed by Adesua.
All right. If I could do my own hierarchy as well, my hierarchy will be for the brain. I would say Tudun is by far the cleverest person on that panel. Just as a genius mind. I don't know if it's genetic or anything, and then followed by Dr. Abati. You know, Dr. Abati is very clever, but is very knowledgeable as well. But knowledgeable and being just having just a sharp brain power is just two different things. Because knowledgeable is from learning, but just brain power is from cranial functioning. But I think Tudun is the smartest person there, followed by Ruben Abati, and I think Rufai is. I just think it's a dance. But
you don't like Rufai, one man.
No, I just think it's.
Rufai don't like
it's my favorite, one man. It's my favorite.
Majority carries the vote.
I used to go on their thing and abuse him on their comment section that you're so dumb. You know, I used to do it back in the day when I was still.
One man don't like anything aggressive. One man don't like anything harsh.
Yeah.
So,
but in terms of beauty, I don't think even there's nobody on the planet now. You see, Ojope, people like Ojope or maybe Bianca, they have like I don't know, the Easterners, they have. If they do beauty, they can do it very well.
Ojiokwe and Tundu Abiola, there is no difference between both. These women are minor-sized women now.
Yeah, I can't understand. What are you saying, one man? You see the beautiful
they
women.
are both minor-sized women.
You know that meaning of that name? You're saying Ojiokwe.
Every man, come on.
Man. Come on. You see beauty. You see beauty. You see the beauty. You are saying
minor-sized.
It's an insult.
The best women in the planet.
Okay. Who is prettier? Let me ask. Ask your question, or you go first, CBD.
No, I was going to say, what's the lady, Tundu? But I think in our tradition we shouldn't be rating people's. I think she has been married for a very long time with grown-up.
She's divorced.
Yeah.
I see where you are then, one man. You're gonna go to Nigeria.
No. I mean, if I show you a picture of my wife, she's better looking than all of them combined.
One man, don't be like you, don't you?
You've been giving profile since.
Look, can you see?
She's pretty. We agree,
so
but
don't
go
worry.
to Nigeria.
She doesn't have the genetics.
That you are pushing her. When you see the beauty, you see the beauty. Adesua, the beauty, money beauty.
No, forget Adesua. She's just typical. Man. No, she's typical Edo. She's beauty, but she's pretty, but she's typical Edo.
No,
you see them.
You are being typical woman.
Edo standard.
Edo standard.
Yes, there's typical Edo standard.
No,
what I was going to ask you, what I was going to ask you, War Peace, is who would you say is prettier? Forget the age disparity. Bianca, Ojukwu, or Ojiokwe?
I don't see the beauty in Ojiokwe, but Bianca, that woman is an angel. They're born and well.
God really shine in eye when they create
considering,
Bianca.
you know, we black men, we have this problem of light skin, whatever. Some of us, not all of us. So without considering that light skin,
but they are both light skinned
privilege.
now.
Me, I don't like light skin people.
Neither do I, you know.
But I think that's the basis why someone might just say,
no, but Bianca, let's give it to Bianca.
No, in CBD.
No,
in CBD.
Bianca, don't go there for Bianca.
In CBD, you see, it's not. You see, if you want to, you see, Bianca is exceptionally beautiful. That lady with brain, beauty, height, my brother, shape, that Coca-Cola shape.
You are a liar. She's black.
Look at this guy. Don't get the
black
Vaseline
as she is now. You will not be bringing all this Coca-Cola shape because of her light skin. That's why you are pushing.
No.
Just assume that bring a Bianca in a black skin. Let us see how she looks like.
Let me
whether
tell you.
You will be seeing all those lady.
No, listen, my brother. Uncle, wait. Uncle, see, do you remember this guy? Do you remember this guy they call Campbell, the British
Naomi
Campbell? You remember her? The one that
now.
got involved with Charles Taylor with dirty diamonds and so on and so forth.
Yes, she was in court for it. Yes,
that girl, that lady is another beauty in the making.
In the making, she's 50.
Someone that has already been made.
She was one of the world's topmost
That's
models
old cargo,
for 30 decades.
I know.
In her prime. I saw her
in
romancing Davido in London not that long ago.
In her prime, she was very, very beautiful. She was exceptional, not because she's a black woman. I don't look at color, my brother. I look at the physical beauty, but I do not know the innermost beauty. But when you physical is what I look at sometimes. But when I'm coming to real thing, I look at the inner beauty. I don't care whether you are beautiful or not. If you see my woman is very, very beautiful as well. But inside, she is very, very
flashlight.
Then everybody wife are beautiful. Everybody don't get
I know now.
Every picking fine for him, mama.
Everybody right fine. When I just want to go there, we don't start fighting now.
My goodness, I like this platform this night, my people. I say people that are listening to us, they will be clapping and smiling and laughing.
No, we're just gisting. It's those boys. I wish we had some women amongst us.
Anytime I'm here, I usually bring some spice, some flavor to the platform.
The reason why the women don't come is because of in CBD. It's a bit literal, series, But there was something that my uncle said to me a while ago, and it's always talked to me. He said, always keep your opinions about people's wives and children to yourself.
Exactly.
Unless you want to say something glowing, unless you want to tell them how fantastic, don't even tell them how fantastic their wife is, but tell them how fantastic their children are. Yes, people want to hear that.
You don't make that mistake. You don't make that mistake. So your wife fine, that thing will cause you problem.
No. What?
Don't say that. Don't say that.
No, forget that.
My friend, what do you mean?
Tell them their children are so clever. That if you want somebody to be your friend for life, tell them, your children, they are so clever. That's what people want to hear, but don't keep your opinion about people's wives and children to yourself.
Let me tell you something. True story. When I came to Japan, I went on that to visit one of my uncle. So he now took me to one bar. The bar, the bartender is a very beautiful girl, Filipino. The girl is my uncle's girlfriend. So for me, I just came from Nigeria. I wanted to use that Nigerian mentality. I wanted to praise my uncle, like give that credit to his girlfriend. So I said first, your girlfriend is fine or is beautiful. Then I think the second time I said, this girl, wow, man, my uncle. The guy
he will warn you.
He took me outside and warned me. He said, if I say it again, I'll take that guy and go. Which kind of sense is that? His girlfriend, that's beautiful. Not a joke. Not a joke.
Yourself, they want reaction now. When you talk on first time, that one a compliment. When you talk on second time, you don't the cross line now.
Give accolade to your elders now, like you try.
Fire. You play with fire.
The guy warned me, no joke, not be play on. Better one. Since that day, I learned not to talk to the president's wife, not to shake. I just go my own way.
No.
It's real. It's real. It's real.
All right. Let me acknowledge this super chat. It's a MOP. It's not a name that I've actually come across, but he felt it, or she, because this is an acronym, so you don't really know what underpins it. But he or she felt especially to super chat to say, it says, one man spot on with Tundu's mind. Her eloquence is outstanding. Every sentence is a rap lyric, by far the smartest. So thank you for spotting that as well. And you say, they say a brilliant mind is heard verbally, you know, because if your thought is coherent and then your delivery of it coheres as well, and there's a rhythmic smoothness to it which enraptures the audience just because you are confident in what you're saying, and then you don't have to edit or audit it in your mind, and it's as it flows elegantly, as it forms elegantly in your mind, it flows, and that is what Tudun does. And if you have a sharp mind and you have a sharp wit, which the only thing is she's too emotional. That's just the thing. You can see her quivering at the lips often, bringing her person. She thinks she's still Abiola. She's just a journalist, though. You're not there to be Abiola. You're there to do a job. So that's just the one thing that annoys me about that girl. You know, but that's it. All this she looks like her father.
Everybody has a fault in him or her. You know, you cannot just be 100% right. At least
one thing we give to our right, they have a complete set of journalists.
Yeah, very brilliant set of people.
Yeah, you know, they have the correct way. Any way you come, they will have somebody that can tackle you. That one thing.
I say, you know one thing. You see, one man. Let me just chip in this thing for our people and those that are watching us. Do you know that Arise TV? I don't think if they have. If you have seen one, please let me know. Educate us here. Arise TV has never won any title in Nigerian media space. Channels TV has won it. I think they are the defending champion, and they have won it, I think, about 11 or 12 times.
They even write it there, 13-time winner of best.
Yes.
All right. You've taken me to another space. Vin, your most hated Nigerian journalist. I have a name in mind, but I'm going to do a rapid session around that. So just snap. Let's not dwell on it. I suspect we've lost DOG. Maybe it's changing nappies again, or it's falling over. You know when you rest your child on your chest,
Yes.
and your heartbeats are in sequence, you don't know when you fall asleep as they fall asleep. So as that happens to D, have you been daddied off? Look at that, D is gone. So Jake wouldn't know about Nigerian journalists, I suspect. So we start off then with World Peace. So World Peace, which journalists just do you recoil from? You just hate both the sound of their voice and the content of their words. Which journalists do you despise the most in Nigeria?
It's what they call that Tinubu ass liquor in TVC, that fat guy.
Oh, Babatunde.
I hate that guy.
I join you in that, I
don't know what that guy is feeling like. Analyzing rubbish. I don't know. Like that's the only guy I see I skip in my life. I just no need. That guy. No.
If you ever hear ass liquor, if you want to know who, what, or just go and look for a picture of that guy, and you don't need a dictionary. That's just it right there. But no, Vin, to you.
Yeah, you see, the television station that is very, very horrible to me is NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. That's number one. And
people still watch that. I didn't know they still does it still exist.
My brother, if you look at their picture quality on DSTV, you vomit. And Baba that Olajide of TVC, my brother.
Sorry, one man. I think the Irene lady wanted to come into the show. Can you please direct her to?
She's saying there are no women, and I'm saying it's because she's not here. So I'll send the link. There's still one slot left. But we'll see. So, but So say, was it Babajide for you as well, Vin?
Yes, please. Babajide, that is very, very horrible. His
all right.
analysis is incoherent and very, 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 very rustic to me.
And you know what I especially dislike about that guy is he tries to dominate the panel to agree with what he's saying because he's the boss. He is the head of whatever it is in that organization. So if you don't follow his line of thinking, you don't get invited back. It just bullies them into, you know.
One man they call him the maestro. The maestro, you know.
The maestro,
so that's
is a punk.
Maestro of what? You're almost saying the
maestro of TVC.
That guy sent somebody packing from national chairman. That guy says rubbish. I don't know.
And do you know what his last name is? This they say if you you know
Olatoji or something.
Oh no, Otitoju. But I was saying that I was saying if you want to know what a bootlicker is his face. But this name, if you want to know what an oxymoron is, then the definition of this guy's name tells you. Do you know what Otitoju means? Otitoju in Yoruba means truth over everything. That's what it means. That's what his last name means. This guy that is a virulous, pathological liar, but his name is Otitoju. It's just there's nothing that redeems. There's not one single thing that redeems that guy. But Obina, hopefully you're still with us. The question, do you remember, or do you want me to ask it again, or do we still even have you? Okay, I think we've lost Obina somewhat. So, let me
go.
No, unless you are leaving, then let me go to Ejiro because we're rapiding through it. So let's go to Ejiro and then let's bring Adan Lekoko in there too.
One man, I will go for the TVC journalist there. The same man we are talking about, you know.
Otitoju still.
Babatunde Otitoju. The one in journalist hangout.
Yeah.
And he also have a program to himself. That one they call Issues with Jide. Do you know? Have you watched that one too?
No, I don't think I can
I'm
bear
so
it.
passionate about our country, you know. He talks
I watch it too. You are right.
And he talks from the two sides of his mouth. Have you observed that in journalism?
He has started attacking Oshibanjo, you know.
Yes.
Just because of daddy.
His principal now. His principal is the Baba landlord now. Tinubu is his principal now. So what do you expect?
You know, another part about it. When we saw him in Abuja the other day, he knows he was losing. He has lost. He knows he has lost. Nobody with him. Nobody with him. No, I don't know why he's still there. You see this man is achieving. You say he's losing it. I don't imagine where this man is coming from.
Yeah, it's all about spinning, isn't it? That is what our politics is all
about.
And
one man, have you observed in journalist hangar when they're having a program, right? If other panelists are trying to air out their point, if he knows that they are gaining ground, he will just come with one controversy and say, no. The thing is like this. I was there on ground. Because you see, he always
what do you think about Otitoju?
Yeah, he has.
That's what we are talking about now. Is the one we are talking about. He talks from the two sides of his mouth. That's what I think about him.
I feel so too. Yeah, I feel so.
I was on ground. Like which ground? You that was in the cage the other day.
He's always on ground. That's why. Always on ground.
He's always drinking. He's an alcoholic.
And there are two people in journalist hangout that seem to like Yahaya Bello. I don't understand what he did to them.
I know, you know what he did to them now, eh? they call it the greenback in America, you know, almighty dollar. That's what they did to them, you know.
White lion.
But I'm surprised. Nobody has still mentioned. Sorry, go on, Nobina.
No, they'll be saying that his state, that he took care of security, his state covers how many states? Like,
that's dollar talking, dollar.
Turning the truth upside down.
One man, Otitoju is not a liar. Bring one word you know he has come to the public and tell Nigerians that it's a lie. Say it here.
Well, just every single word that he just says is.
I said bring only one now.
The guy is biased. The guy is biased. He doesn't speak from both sides of his mouth. He's biased.
Hold on.
He doesn't speak like a journalist.
To the Nigerian public and the lie.
Ego. He talks like a party campaign manager, and is meant to be an unbiased presenter of news.
Yeah, as much as that, I like his analysis. Sometimes I feel he has emotional attachment to APC. The way he talks about the party.
You know Tinubu owns TVC. You know that.
Of course, yeah, yeah.
So there it is. But in CBD, so let's press it on. In CBD, the question you answer.
Yeah, I think this lady of
because I feel like he the party, like he tries to advise them against doing anything that would destroy the interests of APC. You know, he talks from a passionate point. I feel like yes, he makes some good points, but
you are fading out a bit, Obina. I think it's.
Sorry. Are you getting
I think you're out and about, so I think it's the wind against wherever it. Yeah.
Yes, it's the wind. Okay, let me get into enclosed space.
No, that's fine. We have plenty of time. But let's hear from CBD, who was about to tell us the journalist that he detests the most in Nigeria.
Yeah, this lady from Arise, what's her name? Adeswa. She's always talking like somebody's pushing
CBD,
her.
don't come sister here. Don't come sister. I will not allow it. Talk, you say that.
You know, like her, Nana, by
no,
force.
you don't have right not to like. Now will be.
I don't have right not to like. Look, can you see this Edo people?
I will be understand all this.
What please? And your mouth are just
no, this is sampling. It's sampling one man is bringing. Yeah, he didn't bring Mazin Nandekani. He said the journalist.
I'm saying like me will become not coming here. Two rapper. Anyway, you see two rapper. Anyway, you hear the name of the two. You must like.
I don't have. You know, it's just there's something about her. She's talking like she's running. She's sometimes arranging her weaves and everything. But I'm joking. I don't hate her. You know, she's from.
It's okay. It's your opinion. I'm not attacking you. It's your opinion. It's okay.
Those are our people. You know, those are part of the Igodomi Godo. Those are.
You want to go there now? You want to go there?
We are one. We are one.
What does that Igodomi mean exactly? Who came up with that?
The master key. The master key
that our holy Messiah gives to them that cannot release himself from where it is. Nice.
They tied to rapper, so and also.
Can you imagine? They tied to rapper now. We are not there,
and we look alike in many ways.
No, don't look alike.
No, not all. In fact, even me, I don't want to look like what.
Not all.
What I'm saying is, in some, there's, I think there's some part, maybe the eastern part of Edo, I'm not sure, but I think I've seen some Edo people that I hardly live there.
Let me give you a little brief story about the Benin people. You don't really understand. Like I always say it here, the Benin have the Igbo stuff, we have the Yoruba stuff, have. Hold on.
Don't take us too deep, though.
No, I'm not taking too deep. Deep. We have the Gala stock in Benin. We have the Gala people inside Benin.
Exactly, you're right.
Benin is the only state that have almost all the race, almost all the tribe in Nigeria inside the state. So we have the Aunchi, which is the Muslim stock. So that what you don't know, Benin is very tribal place. You have more than almost 100 tribes inside that place. So if you see the Oba is managing that place, it's not a joke. We won't say people react. It's not like it's a very tribal place that everybody came together to accept one rule. Not like the first. We knew what would be good for us. Not like it's not the monarch is not for anybody, to favor anybody. Monarch is there to keep the balance. Do you understand? So we came together. We came together to accept it. So the monarch cannot be wrong, cannot be right. So when you go to that monarch, everybody is spark. Without the monarch, the people are nobody.
My brother, there is something. See, I will. One man, please. You see, this is my brother that is talking now from Edo. I would like to have a chat with you, bro, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Let's answer the question on ground, my brother. Oh,
No, that's
Yeah,
outside here.
sorry.
Outside here,
All
please.
right, no problem. So what piece? I think he has had that. So, but what I'm going to say is that it's not Adeso, obviously. That's my sister from Edo State. Edo is our people. So,
Elite tribalism.
no, I'm not talking about tribalism. Don't take me back. But I'm talking about, is that, to be honest with you, that man you people are talking about, Babajide Otitoju, or is it Otitoju?
Otitoju.
Yeah, anything PVC, TVC, I'm not in support of it. So, and in fact, ironically, I think one of my favorite journalists, or one of my best journalists in Nigeria, is this guy Shehu Okinbaloyi. It's just that he's working for a system that is controlled. But him personally, as a journalist, and the kind of questions he asks, I think they are very valid and very professional, and
Yeah, I
very
support you.
elegant questions.
Shehu is good.
It's just that the organization directs what they do. They can tell him to go and be interviewing, one Alhaji that nobody knows in Zamfara or somewhere. But when it comes to the kind of questions he asks in one-on-one interview, and the way he puts it, and the way he moves on from,
Yeah, he knows how to manage an
I
interview
really
show.
like
Yeah.
the way the guy does journalism, but I'm not in support of his organization.
All right. To press on with the question, let's go on to Thomas, then Obina, and then we go to Ajanle Koko, and then we round up that space. So Thomas,
this man you are mentioning, that man is a crooked man. He's a crook. So he always leaked Tinubu's this thing. It's nah. It is not a journalist to me. It is, but it's unfortunate that it's bearing one of my name. That man is, I detest him like I don't know. That man is nah. It's zero. One man, until we have a independent television station that will speak the truth, Nigeria will not go anywhere, because every TV, they have their own favorite, they have their own party, they have their own people. You can see nobody can come to TVC and speak against Tinubu. Nobody. So that man is a conny man. He's a conny man. Yeah.
For me, journalism died with Tai Sholari in Nigeria. After Tai Sholari, they're just really
and Delegiwa,
yes, not actually Delegiwa, yes, because even Reeku was just a yam head. But let's take then who was I going to? I've realized somebody just. Okay, let's go to Ajanle Koko then. I think I was going to Obina, but he is out and about Obina, so he's depending on where he is, he has the signal, he doesn't have the signal. So Ajanle Koko, the question we're asking is in Nigeria, who is your least favorite journalist that as soon as you hear their voice, you just recoil and immediately sprint to the remote control to switch over?
Least.
Yes, your least favorite, the one that just annoys you.
I can't think of. I cannot think of any right now.
All right.
Ajanle Koko, Shema Gbo News, sir.
Ajanle Koko, man, Gbo News, eh?
Yeah.
Even in his dreams, he's hearing news.
But I've been listening to you guys attacking Babajide. I think I will disagree with you.
Omodadi, yeah?
Yeah, I will disagree with you. But I will agree with you on the side that, on the point that is on the side of Tinubu. But on other side of it, as a professional journalist and as a man that says the truth all the time, particularly against the APC on security about insecurity in the country. I think that guy is on point. Most of the places in the north and around the country that are ravaged by insecurity, on that program, they never shy away. They never shy away from talking about it. Talk about it all the time. And it's part of the fact that Tinubu is an APC, is the national leader of APC. They say the truth to power when it comes to the security. As bad as the security is, they talk about it all the time, and they hammer the government all the time for their incompetence, to handle the security issue well. So I don't know on what ground that you people are attacking him. If you are saying that it's a Tinubu guy,
misleading people at that level. Don't mind those drunkards, if I should use that word. The other one said he's talking
Did I just sorry, just pause and acknowledge that Ego just call people a drunkards.
And he's the one that sounds drunk.
Yeah, he's always drunk.
Doesn't matter. I might sound that.
When the most drunk
he's a bloody drunkard. He's talking from his head. He's talk. Come and defend what you are saying before this public space.
What is it? Can you mention anything?
People rubbish, and you say they should not talk. They should keep quiet. Defend what you are saying in this place. That he talked from his both mouth. He lied. He do this. Tell the public the lies.
He lied when it came to Obaseki re-election.
Tell us the lies. We want to hear the lies.
I will tell you the lies. You almost caused insurrection in that state by saying obvious lies.
That's a fact.
Like
you are a big liar.
You're asking a question and you don't want the person to stop.
That's a fact.
Why are you shouting like that?
That's it. He doesn't know anything. That's why he's arguing with you. That's a fact.
Ego doesn't know how to use. Ego doesn't know how to use responsible language.
Why? It's just aggressive.
No, that's Ego.
When we were sharing opinion,
he's a very angry man.
Very angry man.
So sorry, gentlemen. There are certain personalities on this platform that we just have to suspend some of the rules just to allow for their personalities. Ego, one of them. Mike, one of them as well. You will never change Ego, and you will never change Mike. So you just accept them the way they are.
If somebody is lying, he's talking from the both side of his mouth because he's lying.
And I said to you, Mr. Man, put the lies before us here. Let us see.
What piece just told you one about
Edo State? He doesn't. He's not going to listen to you. Just
I said, defend it for us.
He's a very angry man. That's why I say about him. He's a very angry man. He's so aggressive.
Calm down so that he will expatiate on what he is telling you. The reason why he said he put up his opinion. Can you?
Why he said he has double. He talk out of his double mouth or his full mouth. Okay, defend it for us and tell us why you said so. Please, we want to know.
Okay, Ego, you finished already, right? Baba Jide was
street fighting.
He almost caused insurrection in the state. Saying the obvious. He will just tell you right now that APC just did this in this place, of which is completely false.
Okay, one piece. So say other things that
I'm saying about my state.
He has done. Hold on, that is about Edo State. Okay, he miscalculated.
Okay,
you can predict.
No, he told a lie. He told a lie.
What is the lie? What is the lie that he said?
One man is the confusion.
What is the lie? What is the lie? Tell us the lie that he said. One piece.
Okay, let me tell you one. Let me tell you one clear lie that he said. When APC was losing, clearly losing, and everybody want, even the Oba have to call the two candidates and caution them so there will be peace in that town. That guy still went on air ranting that PDP are killing APC I mean, supporters. How can you come out in the public, to come to the air and say that publicly, which is not true?
That's very irresponsible.
They should be arrested for that.
Are you really sure? Are you really sure that Babajide said that?
No, it's from Edo State now.
PDP are killing APC? Are you really sure?
Ajaleko for 100%, he said it. And I can even say more than he said. I can tell you more than he said. During that election period.
Okay, let's leave Ondo. Edo State.
Typical. That's typical of his style of journalism. That's typical of his style of.
Okay,
it's IGBO journalism.
Okay, Edo State. Say any other thing. Go on any other issue, any other political issue.
When Tinubu was aligning with Buhari with insecurity, even when the killing of that cleric in the north, they showed in Facebook that they beheaded him in Facebook. What was Babajide saying?
What did you say? What did you say?
Don't use that word. That be whatever. It's
sorry.
It's not you.
What did you say?
Pick it up. Yeah.
Say it again. What did you say? What did you say happened?
Cleric.
That cleric that they did this thing to on Facebook. That guy.
You feel use slang. You feel use
slang. That was they removing this thing from Facebook. That guy was cleaning the over like, I wish all the fake was even real. How can you say that?
What did he say? What did he say specifically?
I don't feel using the word because I just make a sense of the word. What did he say? That guy there was saying different things. Like for example, now when the NSAS was going up in Lagos, NTA was showing how to fish, if Shamek can fish, if Shamek can plant yam.
And it's too partisan in his journalism as well, which is just not right. In fact, it's a very poor journalist.
I think he's a propagandist journalist.
Yes.
Well, I think I for one, I disagree with you guys. I think the guy
bring propaganda sometimes.
Most times.
The guy help IPOP promote their propaganda too sometimes. You know?
Look at that. Here we go again. Let me just remove myself.
Mike, you're back.
I can say
Mike is just a nice arrival.
Mike is a terror to men.
One thing we have to know. One thing we have to agree with is that he's working with a news house that belongs to APC leader. And he's a Tinubu guy. You don't expect him to attack
an APC man.
You don't expect him to attack Tinubu. He will never do that because that's the person that hire him. That's the person.
But he's
that
also an
APC
man. He's also an APC man.
I will not agree that it's an APC man.
He's not in politics.
Yeah, but you know he has. But when it comes to the real issue that affect the country, insecurity.
Is it Tai Sholari standard? Is it Tai Sholari standard?
Tai Sholari was not an journalist.
It was a publisher.
He was not a publisher. He was just an article writer in Tribune. And
So is it up to that standard? Because that seems to be the go-to standard of journalism.
No, Nigeria is gone. Who do you want to? Who do you want to?
Is it up to Delegiwa standard? Okay.
No, we don't have any one of those in Nigeria anymore.
Is it up to Delegiwa standard?
We don't have any one of those again in Nigeria.
Delegiwa will put his life, and he did put his life on the line for the truth.
Who do you have in Nigeria? Who do you have in Nigeria that is of Delegiwa standard?
One man. No one. You know,
no one. So we love
day of remembrance in Nigeria. To be honest,
in CBD. Hold on 1 minute. See, there is no one of them in Nigeria today that you can call Delegiwa standard. There's no one that match that Delegiwa standard in entirety in Nigeria. Journalists, the entire journalists we have in Nigeria.
Very true.
So what are we talking about? You want to attack only Otitoju? You don't want to
is he
attack
up to
the rest?
Abati standard? Is Otitoju up to Abati standard?
They are of the same.
Really?
Never.
Really?
And he's even when he comes. Hold on.
Insulting Abati at this point.
Is Rufai level, isn't it?
No, hold on. Look, Rufai is unfortunate that Rufai find himself in Arise News that the publisher is a politician himself. Unduka Obiagbena is a pro every government in power. That is who Unduka Obiagbena is.
Ajani Koko, with all due respect, I disagree with you on that.
Hold on, let me tell you.
Do you see? Arise has been fined, and
it's okay for people to be critical of the East in CBD. Sometimes just allow it.
Just allow it.
Let's ask the CBD this question.
No, let Ajale Koko land. Don't pull at him.
No. You don't go to CBD for the first time. We actually agree that someone from the East is wrong.
Have Arise TV not been fined and not been restricted in so
couple of times? Yes, couple of times.
Are you going to say that? Do you want to say that TVC have not been fined as well?
Ask him the question.
Even channels has been fined when they brought on. When they brought on a more powerful.
Even a blind man can tell the difference between Arise News and the way they deliver and the kind of people they interview on their platform and the kind of issues they bring to the masses. Anyone can tell the difference with what these other guys are doing in other stations. So why are we making it look like why is Ajale Koko for the first time? Are you saying Ajale Koko is wrong in that?
Sorry, before I forget.
You said Ajale Koko is wrong for the first time about 10 times now.
Not the first time.
Over the last few weeks.
Maybe one of the times is wrong.
How many firsts do you have?
You see, before I forget, please, which part of Igbo are you from? Which community? What's the name?
Unduka Obiagbena is not is he an Igbo man? He's from is he not Warrior or Edo guy?
No, it's Diet Igbo now. It's Diet Igbo.
No,
CBD.
Hold on.
It's CBD.
Yes.
Which part of Igbo are you from, please?
My brother.
No. I'm just
Why you not answer you? It's from Lagos. It's Igbo Lagos.
It's Lagos.
No. I want to
Igbo.
CBD. Let me say something. I have an Igbo blood in male.
It's not about Igbo. You know, if people are going down the wrong path. I didn't say that because of whatever tribal.
Come on. You know that. Come on, CBD.
I don't know Bashu. Which part of Igbo are you from? Just ask. Which part?
No, it's not obliged to. He wants to.
Okay, it's not obliged.
People like
This from long time ago. I don't know if anyone can remember. I said it long time ago, but I don't want to.
It's from Abakaliki. It's from Abakaliki.
CBD is from Cross River also, so he has said it long
time. You leave in CBD alone. It's very soft. Let people like you not see him again.
Wait, one man. Let me ask you this question.
Don't push him if he doesn't.
I'm not pushing. No, I'm actually trying to help him because for the first time, the guy we actually condemned something from the East. You see, would you admit that Evans, the kidnapper, is a terrorist?
Okay. How is he a terrorist?
How is he a terrorist?
I want us to flow in the line of.
What is the
yes or no? It's a yes or no question. No.
It's a CBD. Ask the question. Allow him to answer now. CBD, you answer.
If the man, I believe in the rule of law. If the man is called a terrorist in the court, then we call him a terrorist.
So you have to wait for the court.
No. You answer your own question. You answer your own question. Is Evans the kidnapper a terrorist?
Exactly.
He's not answering now.
No. You answer your question.
The guy's a terrorist. Yes.
How so?
Because he was terrorizing people by kidnapping people.
Yeah, but any crime is a terror crime now. And armed robber by that.
Well, CBD wants to wait for the court
and armed robber by that.
Because the guy's on the East, he's defending
a terrorist act.
No,
Mike,
but
by your own
Mike, you're not
definition.
a serious person at all. Which one is? I want
all
to
right.
wait for
I
the
think
call.
But at least, do you
CBD,
admit that
he
advanced
just
kidnapper
want
is a
to.
bad person? Do you admit that he is a bad person?
How do you
He's
know
a bad
that he's a
person.
I'm
bad
not a
person?
judge.
What do you mean
I'm
you're
not a
not?
judge.
See, because the guy is an Igbo guy.
Determine whether somebody is a bad person or a good person. Look,
He's
It's not
kidnapping
only
people now.
advanced. It's not only advanced that is a kidnapper.
no, you look at
There
the
are other
character
people
of
from other
person. We
tribes that are
speak.
also
One at a time,
kidnappers.
gentlemen. One at a time. Yeah.
And there are
That's
also
why I
other
like
kidnappers from other tribes.
Ego says he might not be saying the truth, but at least he says he's not in one direction all the time. That's one of the good things about.
No, but the point is, Evans the kidnapper, even if it's an Igbo man, there are other tribes, other languages that are also kidnappers. Is it of one person or one tribe or whatever?
True. You are true.
Mike asked me a question.
We keep narrowing these things to only one place at a time. If
No,
they
no,
say,
no,
okay,
No, that's not the
Evans
point
the
there.
kidnapper
That's
is
not
a
the
bad
point
guy.
there.
Yes, he's a bad guy.
No, we
All
want to
right.
know
No,
is
okay, leave in CBD. Let's get back
Maybe
to Adale
tomorrow
Koko.
we have
Hold on,
Adebayo,
no,
or we have Wole,
Ego,
or we
hold
have
on.
that.
Ego,
Right.
hold on. Let's Adale Koko round off his thoughts on that space. We were asking who his least favorite journalist is, and he was defending Babajide instead. So Adale Koko, back to you.
As I was saying, Nduka Obiagbena, we know how he started. He was a politician. He didn't play a role of a journalist that should stay out of politics. He started during the time of Third Republic, during the SDP NRC day. He jumped into politics, and that is where he got the money. And from there, he was able to catapult himself to what he is today. He was playing a very dirty politics, mingled with bad people, bad politicians.
So is this your least favorite? Is this your least favorite that you are describing?
I can call him the least favorite.
That's the owner of Arise.
Yeah, the owner of Arise. He never stand for the truth, but sometimes he can grandstand as if yes, he's time, but he never done that. So and you can see him when you watch the video when he went to interview Buhari in company with what do you call this guy? Abati. And Tundu. Look at the way they perform. They perform so poorly.
Especially
they could not
ask. Really
they could not ask a hard question. Unduka was sitting down like a roko tree.
Even Rufai wasn't there. Rufai wasn't there.
Yeah, Rufai was not there. They perform very, very poorly.
Do you know why? Do you know why, Adale Koko?
They compromise.
No, that could be why, but I don't think so. Do you know why I suspect that you see that sort of interview is a priced interview, and before they are able to grant it, they would have set so many parameters. They would have said you can interview him, but you cannot do this and you cannot do that, and you can do this. They would have negotiated the format. Otherwise, they'll just abandon it. But everybody wants to interview the president, any president of any country. So they would have negotiated to the point that was all they could deliver. Otherwise, they won't get the interview.
So the ethics of the profession.
No, forget ethics now. They're talking.
One man. Don't say that is why we have to rate them at zero.
No,
when they zero. I mean, in CBD, let me talk now. You gotta be talking since morning. Why must they compromise the ethics of the profession? Just because you compromise the ethics of your profession, just because you want to interview. Is it compulsory to interview the president? You don't need to interview the president if the president does not want you to grant them interview. Where is the freedom of press? What have they done to stand up for the profession? Must they cow that profession and allow that profession to be rubbish? All in the interest of they want to make money, or just they're looking for favor? Just for favor. Forget it. The Nduka Obiagwena is the worst ever I've ever seen in that profession. He started as how do I describe him? Or general about now your Bajimanso or general.
My father used to call it Ajinyonyo.
Yeah, or generally, you want to eat there, You can't have it both ways. You have to stick one. Babajide, we know what the issue with Babajide is, working with Tinubu. I mean, in a media house owned by Tinubu.
But it's compromised still, too. You were talking about ethics.
But still, if you watch this guy, I watch him sometimes. I stumble on them sometimes. If you watch him, if you see the way he attacked this government on the matter of insecurity in the country, is the only one among them that is very consistent.
One of Nigeria's best.
Is the only one that is very consistent when it comes to saying the truth to power, when it comes to insecurity matter in that country. He's the only one that I've seen. Very consistent. And he said it the way it is, and he sent people around that bring a very, very useful information to the video to tell the Nigerian the way the insecurity, when the government say, oh, military come and say, oh, we are winning, he will say it to them that they are lying, that is not true. I have never seen any one of this Abati or anyone to challenge the military that what they are saying is not true. He will come out, he has said this several times, that this information they are telling us, this is not the way it is. That the people he have on the ground is a different story that they are telling him. But the government is saying this. And what do you see after then? It will come out that what Jide is saying is the truth.
Ajale Koko, sorry, sir. You said that he says it the way it is. And you also said before, earlier on, that Tinubu employed him. And he cannot,
I said on the issue of insecurity, you say the way it is. Yes.
Tinubu employed him, and he cannot speak against someone that employed him. And you're also accusing a rise of bowing to power and all that. Is that not the same thing?
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Look,
you have answered it.
Nduka Obiagwena is the owner of the Arise News. He should be able to stand up and, you know.
With all due respect, sir, I think it's the same thing. And also, and I wanted to ask you, as it is right now, CNN, do you believe that they are better than Arise TV or Arise News?
Oh, come on, man. What kind of question? I want to compare Arise News with CNN.
Sorry, where are you coming from with that? You know, where are you coming from with that?
I'm coming from the fact that you're saying that these people should not maybe favor or maybe interview some politicians or whatever. And meanwhile, that is what CNN and all these people are doing on a daily basis. Every day, these people are...
No. I didn't say they should not interview politicians. What I'm saying is that it is not compulsory to interview the president. If you want to have interview with the president and they don't want you to ask him hard questions.
Hold on, Nsebede. Ajale Koko, let me add on this bit. Is it your belief that if the journalists are interviewing the American president, they're saying, ask him any questions? Do you
that
think
is how it is.
No,
that is how it is in America. I'm telling you, they don't pick and choose questions.
All right.
They don't pick and choose.
In fact, sometimes they
don't pick and choose. They don't pick and choose. When you ask American president question, you ask him the question the way you want.
Okay,
they don't guide people. They don't guide you on what interview, on what question to ask, and what not to guide. That is not what we practice in the United States.
No, that is what we practice.
Sorry, the final
I don't know if that's what is practiced in Britain, but I know that in America it is not practiced in the United States.
Globally.
No. Haven't you seen Obama or what do you call this guy? Biden being asked question on live TV? Have you to
Not
watch
on
it?
CNN, maybe
When
on
they,
Fox News.
when they
That brings me to
stumble,
the last.
Nah,
this
Jale
question,
Coco,
sir.
if Biden goes to a liberal channel like MSNBC, they will be
Yeah.
nice. They won't ask him.
That's
They will
exactly
even
what
do
I was going to
pre-interview before
say.
they do the interview.
Oh,
They
oh,
will
Why
agree on the question and the answer before even the interview.
yes.
Why do they have liberal? Why do they have liberal media and conservative media in America?
All right, let's
If you're
not
saying
get
that there's
to.
no bias at all.
All right, thank you, Insibidi. Let me go on to Mike, just for reasons of time, and the question, because I want everybody to answer it, so that then I'll ask Sam too, and then I can answer it too. So we're just asking. So not America. Did your list favorite, even almost that you detest journalists in Nigeria? I don't know if you follow Nigerian media space, but if you do, who is your least favorite voice to listen to within the Nigerian media space? Nobody has yet mentioned my list, but Thomas, Mike, rather, what's yours?
I'd say Otitoju is one of them, man. I don't know why. For one reason,
nobody likes him now.
I don't like the way the guy be kissing IPOB ass, man. That shit is annoying to me. I just don't like it.
I've never seen him do that anyway, but you know.
Man, the guy does it. That's the only thing I don't like about him. Everything else I like. He will say, "Oh, hey, IPOB. This guy, you're a man. Mind your business, man." It mind's annoying when he does that shit, man. That's what I don't like about him.
It's not. He has never spoken. He analyzes what he sees and what is happening, and what is on the ground.
The guy be praising
at a given time.
Kano is one innocent guy.
No. Because if he does,
only was that
if he does,
Mike,
if he does, what they did to Shehu Akimboloye is what they are going to do to him. I don't know if you have forgotten what they did to Shehu Akimboloye.
True.
Shehu Akimboloye. Shehu Akimboloye is the best. He's the best among
all. Did you remember what they did to him?
What did they do to Shehu Akimboloye? Please tell us.
Shehu Akimboloye was interviewed in my powerful channels. He interviewed Emma Powerful and he was summoned. In fact, Channel TV was also summoned, and I think either they find them or was about to find them.
They find them.
It was 5 million naira.
Good. And they were warned. So you don't mean to tell me that Olatuji is going to be free when he happens to do that in TVC.
I say he kisses their ass, and he kissed their ass, man. I mean, that's one thing I know for
and
sure.
They let him, and the Nigerian government let him go free.
Kissing ass not a crime now. I mean,
he did not kiss ass. Mike, you're saying this as if it's the truth.
Hey, Ogavin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You just said him.
Please, one man, listen. Are you going to give one man your number to give to me, or should I give one man my number through Instagram so you can give?
Okay, I will put it. I think
prove it with
you
the
give one man.
Chat.
You give one man. You give one man so that
I can't reach you. Anyway, you come regularly. So if you drop it on my Instagram, then I'll. Do I not have your number anyway? From
I think so.
No, not yours, but World Peace.
World Peace. No, you gave me
from Jafar.
Jafar, you gave me Jafar on.
I gave you Jafar's. Okay, Okay, drop your number then now. Yeah.
I'll leave my. Okay, I'll drop it, Vin.
All right.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
You see, Vin, listen. There's a difference between interviewing terrorists without letting that's a national security issue. You understand? Without letting the government know that you're about to interview a terrorist on national TV for the whole country to hear, and actually just kissing ass of, just saying something in favor of the terrorist organization. So it's two different things. You understand?
Yeah, I know. There is no two different thing about it. The way you ask questions, you see, when you invite someone,
you give terrorists a voice on the national platform for the whole nation to hear the voice of the terrorists.
Okay, Mike.
That's a big offense right there, man. In America, they would have, if, for example, one TV channel in America just interview Bin Laden when Bin Laden was, and just for the whole America to hear Bin Laden's voice and Bin Laden's opinion when Bin Laden is terrorizing everybody. That's reasonable, man. That act,
this is different. This is different. See, let me tell you one thing. See, there is something we consider. I do not know security wise. There is something we consider. Look, let me tell you. the Nigerian system has been operated is gagging the media, electronic, everywhere, etc., etc. So let me tell you, when Shehu Okimbaloye interviewed Emma Powerful, it was on phone conversation that was interviewed. But I do not know how you would tell me, and he was sanctioned. Punitive measures were meted against channels and the Shehu Akimba, and I don't think they will repeat same anymore because of what they did to them that time. Now, if this guy in a TVC, is like you are saying, it is licking the ass of whatever of IPOB. What makes you feel? What makes him special? For Nigerian government to bring him to their own limelight and begin, to exert punitive measures against him, and they allow him to do free, and we have never heard any punitive, measures against him.
Because the Nigerian government are following rule of law. That's why
all right.
they're following rule
No,
of
that
law.
is not true.
The
That's not
difference
true.
is no. The difference
Mike,
is
that's not true.
No. You brought an enemy of the nation, terrorists, people terrorizing the
You
nation.
have
You
opened up
bring
another
them.
conversational
You are
space, but
opening up a
carry on.
different
Yeah.
issue. Okay, interviewing for Shehu Okimbaloye to interview Emma Powerful. Is not Emma
We
Powerful
say
not
you can't
any
interview.
organization has
You
been
can't
considered
have a
by
registered
Nigerian
organization and
government?
be interviewing a terrorist. That's against the law.
So,
That's against the. You are a licensed journalist.
okay.
You're
Then
licensed by
what
the
is that?
government.
When
So
somebody is
there are
leaking,
regulations on
how do somebody leak someone's ass or boot? Is it not by talking about them using the same electronic media?
Well, you didn't interview them. You didn't invite them on. You are speaking directly,
So
kissing their ass.
what is the
That's different.
difference?
There's big difference, man. There's big difference.
All right, thank you, Mike. So let me take, sorry, in CBD, let me take the question to Sam O. So Sam O, you know the question. So give us your answer, then your least favorite Nigerian journalist. So that's the question. So after you, then I'll give my answer. Nobody has yet mentioned my least favorite, but hopefully Sam O will. Sam.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. It's unfortunate that most of us don't watch AIT. They are so terrible. There's this guy called Utibe Umaran. There's another one called Salamatu. Very horrible people. And I agree with Ajale Cook 100%. There's no journalism in Nigeria again. It's unfortunate that everybody here is just riling against this Otitoju guy because he has an affinity with TVC. That guy is a proper journalist. Nobody dares what he does. The guy is in Borno State as we are speaking right now.
I thought you said Yobe. You said Yobe in the comment section. Now it's Borno.
I didn't say Yobe in the comment section. I didn't say
Yobe, Borno, all is the same. If it's not the same,
no.
Yobe is different from Borno.
But at least
Yobe is different from Borno.
This guy goes there, risk his life. Last year, December 25th, 26th, he was there just compiling videos to show Nigerians that the soldiers are actually fighting. I mean, that guy is really risking a lot. But unfortunately, we don't see all of these things. We just believe because he has an affinity with Bola Tinubu. Who does not have affinity with politicians? Obiagbena that Ajale Cook was speaking about, the guy collected 400 million under Jonathan now for doing nothing. AIT, Raymond Okwesi collected 1.3 billion. What are we talking about? Journalism is dead in Nigeria. Let's stop picking sides. I didn't want to join. I just like, no. Let me come and defend this guy. I've been typing there. Let me come and defend this guy. See, because he's working for TVC does not mean he's a bad guy. Let's be balanced. If you listen to AIT, I watch all the TV station on YouTube every morning. Most of the time, AIT doesn't. They've not shown up this week. Otibe, Salamatu, Emoni Amarere. The only proper guy there is Benga Ruleba. And I know they are cautioning that guy. They've taken so much shows from him because he's a proper journalist. He wouldn't do what AIT wants him to do. So somebody said the other time, like,
the proper journalist in that AIT is that lady called Choma.
I don't know Choma, but I know Benga.
Benga Ruleba is one of the best there also.
Benga Ruleba, very fantastic guy.
Grandma will tell you the way he sees.
I bet.
She had her own
let's talk.
Sam, remind us who your candidate is for 2023 again.
It's Bola Tinubu.
There it is right there. So there it is right there.
I'll give you coffee.
Everything for daddy.
He's always right. The only time he's wrong, the time he's not right.
One man is behaving like an investigative journalist.
No. You see, if it was possible for anybody. Okay. If it was possible for anybody to be a greater mouthpiece for Tinubu than Babajide, it is our own Sam here. He's more Tinubu than Babajide. So why would they not come and defend
I was
Babajide
really wondering
now?
where this was coming from, and you now asked the question, the perfect question.
No. Everybody knows where I stand on this platform. Everybody knows where I stand. I'm not hiding.
Don't worry, just go and relax.
That's the person I support.
I don't
That's
know
it.
it's midnight your side. Just go and relax again and watch us. Because
No. Wait, we'll start to round off anyway because we're past the 5-hour mark. But nobody actually landed on my least favorite, and I thought it would be everybody's least favorite. I have 2 least favorite actually, but one now is a bit redundant. Is that Arab-looking boy in Jalali Jagad something that was on channels during the election? I detest that guy.
No, that guy is a good guy.
I detest that guy so much. But if there's one person that I detest, and I can even say hate, more than that guy, is Amaokwe Ogun. I cannot bear that woman.
Yeah.
She's just so horrible. That's Amaokwe Ogun, which is just
sorry.
nasty.
One man. That guy just mentioned his name. I think he's with Buhari now, not that African guy.
Just after the election, then he signed up for AP. Can you imagine?
He said something.
Just after the election,
he said something that really marveled me. He said something that really marveled me some time ago. He said that they are building gas pipeline to Kano, and the government of Muhammadu Buhari is trying to industrialize the north. And he said so many things. How the contract has been led, how this has been done, and this one. He was very, very, confident in what he was saying that day. I said, what? That fair guy, he looked like an Arabian man.
They are laying pipe from the south to the north. What a waste of justice. I'm
telling you, to power, because they say that gas is going to be one of the best citizens to put Nigeria in the map of production and so on and so forth.
Don't worry.
The gas line the Nigerian government is talking about sending to Europe to go and power Europe. When will they consider using it to power Nigeria?
That's the question, no? You would have thought. You would have thought, You would have thought. You're unbelievable.
Europe.
And when Tony comes here to tell us we are monkeys, we'll be abusing him. Are we not monkeys?
The person talking about all these things is who Mike is calling a terrorist. The person that is condemning all of this, and
he's not condemning that, man. He wants to do the same thing.
Mike knows the truth. Mike knows the truth, but he doesn't want to speak it.
All right, gentlemen, we've gone past the 5-hour mark, and you know what that means. We start to round off. So thank you, gentlemen. A real pleasurable session this time around.
It was really fast.
We didn't even talk too much politics. We were just gisting, just the boys, They say we before we used to meet at beer parlors, but now in contemporary times we sit in our living room. Where this is our beer parlor now. So beer parlor gist, one man went to more. So we start to round off as ever to land on Ajanle Koko. We kick it off from here in Ghana. So here in Ghana and there in Ghana, our man in Ghana, Vin Maxwell. So Vin, your words.
Thank you so much, one man. I am grateful to be here today after a short period of time, and I saw you at Njenje platform today when you were commenting. So in fact, I was very, very happy. I responded to, but he did not respond. I don't know. So I would like to.
I sort of pally up with him. What I'm trying to do, anyway. If it works out, then you'll see. I don't like to, because I've trailed things in the past and it didn't work out. But
I support you. I support you. And he even responded. He said anytime. He responded. He said
no. So, I'd already left then.
Yes. I was there. I was there before I joined you. So I am very, very grateful, to be here. And I pray that God will guide all of us and protect those in Nigeria that are faced with all manner of, ordeals. I am praying for them, and I hope that God, through their own, struggle, God's willing, will help them through and see our people through. Because I believe that we have suffered so much. God bless you. Thank you so much, my people. Here in Ghana.
He is right there, Vin, of course. You all know him. So that was Vin. So from there in Ghana to there in Japan, Konnichiwa to our man from the East. Konnichiwa.
Ohio gozaimasu is money here, almost 11 a.m. in the morning. Anyway, we don't reach the last hour again. I thank everybody we did the comment session and everybody we did here. Quick one for Nigerian journalists. My favorite now, my sister. This one, I feel choose on her own. I just one of the most prettiest and most beautiful woman on earth I know, and she's very intelligent. We'll leave that one aside. Then come to politics. Wike, to me, I feel saying a Wike and Atiku go struggle out for that PDP side. Probably it go reach in hand, and for APC maybe Jonathan. Not really see Tinubu go get him. Maybe if he still get him, but at the end of the day, if it be South thing, how the way the Fulani people want him. But let's see how it goes. But Peter Obi, he should go back to the drawing board. But what the Igbos are doing now, I really like it. They are coming together. We don't start on since, but now they can't start on. But not still too bad. Now still a good move. So now so I see him for everybody. We don't reach the end of the day. I thank one man. I just could not quick come. But I still thank him today. Yeah, Mike, I agree to you with my man. And I'll give Vin. I don't give my number to one man. So if you get him from her. So peace. I'm out.
Oh, all right. Thank you, World Peace. So that's World Peace parting with peace. So that's World Peace. So from World Peace, we go to we're going around the world and we're going home this time to IGBO, our man in Lagos.
Yes. Well, let me begin by congratulating those, what do you call them, those Arise News men and women. They are doing a great job. Moving on to the era of Titoyi Babajide. It's one of the best journalists we have in this country who say things the way they think they are. So moving on to the politics, I see a person of Wike clinching the ticket in the PDP. If not, them coming together, because himself as a person, he has always supported candidates that are emerging as a PDP. And this time he has said he is running. So he needs their support. And as of today, I think he is their power bag, if I'm not mistaken. So it's either you go to Wike and solicit the issue of the PDP, or there is no PDP. So we must, in the area of that PDP or whatever, they must know how to deal with Wike very well. Moving on to the APC, if they fail to release the ticket for Sibanjo, there will not be APC again in this country. That one is for fact. And we, as the supporters of Sibanjo, as a second in command of this country, as a leader, Papa, as Buhari is telling the people what to do, I want to see Banjo to also tell the party chairman that is the second in command and in demand for that automatic ticket to fly the flag of the APC as the area of the APC or wherever. And I believe he's going to have it. So that's my position. See well, guys. Looking forward to join you guys tomorrow. One love, people.
Oh, all right. Thank you, IGBO. So always a delight. IGBO, our Lagos correspondent. So from IGBO, our Lagos correspondent, to Nsibidi, location unknown. Nsibidi, from wherever, Nsibidi.
Yeah. Thank you for another opportunity. But yeah, I think generally, I think we need to start coming together as one people. I know sometimes we like talking about our several different tribes and areas and all that, but we need to understand that, for me, and I think for some of us, we don't see all those things as a way of just trying to show some supremacy or whatever. It's just because of that's the mental state that we have in that country. But what I'm trying to say is that we all have to start coming together and understanding that, we need to stand by the truth and stand by what is just and look at the conditions of our people, especially the young people. People are getting more frustrated by the day. And when you look at it from that angle, tribalism will die in your mind. You know, you will now start looking at the way you will support someone that will bring transformation and change to our to the space or to our country. So let us I encourage us to just love our people from everywhere. Look at what people are going through and support them. Everybody, I know sometimes I like today I was talking about those are for me, I consider them even as my own people. So that's just all I can say. All these other politicians, wiki, all those people, I'm not really into all that so much because for me, I've already seen it that the person right now that has a blueprint and a plan and a practical plan that has even the merits and the credibility. Someone that did that turned Anambra from a state that has a significant educational deficit to one of the leading educational whatever infrastructure states in the country is Peter Obi, and did a lot of things, managed the economy well, managed the finances, everything. That is all we need in Nigeria at the moment. So for us to be talking about somebody has power and has is the one controlling PDP, then we start singing his praise. We should be saying it and saying that that is not how it should be, so that if we are thinking of change, not to be being sycophants for these people that might not do anything to move the country forward. And we support people that have practical plans and the credibility to back it up. Yeah, so that's all I can say. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be in your platform.
All right, thank you, in CBD. So in CBD, location Scandinavia. So in CBD, location Scandinavia, to Sam O location UK. So Sam O, the routine.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'll speak to Peter Obi. He needs to do more than what he's doing. I saw his video when he went to Alaba in Lagos or wherever he went to. Those people you went to meet there, they are not the delegates that will get him the vote to be the candidate. So he needs to be more serious. Secondly, about the Igbos, I've always said they play bad politics when it's convenient for them. They come out to start double speaking. This head mentality, this victim mentality needs to stop. You need to start playing the right politics. They really need to start playing the right politics. Before the elections, 2-3 years ago, or even before, like 6-7 years ago, in this Fourth Republic, they call the Yoruba people slaves of the Hausa people. They call their Fulani people their cows. Now you need their votes to be the president. How do you go back to them? It's more than what you're seeing. It's more than all of this. See, trust is built, is a long-term thing. You don't just build trust overnight because you want to be a president. Do you not think they are laughing at you now? You need to build trust all across the board. You can't just, because election is coming out, you think they'll vote for you or things will just flip overnight. They don't trust you. That's a simple truth. They don't. So things needs to be done properly. I mean, the Igbos are really not taking the hold of that space. I mean, like being part of Nigeria, like trying to put their foot on the ground. They cower very easily. And these guys have brilliant minds amongst them. They have very, very brilliant people among them, even in APC. Where are the Yoruba people in PDP that can even just wrestle for the space? There are none. There are none. In APC, except for OKOROCHA, which I don't think he really has that gravitas as well to really win election. Parties want to put forward anyone that can win election for them. Forget all this emotion and sentiment. Atiku is still your candidate. I stand to be corrected. And Bola Tinubu will be APC's candidate. It's between these two people. No serious party wants to lose an election. If you put your Saraki forward, your Peter Obi, all of these people, they will lose the election very, very fast. I can tell you that. Take it to the bank. APC right now, I love what is happening. Let everybody throw their ring in the hat. At first, I was disappointed about the vice president, but now I'm much happier about what he did. Now we have used our motion to block him there. The delegates vote to be split in Ogun State. Now, even Abiodun is not sure he's going for the second time because of his case he had, having been jailed in America. So, say, let the politicking start. Abiodun was nobody when Amosu was fighting him. Bola Tinubu rallied around him. Now he's back in Oshimbajo. It's all good. It's politics. But I can tell you, we have over 4,000 delegate number. As it is in Nigeria, unfortunately, it's money politics, and we're going to. Bola Tinubu has said it is going to fight. He's going to fight it out. When he went to meet Adebanjo, when Adebanjo told him point blank, I really like that man. He says his mind. He said to him, like, do you really think these guys will give this position to you? Don't right. But he said, don't worry, we'll fight it with money. Those are the people that understand the game. The game is not by just going around distributing ovation. I had Dele Momodu the other time when he said he went to delegate hotels and he put his ovation magazines in the hotel room. Who wants to read Ovation's magazine? These people want your money. This is their time to shine. The delegates, they need money now. The delegates' mind are made up. Even in Ogun State, do you think the structures of Ogun State is in their buildings? And the structure in Ogun State is divided already. Remember, Bola Tinubu and Amosu were not friends leading to this election that brought in this thing. But because of what Oshibajo did, they told him, you to throw your hat in the ring. People are ready to. How much is 100 million? But some people have budgeted 5 billion because of this election. What are we saying? Is the politics of money. Money politics. That's what we play in Nigeria. Until that changes, we're just going to be where we are. We're just going to keep discussing all of these things. Money runs the politics. That's the oil. Why do you think ABC chairman actually said what he said last night? They need your money. They throw it open. Of course, definitely, we have the APC chairman, which from the north. Definitely, the presidency will not go to the north. That will not happen. They know what they're doing. They need to fund their party. A lot of things are ahead of them that they need to do. So APC really needs that money. Whoever wants to throw their hat in the ring, let them keep coming. They will divide themselves out. Remember, Oshiomhole didn't say anything when he was booted out. He's waiting for the right time. Now Oshiomhole was at Amish's this in Thanksgiving.
No, don't turn it. It's just short. Summarize it, Sam.
Yeah. I know it was because I came in late. That's why I just tried to drop this. I don't know when next I'll be chance. So
well, no, we come earlier next time, but condense it and because I want to round up.
Okay. Thank you so much for the privilege. Thank you. Good night.
All right, thank you, Sam. So that was Sam. So do we still have D? Do we still have you, D? All right, we don't have D. So in the absence of the mighty Ajanle Koko and the final word, of course, he has small muscles. He's not mighty, he has small muscles, but we allow him. Mike.
Well, I came late to the program as well, so I didn't really catch much of what you guys discussed. But I'll speak on the election politics that's going on. You know, I think if Nigerians are smart, they didn't start talking the way most people talk here. The kind of candidate people are even promoting. You know, we need to focus on candidate that will actually tackle the root issues of Nigeria. You know, the things such as, you know, investing in the future of the youth and investing in the brains of people, the gifted ones, you know, and someone that will actually focus on stopping this over importation into the country, because that over importation is something that's devaluing the currency. You know, I can't believe somebody will come here shouting Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. Peter Obi is one of those people that over import into the country. They make money out. They can work out of importing rubbish from everywhere, from Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Mexico, just importing rubbish into Nigeria. You know, he's one of those people that contributed to all those rubbish, bad things that's messing the currency up. So you want to make Peter Obi a president? That kind of person with his mindset of way of doing business. You guys say because he's a businessman, he can run Nigeria the same way he run business. He made that kind of person that believe in importing into Nigeria. By the time he leave office, $1 will become 10,000 naira. You guys don't know how to think, man. You say because this guy's a businessman. There's a difference between a smart businessman and a foolish businessman. A smart businessman people that know in Nigeria that are regarded as intelligent businessmen are the ones that actually export things out of Nigeria. Not people that import a bunch of rubbish into Nigeria because you don't have government that actually regulate importation. That's why those people are making money and people will say, oh, this is a smart businessman. Yeah, he's good in business. I can teach a monkey how to import. It's not hard to go to Malaysia and just import junks they have there, or Sri Lanka, all those places, and just be selling to just flooding Nigerian markets, Alaba everywhere. And then you call yourself smart businessman. Correct business people they are known in Nigeria. They go to Silicon Valley to import some type of technology and bring it to form some kind of industry business where they create jobs and generate, not just import second-hand rubbish and just be selling all over the place and you say, oh, I'm a very smart businessman. You are destroying your country, you are destroying your currency when you importing things from pump flip to some things I see in Nigeria. Like, how do they allow this thing to come into the country? Some people even import poison and we just sell. We don't. That's why the country's not going anywhere. We need a president that we cut down on importation, we even import petroleum. What kind of we have useless people ruling us. You're subsidizing importation of petroleum. That's rubbish. You don't subsidize rubbish like that, man. If you're going to subsidize anything, subsidize something locally, like agriculture. Subsidize farmers, just create millions of jobs. When you subsidize farmers, automatically create jobs for them. They grow things, you pay them for what they produce, and you export it. You need president with brains like that, you start thinking of people like Showore or even Mogalu, and people like that. Not all these Akamu people, Peter Obi, even Tinubu. I mean, we don't need those people, man. I can give Osibanjo a pass because I think he has some sense in his head. If he doesn't come there and be allowing all these same old people all over the place, if he can, bring new people around him, surrounding with new people, I think Osibanjo can be qualified. But we need to focus on candidates like that we actually change the status quo. Because the way we do things in Nigeria is terrible. Advanced countries, they invest in the future, they invest in the children. At least 50% of the national budget goes into the children. You invest in, you design a curriculum for the future, and you invest in education where the children, by the time they grow up, they don't think like their fathers anymore. They think advanced way, and they would change things around in their time when they grow up. That's the kind of president you need, not a president that coming talking about, I want to build you this thing from there to there, and we do this one now. No, we need someone that will come and invest in the children and invest in the women too. When you invest in your women and children, you change your society, for better. So people need to understand how things work. So let's change the way we think, man. We're still talking about these old guys. They don't know anything, man. So yeah, okay. Sorry, woman. That's it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So thank you, Mike. So that was Mike rounding it off in his own inimitable style. So that was Mike. Thank you, Mike. So that was Mike, and that has been the session. So we went here, there, and everywhere, and we've landed here. So this is where we've landed today, and today we rebirth to land yet again. So there it is, the Eagle lands and all that. So there it is right there. In the absence of Ajale Koko, keeping true to his tradition, we go through some of the commentators in the comment section just to marry the whole session together and match the comment section with the screen. So that's Vin, who you heard on the screens and is keeping the conversation going in the comment section. The Irene's world. But what goes on in the Irene's world is the question. Do you even want to go to the Irene's world? Is the bigger question. So Bunksma, of course, you all know her, Ajanle Koko's babe. British victim, we see you. Fourth of many, there he is. Number 4 in the family, I'm pretty certain. Agitub, I think that might well be a nickname that has carried through from our school days. So we see Jennifer as well, a regular commentator in the comment section. And then we see Oga, but is Oga the master is the question. So Oga we see you. Ask Google, but what is the question we ask every single time we land on that name? Crown, His Majesty, there he is, my liege. So there's the crown right there. We have royalty in our midst. We have royalty in our midst, and keeping the space safe, of course. This is a proper soldier, not a Mike style soldier, Reeds Ortiz, a Marine, keeping America safe. So keeping America safe, Reeds Ortiz, Adana. So Adana, of course, comes in under so many names, but Ajale Koko's nemesis. Those who know. Hajo Chijioke. So we see you. That seems to be a new name in the space. Kana Niger. But Kana what? What does Kana mean? It's the question. You just speculate as to the reasons why or how people come about these names that they use in these spaces. MOP. That might well be Fela reference, a Kuti reference. MOP, movement of the people. So movement of the people, I think that is the party that Shehu Kuti formed. So is that the alignment there? Greg Bayero, we see you. Grego, as they used to say. And then Sake, of course, Kayode, Oladejo. So Sake, we see you. Let's see just maybe 2-3 more names if we can come across that many. Canadio Network, a regular staple, always there, keeping conversations going in the comment section. Obi Ruben, another name that we conjure with almost every single day. It's almost like a family gathering, all the cousins and the nephews and nieces, and even the drunken uncles and the saucy aunties. You know that auntie that still thinks she's a babe and tries to squeeze into clothes that are too young for herself. We have them all here. Jay and Ken we have as well. We have Gandu as well. So I'm not quite sure. That name, anytime I see it, it always strikes me somewhat Indian. So Tinubu spokesperson Sam O, you all know Sam, and he's not abashed about his politics. At least he's very frontal. He doesn't hide away or try to pretend that anything. It tells you that, look, this is where I am in the political mix. So this is so he has placed his own bet. But would you dare play yours? Because everybody plays in between. David Tunde Abe. So we see you Sati, or is it what do you call even a nickname for David? I don't want to go Davido because that's just too obvious. But what I know they call David Dave, but is that like a guy name? How do you guy up a name like David? Well, it's just David, isn't it? Really, just their sort of name. So Mike Ajayi as well, of course, and the usual stalwarts, the Alexander Akashe, who I think his schedule may have changed somewhat because we don't see quite his presence as often as we used to. You have to understand that people have lives in between at this session. So this is just really downtime for most people. And sometimes people move cities, people move schedules, their work shift pattern changes, etc., etc. All of life in play as we do these sessions. Ayonkule, Agbo Lade. So every time I pronounce that name, one day I will pronounce it with just a fluid lucidity. So this though with fluid lucidity, Mickey Okota. So Mickey Okota, we see you, Ernest, known as Ego in any beer parlor around Lagos City. So that's Ego right there in the comment section, keeping it 100. And this person also keeping it 100. This is just the one person in all of that conversation that actually seems to agree with me that Maupe Ogun on Channels Television is the worst journalist known to Nigeria. Joel Imo is the name of the person that concurs. So Joel Imo concurs. So it's a movement of the people we've already seen. Of course, Alexander Gomez, of course, the chairman, Asajan Lekoko, has rightly designated of the One Man Went to Mo platform. And we land on this name finally, Lanre Ade. So Lanre Ade, or Ade, as he tells him, that's how he probably describes himself to the babes. Lanre Ade. It's Adeo, but they always want to guy it up and funk it up whenever they're talking to babes. So that's Larry Ade right there, and that has been the session. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.